Good morning, everyone. Fulgence here with ATS, and welcome to our live webcast, Hospitality Building Solutions. I'm also accompanied by our team who will support us throughout the event. We have 6 courses for you today, and it's my job to let you know exactly where we are throughout the day. You'll see me pop up after each speaker and make sure they start and stop on time. And if you're having any technical difficulties, please try logging out and then back in. That normally resolves most glitches, but if it does not, no sound. Testing, 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 testing. All right, that should be working. Um, let's try this again. Hello, everyone. Fulgence here with ATS, and welcome to our live webcast, Hospitality Building Solutions. I'm also accompanied by our team who will support us throughout the event. We have 6 courses for you today, and it's my job to let you know exactly where we are throughout the day. You'll see me pop up after each speaker and make sure they start and stop on time. Thank you so much, Becky. If you're having any technical difficulties, try logging out and then back in. That normally resolves most technical glitches, but if it doesn't resolve that, please let us know in the Q&A panel. If you happen to be in a conference room, watching with a colleague, or at home watching with a partner, please make sure that each and every one of you are logged in with your assigned Zoom webinar link. You cannot share links. Please use your own link. That link is attached directly to your ATS account, which is how we report credit on your behalf. So if you're not using your own link, please take some time now to log into a separate device or a second window so you can make sure that you get the credits that you deserve. Please also note that we will launch poll questions during the presentations, and we ask that you participate in those polls so we can confirm your attendance. Now, let's go over a few quick housekeeping notes to help you get the most out of today's session. Please use the Q&A panel for all questions, including session code questions. Please do not use the general chat. Please use the Q&A panel only. You'll see the little icon with the question mark. That is the Q&A panel. Please use the Q&A panel for all questions. Today's seminar features 6 AIA HSW, 2 GBCI, 2 AIBD elective, 4 AIBD primary, 1 sustainable design, and is valid for the following Canadian provinces. We will report AIA, GBCI, and AIBC credits on your behalf within 10 business days. So if you're a member of AIA, GBCI, or AIBC, please check to make sure that your association numbers in your ATS account are accurate so we can assure a smooth crediting process. For everything else, you get a certificate in PDF form. That is 1 certificate for every course you take with us today, and those will be available immediately after entering your session code. And if you're new to the session code process, I'll review that after our first speaker. Also, please note if anyone is trying to access the ATS account, there's currently a global Cloudflare outage that is affecting many sites, including our site, atsseminar.com. So we're hoping that that issue gets resolved later on in the day. But right now, I don't think you're able to access the ATS account. Just make note of your session codes as they are announced after the end of each session. And where can you find those certificates, you ask? Once you log in to your ATS account, once it's working, you will click certificates on the left. Then you will see all the courses you've taken here at ATS. And to the right of that, you'll see a small certificate icon. And when you click on that, your certificate will pop up and it will look something like this in PDF format. And also, again, once the site is back up, you'll be able to retrieve your handouts from today's speakers. Those are available directly via your ATS account dashboard. And again, if you're new to this, I'll explain how to access your dashboard after the first presentation, which is with Patrick Woodman from Windsor One for sustainable exterior envelope. Patrick, hello, how are you? You're here, but I'm not. Let me pop
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
There I
I'm doing
am.
well. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
How's everything?
It's going well. It's going well. I'm gonna pull up my slideshow to make sure you guys can see it.
Absolutely.
Give me 1 second. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yes, one moment. Let me just make sure you're set on my end here. You're all set, Patrick. Take it away.
Okay. Cool. So my name is Patrick Woodman. I'm the territory sales manager for Windsor One in Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee. Western Pennsylvania and Indiana. We are a prime finger jointed radiata pine company selling to homes. So this is going to be sustainable exterior envelope, and we'll go over that. So I appreciate your guys' time. So this program is registered with the AIA CES for continuing professional education. As such, it does not include content that may be deemed or construed to be an approval or endorsement by the AIA of any material or structure or construction or any method or manner of handling, using, distributing, or dealing in any material or product. Questions related to the specific materials, methods, and services will be addressed at the conclusion of this presentation. This is one AIA HSWCE hour. And this is copyrighted material. This presentation is distributed by, is protected by U.S. and international copyright laws. Reproduction, distribution, display, and use of the presentation without written permission of the speaker is prohibited. This is the Green Business Certification, Inc. This course is approved by GBCI for continuing education. Approval for this course indicates that it will be monitored by GBCI to ensure that it upholds the quality, relevance, and rigor necessary to contribute to ongoing learning in knowledge areas relevant to the green building industries. At the end of this course, participants will know how to increase the durability of wood products used on the building exterior envelope, understanding best installation practices, and differences between popular wood treatments. So we're going to go over a few things today. Our learning objectives will be biological effects, identifying how biological agents affect the durability of wood products installed on the exterior envelope, how these conditions can lead to product failure, and how these factors can be remediated. Environmental effects, identifying the effects of environmental effects play in compromising the dimensional stability of wood products, preventable measures, distinguish common installation mistakes and preventable measures that can be taken to ensure that wood products reach their maximum lifespan on the exterior building envelope. Prolonged durability, evaluate methods for increasing prolonged durability of wood products. And there's going to be two main factors that affect the durability of wood. These are going to be biological agents and physical deterioration. So with biological agents, the most common biological agents that affect wood products are mold, fungi, surface growing organisms, and insects. All of these factors diminish the durability of wood products and can potentially result in failure of the product in the field. What is a biological material consisting primarily of cellulose, lignin, and hemicellulose? These three structural polymers make up 90 to 99% of the wood mass and give wood its unique properties that make it an excellent structural material. Of these three structural polymers, cellulose and hemicellulose, or a complex sugar, serve as the initial food source for mold and fungi. Inside a living tree, the bark provides an excellent barrier against fungal and insect attack. Once the tree is harvested, these protective effects decline, and the many spores present in the air can settle on the surface and colonize the wood. Also, the food sources for mold, the stored sugars, starches, and other compounds are exposed when logs are processed into lumber. And then we have fungi. So wood decay fungus is a variety of fungus that digests moist wood, causing it to rot. Some species of wood decay fungi attack dead wood, such as brown rot, and some, such as Armillaria or the honey fungus, are parasitic and colonize living trees. Fungi that not only grow on wood, but actually cause it to decay are called lignicolous fungi. Various lignicolous fungi consume wood in various ways. For example, some attack the carbohydrates in wood, and some others decay lignin. Wood decaying fungi can be classified according to the type of decay that they are caused. The best known types are brown rot, soft rot, and white rot. So all four fungi have the basic requirements for growth: sustainable temperature, oxygen, food, and moisture. Eliminating one of these required elements can prevent fungal growth. Mold fungi have fairly broad temperature requirements, but most grow best at temperatures between 70 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Most fungi require oxygen to function. In fact, one method for preventing stain and mold in wood is to submerge it in fresh water, which fills the wood cells with water and limits the ability of oxygen. Lumber and wood product mills often utilize this method by spraying log decks with water or storing logs and ponds at the plant. Wood can get wet and dry multiple times, provided it has the opportunity to dry. When it stays wet, rot starts to become an issue. This affects all wood, old growth and new growth. So just like fungus and mold feed off wood, so do insects. Some insects eat wood, some make their home there. So although pest remediation is always an option, you have your best bet is to build with products that either have natural or man-made resistance to insect infestation. And just like with biological agents, there are several factors that affect physical deterioration. Warping is the only physical deterioration that is not affected by moisture. And we'll go over all of these different kinds of shrinkage, swelling, warping, checking, splitting, surface weathering, and chemical agents. So all wood contains moisture. Wood in its green form generally has greater than 30% moisture content. Even wood that is kiln dried will often have a moisture content ranging from 12 to 18%. As the wood acclimates to the environment, it can continue to dry, causing the wood fiber to shrink, as seen in the picture above. Wood shrinkage can be especially problematic if miters are used on exterior applications. Using butt joints is the recommended way to join wood together on the exterior. Swelling, which is when wood reaches an equilibrium that the environment that is installed, if there's greater moisture in the air, wood will continue to absorb moisture until it is acclimated with the environment. This is illustrated in the photo above. Not only is the humidity of the air important, but also the materials that it comes in contact with. So storing material in the humid environments or near concrete or dirt will increase moisture content. Installing materials in unheated or unconditioned environments during wet winter or summer months will also increase moisture content, resulting in expansion. So there's going to be 5 different types of warping as a result of internal stress in the tree. This is often the result of how the tree is grown or was cut. So the first will be bow. That's going to be a warp along the length of the face of the wood. Crook, that will be a warp along the length of the edge of the wood. Kink, localized crook, often due to a knot. This actually occurs when the saw blade hits a knot and is the only one caused by the mill. Cup, a warp across the face, across the width of the face, in which the edges are higher or lower than the center of the wood. Twist is a distortion in which the 2 ends do not lie on the same plane. Checking. Checks are cracks that occur at the ends of the lumber. They are caused by shrinkage differences between the surface and the core of the drying lumber. Since the ends and surfaces dry first, they tend to shrink first, but are restrained by the swollen core. Splitting. This is going to be a more extreme form of checking. Splitting often threatens the structural integrity of the wood products. And then we have the surface of weathering wood. UV light. What UV light's going to do is it's going to lead to discoloration. It's going to lead to loss of surface morphology, and it's going to result in checking and cracking. Climate factors will also affect the durability of wood on the home. Wood is going to behave differently depending on the climate conditions for where it is installed. Next, we'll get to chemical agents. A big one for this will be nail sickness. And nail sickness refers to a weakening that is commonly observed in the wood that surrounds corroding fasteners such as nails, spikes, screws, bolts, etc. This is caused because wet wood not only causes metal to corrode, but when combined with the slightly acidic nature of wood conditions are created that accelerate the corrosion process. Often when looking back at a piece of lumber, you will notice a black discoloration near the metal fastener head. This is evidence that some corrosion is taking place. In treated the boards, some processes accelerate this process, increasing the rate metal fasteners corrode. And then we have moisture. So the way moisture affects woods is going to be in a variety of different ways. As we spoke about earlier, in order for most biological agents to take hold of a wood product, it needs the following 4 requirements: temperature, food source, oxygen, and moisture. The only one of these three that we can control is moisture. A certain percent of moisture is always present in all manufactured lumber. Knowing the moisture content in the materials you use is key to ensuring that they hold up well over time and do not develop issues over that same period. And then we have the proper installation and building practices. So we'll go over proper storage, moisture content, nailing, pitch and flashing, caulking, exterior columns, clearance, and priming all cuts. So proper storage. So before we start a job, we want to be sure that all materials on the job site are properly stored. The majority of wood products should be stored above ground and out of the weather, preferably in a garage or other conditioned storage space. Make sure to elevate the material off the ground on stringers. This is important even in a conditioned space, as the bottom of the material can absorb moisture through the concrete. Oftentimes when you buy lumber, it is stored indoors. When you move it to an unconditioned garage and lay it on the concrete, moisture will actually wick up through the concrete to the wood, since wood is hygroscopic. Outdoor storage. If we must store wood products outdoors, we want to make sure that you cover the product and provide a slope so that the moisture falls from the boards. As before, store the material on stringer above ground. Leave the bottom exposed so that the air can circulate. It is important to make sure that the center of the tarp is elevated so that the water runs off the tarp. Tarps are not 100% waterproof. And once again, just to stress, water is our biggest enemy in the wood industry. And then we have moisture content. So earlier we learned what a crucial role moisture content plays in how a wood product performs. How many of you have had hardwood floors installed in your homes? One of the most important things a hardwood floor installer can do is to acclimate the product to the home prior to installing it. If he's not using the product, it can expand or contract, ruining the looks of your floor. The same is true for wood products used on the exterior envelope of the home. Siding, trim, fascia, and soffit material, they all need to be acclimated to the environment where it is being installed. As a general rule of thumb, you should have a moisture content between 10 and 18%. Note, for every 4% change in moisture content, wood moves over 1%. So if you are over 30% moisture content, you will actually have total fiber saturation. You'll actually see moisture escaping when you cut it. So and this is just a little relative humidity chart showing the approximate relative humidity compared to the approximate moisture content. And this is a relative humidity map. So what we try to do is, when we stress this, is if we're taking something from the Pacific Northwest to somewhere out in Nevada, those are two wildly different humidity maps. So we want to make sure that that wood has the time to acclimate to the new surroundings. Now we'll talk about nailing. So nailing, we want to use either stainless steel or galvanized nails. So to limit the chances of nail sickness, you should only work with galvanized or stainless steel nails. Both of these types of nails will hold up longer and deteriorate less in both standard and treated lumber. These nails are strongly recommended for areas along the coast where products are exposed to harsher, wetter conditions. We have another issue, which is overdriven nails. So it is important that overdriven nails are filled immediately. Use an exterior grade wood putty and spot prime the area after the putty dries. Failure to do this not only hurts aesthetically, but it might void some treated products warranties, as the envelope of the board is now breached. To avoid overdriven nails, use a flush nailing device. Then we have the 5 Ds of durability: design, deflection, drainage, diffusion, and durable products. So this is an important part of our proper building practices and installation. So design. Modern materials require more care than the materials used by past generations. It is important to incorporate best building practices into all your designs. And the picture is just an example of the different parts of the house. And then we also have design according to region. Example would be in New England, it's important to include greater overhangs. So in an area with significant snowfall, you have a greater roof pitch, unlike what you'd see in an arid environment. Then we have the different types too, as far as colonial, Mediterranean, arid, and deep South or Caribbean. It is important to note that building scientists and manufacturers both agree on these best building practices. And here's just a couple different companies and organizations that are part of this. So deflection, in order to prevent mold, mildew, and rot, proper pitch, flashing, and caulking must be employed. We want to keep that at a 1/4 inch gap. And we also want to keep that at a 30-degree pitch. So pitching and flashing, we can see on the left, there's no drainage. On the right, it is pitched 30 degrees for drainage, as well as that little slit below. So when you come across water problems on a home, one of the most common causes is incorrect use of flashing. All horizontal unflashed profiles, examples would be like wooden windowsills, water table trim, bead, and moldings. These all must be sloped to ensure proper drainage. These profiles should be pitched 30 degrees to drain water quickly. And once again, this is just another example of how we want to keep water away from our wood. And this picture right here is an example of a properly pitched windowsill. So flashing, this is going to be an important line of defense against water and wall assemblies. Use flashing to intercept and direct the flow of water away from the building to design drainage paths. Install horizontal flashing, extending from the top of all windows and doors. And where there is any change in material or direction, the flashing should tilt downward approximately 30 degrees to allow water to drain away from the wall. Do not caulk where the flashing and trim or other materials meet. Note that caulking in lieu of flashing is not acceptable. And then we have caulking. Caulking, we're going to use an exterior grade high performance acrylic latex silicone, acrylic, or urethane caulks and sealants to seal gaps around the windows, doors, corners, and other exterior joints that are exposed to potential water intrusion. This does require maintenance. Caulking is not a permanent solution, and as such requires regular maintenance. It does not if not inspected and maintained, caulking may fail and trap water, creating severe water problems. Do not rely on it as the only barrier to water penetration. Do not caulk areas that will prevent water from escaping the wall cavity. So that would be under windows, around flashing. There are many different types of caulking. Some come in PVC tubes, some come in cardboard. The reason some come in cardboard is because that caulking will actually eat away at the PVC. So you need to know what you're using so that the PVC siding or trim is not accidentally damaged. Drainage. Drainage is going to provide a means for moisture to escape. So we don't want to inhibit or block the potential flow of moisture. Weep holes and drainage systems must be incorporated into every project. And these are just a couple examples of our drainage systems, from weep holes to eaves troughs to gutters. And then we have diffusion. We see this on a lot of houses. A lot of people blame it on the painters, but we just wanted to give you guys a little update on how this is caused. So diffusion through evaporation is the means by which we encourage moisture vapor and liquid water to dry. When siding a home, the area between the siding and the house wrap must be ventilated with openings on top and bottom. This prevents moisture from developing behind the siding. In the image above, moisture is trapped behind the wall, causing the siding to delaminate. This is an example of breathing room. We see we have the insulation, sheathing, house wrap, most importantly, the gap, and then we have the trim or siding. On the other side, we do not have that gap, which is going to result in more moisture getting into our product. So in these two photos, you can see how the builder is incorporating proper diffusion through rain screen construction. And then we have exterior columns. In the exterior columns, we'll have peel and stick membrane to strapping to base trim, peel and stick membrane to flashing to base cap, as well as a rain screen. And then we have the column wrap. We also want to keep a 2-inch gap at all columns. So a great example of using proper breathing room comes into play when building exterior columns. Exterior columns are most commonly built by wrapping a pressure-treated post affixed to a cement base. Be sure to leave at least 2 inches of ground clearance from the base of the column to the ground. Not doing so may result in the wood material wicking up moisture, causing the boards to swell and potentially rot. If the column needs to be wrapped all the way to the ground, it is suggested that a PVC be used for straight to ground construction. Columns must be constructed to incorporate an air cavity. Between the trim boards and the underlying core, ventilation and drain holes must be included at the top and bottom to ensure proper airflow and drainage. The diagram illustrates proper column wrap construction. So the two things that we want to stress, we want to ensure proper airflow and drainage, and 2-inch gap at the bottom. So these are two examples of column construction. You want to make sure that you wrap your pressure treated post with a rain screen. This is because that post can hold a lot of moisture that can actually wick into your trim if you actually place it directly against it. So we have covered the first 4 Ds. Before we move on to the 5th, we're going to give you a cheat sheet to help you with best building practices. So we need you to write this down: 6, 2 inches, and a quarter. If you and your builders remember these 3 numbers, it will greatly reduce any future claims that they may have on the exterior envelope. 6 inches above grade, ground clearance. Water table or skirt boards and corner boards must be a minimum of 6 inches above the grade. Roof clearance, 2 inches above roof. So trim that extends down to a roof, so dormers, second floors, etc., and decks require a minimum 2-inch gap to avoid wicking. Flashing clearance, 1/4 inch above flashing. Flashing is imperative, but maintain a 1/4 inch gap for a capillary break. Prime all cuts. Lastly, this is something that people forget about often, but do not forget to prime your cuts. The ends of all wood and fiber cement products absorb water. Be sure to prime any end or cut surface to protect against moisture penetration. Increasing the durability of your wood products. Durable wood species, man-made durability agents. Now we get to our 5th D, durability. So have you ever wondered why does wood window sills from the 1900s look so good, but trim installed 10 years ago is rotting? So the first answer to that is it is old growth wood and is being coated with lead-based paint or metal-based. So hardy wood protected with metal. In today's environment, we do not have access to the old growth species, and there are health ramifications with LEED base points. So the woods that we have going from left to right are going to be redwood, pine, cedar, and hemlock. These are all durable wood species. So natural decay resistance depends on the nature and the amount of fungi toxic extractives in the species. Phenolic compound extractives are believed to provide the most durability. So those compounds are generally found in the heartwood. The sapwood of all species is considered non-durable. This is true for all species: redwood, cedar, hemlock, cypress, black locust, teak, etc. Because of the limited availability of old growth and high cost, the majority of building materials are made from a mix of the heartwood and sapwood. And in this picture, we can show you what the heartwood looks like, and these are the limitations of durable species. So this is the limitations of durable wood species. We got to give credit to the Forest Products and Wood Science books, an introduction by Jim Boyer, Robin Chemlinski, and John Haygreen. So only heartwood or naturally decay resistant species is resistant to decay. Variability within a species, location in the tree, age, and rate of growth. And this image is an example of a yewood species. So for the old growth forest that predates the massive clear cutting that had been done in this country. In an effort to preserve the remainder of this valuable resource, there have been many regulations and restrictions regarding on the harvesting of it. And what we describe as old growth is considered something planted over 120 years ago. Everything after that is second growth. And new growth, the kind of wood that we're using now. So for the reasons that we no longer harvest old growth lumber, the forest product industries has trended towards the use of plantation grown lumber. New growth lumber is less forgiving when not installed properly. Due to the fact that the majority of building products are made from younger plantation grown wood, it is essential that proper installation using industry best practices stated above are followed. So cutting lumber, we have plane sawn and then we have quarter sawn. So because we are working with smaller timber, we also had to cut lumber differently. Historically, we were cutting lumber in the quarter sawn or fashion creating vertical grain. Most timber today is cut in the plane sawn manner. So we had greater yield from our trees, less dimensionally stable. So we had more cupping, twisting, checks. Shown in the image above, we have the plane sawn and the quarter sawn. And on the left, you're going to see a couple different examples of cutting lumber. We have plane sawn and then we have quarter sawn cuts. So because we are cutting lumber differently, the dimensional stability has also changed. So in order to ensure a dimensionally stable product, you may choose to specify quarter sawn or vertical grain or an engineered wood product such as finger jointed lumber. And on the left, we have the finger jointed lumber. You can see that kind of zipper type finger joints in there. So finger jointed boards are made from smaller wood pieces that are glued or finger jointed together. The defects, knots, pitch pockets, etc., are removed, giving you a more dimensionally stable or straight board. This is in contrast to the SPF image you see on your right. And then another example of how we are going to increase the durability of wood, we have the borate treatment methods. So they are commercially applied and field applied. We have the Copperazole pressure treatment, LOSP, the solvent vacuum pressure treatment, and the TrueCore. So there are many different types of man-made wood durability agents out there today. We're going to review the major ones and the pros and cons of working with each one. So the borate treatment method. The borate treatment method, is sodium tetraborate, sodium pentaborate, boric acid, and most commonly decidium tetrahydrate. Can be factory applied, pressure spray, or field applied, dip, sprayed, and brushed. So the borate treatment method, the pros, it's going to be effective against fungi, insects, and is fire retardant with higher retention. Excellent penetration even on refractory or difficult to treat wood species. It has a great reputation for safety, no color or odor, non-corrosive, and can be finished. So the cons of the borate treatment method. This is not going to be suitable for applications where wood is exposed to frequent wetting or leaching, and the variability in field application. Is it correct preservative concentration? Is it end grain only? So we have the pressure treated. This is the copper azole. So the copper azole preservative incorporates organic triazoles such as tebuconazole or propiconazole as the co-biocide to control copper-tolerant fungi. Factory applied in pressurized tanks. And with the pressure-treated copper azole, the pros are going to be, it is effective against fungi and insects. Higher concentration of treatment make this an effective in-ground treatment system. With the copper azole, though, there are several cons. This is not going to be acceptable for indoor use. This is due to the high levels of heavy metals that this process can be highly corrosive to nails and fasteners. This does not penetrate the heartwood of the board, and this is increasing metallic treatment concerns, impact on the aquatic ecosystem's disposal. So galvanized nails and fasteners must be used to guard against the corrosive treatment system. So the LOSP, the solvent vacuum pressure system. So LOSP stands for light organic solvent preservative. This class of timbers, timber treatment use white spirit or light oil such as kerosene as a solvent carrier to deliver preservative compounds into timber. Synthetic pyrethroids are typically used as an insecticide such as permethrin, bifenthrin, and deltamethrin. In Australia and New Zealand, the most common formulations use permethrin as an insecticide and propiconazole and tebuconazole as fungicides. While using chemical preservatives, this formulation contains no heavy metal compounds. So the LOSP, the solvent vacuum pressure treatment, contains two fungicides, propiconazole and tebuconazole, and one insecticide, permethrin. Preservatives are insoluble in water, reducing the potential for leaching. Factory treated using vacuum pressure method. So we've got a few pros for this one as well. We have a three preservative system, two fungicides and one insecticide. This is going to offer protection of sapwood against rotten insects, suitable for applications where wood is exposed to frequent wetting. Solvents do not add water back into the trim. As well as some cons. So the LOSP contains VOCs. This has led to health and safety concerns, both at the plants where they are produced, as well as off-gassing on applications where it is used for interior applications. As it is familiar with pressure-treated products, LOSPs do not penetrate the heartwood of the board. This could leave areas of the wood that, when cut or planed, are not susceptible to rot and damage. This can be mitigated by having a bottle of approved preservatives, retreating the area, and then repainting. So once again, a couple of the cons are going to be it's going to contain VOCs, safety and environmental concerns, indoor use concerns, does not penetrate heartwood of the board, and requires retreatment of cuts and nail holes. And then we will get to TrueCore. So TrueCore is a process where borates and water are the main carrying agents that bonds organics to the board. A solution is sprayed onto all sides of the product and allowed to soak in over a 24-hour period in an activation chamber. TrueCore is used by over 90% of American window and door manufacturers as a way to protect their products. The preservatives in TrueCore are 3 fungicides. It is the tebuconazole, propiconazole, IPBC, and there are 2 insecticides, permethrin and imidacloprid. So once again, the propiconazole, tebuconazole, IPBC, imidacloprid, and permethrin. Full sapwood and heartwood penetration, no solvents used as carrying agents. So the TrueCore process is the only treatment system out there that penetrates the heartwood of the wood, eliminating the need to field treat exposed areas. It also does not contain any heavy metals, making it kinder to nails and fasteners. So the TrueCore Pros are 5 preservative systems, 3 fungicides, and 2 insecticides. It's going to offer full protection of heartwood and sapwood against rotten insects, suitable for applications where the wood is exposed for frequent wetting. This is gold indoor air quality rating, safe for the environment, no retreatment of cuts or nail holes, weather resistant systems. The TrueCore weather resistant system. This is a water loving particle added to the weather resistant system with the water resistant molecule, which gets to the water resistant wood. So this is going to minimize the effects of weather, reducing splitting, cracking, and checking, reduce moisture absorption, and better paint adhesion. The cons of this are going to be trace amounts of water added back into the product. So the takeaway for today is the biggest thing that we can take away from the information we just went through is that there are many factors that affect the durability of wood products you can use on the exterior of your home. All of these factors are manageable by using proper installation techniques and picking a substrate that has traditional or man-made resistance to both biological and physical factors. So once again, climate factors are going to be a big change. The house on the far left, just say that's in the upper New England. That's a different roof than we're going to have in the Caribbean or in the deep South. So the material contained in this course was research assembled and produced by Windsor One and remains property. Questions about the content of this course should be directed to the program instructor. And that's just what I had for today. Was that 50 minutes, Fujins?
It was close. Pretty close. No, but thank you so much, Patrick. We also have 3 polls. No, 2 polls that we can launch as well.
Okay.
One over here. And here is the first one for everyone. What material do you normally specify for exterior trim? And you have wood, PVC, fiber cement, modified wood, or other. Give you about 40 seconds for that. Thank you for awesome presentation, Patrick. Appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate the invite.
Absolutely. So let's get those polls going. And while you're working on the poll, there is your session code there on the screen, 138372. I've also dropped it in the chat. We'll go over the review of the session code process shortly. The ATS website is working on my end. Once again, everyone, we have a major Cloudflare outage that's impacting multiple websites, including ours. But the ATS site is currently up on my end, so definitely give it a try. But if not, just hold your session codes for later. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end this poll now and share the results. 29% wood, 6% PVC, 48% fiber cement, 6% modified wood, and we have 10% other. And we'll go ahead and share the second poll here. What is the number one cause of all wood installation failure? Is it second growth wood not being as durable as old growth, man-made treatment failure, or poor moisture management? Thirty more seconds. All right, thank you for your participation in the poll. And Patrick, is this correct? The majority is reporting poor moisture management.
Correct.
Awesome. All right. Once again, thank you again, Patrick. Excellent presentation. All right, everyone, 138372 is your session code. 138372 is your session code. In a few, we'll go over a review of the session code process, so hang tight. And once again, for those of you who are coming in a little bit later, if you're not able to access the ATS website, atsseminar.com, the ATS website is currently down due to a global Cloudflare outage, the global Cloudflare outage that is affecting many sites. I was able to pull it up, so definitely check on your end to see if you're able to access atsseminar.com. If you are able to access it, please let me know in the chat that it's working for you. Otherwise, it seems that the issue will be resolved later on in the day. No worries, your attendance and credits and everything are completely safe. Thank you for your patience. All right. We are a little ahead of schedule. We have our next session at 9:10 Central. But a few of you are already asking about where to find the course evaluation. The site is working for some of you. That's great. Good to know. So let's go into the review of the session code process. For those of you who are brand new to ATS, welcome. And it's very simple steps. I'm going to go into that right now so you can process your session code. The first one is 138372. And for those of you who are not able to access the site, again, there is a major Cloudflare. That's a big tongue twister. Cloudflare outage happening right now. So just be patient and the site will be working for you bit later on in the day. But in the meantime, please make note of your session codes. This way you can just keep track of everything and enter them later. So once again, 138372 is your session code. And test, just making sure my microphone is working properly because I've got a note saying it's not. All right. Continue recording. All right, perfect. All right, so there's two ways to access your ATS account. The first is via the ATS website, if it's working for you, atsseminar.com. And the second is via the ATS mobile app, which is available on both Android and Apple. And it's accessible via the QR code you see on the screen. If you go to your account on the website, please open up a separate browser window separate from Zoom and go to atsseminar.com. Or again, use the QR code to download the app. And to log in, please enter your email address and your password, the same information that you used to register for today's event. And if you get to the website and it says My Account, that means you are already logged in. Just click on the red My Account button and that will take you to today's agenda. On the screen, you'll see the words Enter Session Code next to each course in today's schedule. And since we just finished the first course with Patrick, Sustainable Exterior Envelope, click on the dark blue Enter Session Code button next to that course. And that's going to take you to the session code box. And in the blank entry field, enter the session code 138372. And next you'll click on the dark blue circle that looks like a play button, and that'll take you to the course survey. All right, so now this is the most important step. The course survey, you have 6 multiple choice questions and 1 open-ended question for presenter feedback. You do need to provide the feedback in order for your session code to process. So once you're done, hit the Confirm My Presence button. And once you hit the Confirm My Presence button, that green Confirm My Presence button, that's going to take you right back to the agenda for the day. And if everything was entered correctly, the Enter Session Code button should now be green Presence Confirmed. And that's it. So if you have any questions trying to submit, please let me know in the Q&A. But if you're not able to access the site at all, once again, just save your session codes and enter them later on once you do have access, because we do have that major Cloudflare outage. And if you are able to access your site, we have the download handouts button directly underneath the enter session code button, where you can access handouts from the speakers for today's sessions. All right. And again, we're a little bit early, a little bit ahead of schedule here, but our next session will be up at 9:10. If our speaker gets in a little bit earlier, I'll give her a head start. That's going to be luxury landscape design with Saskia from Renzen. And I will see if you have any questions in the chat. I'll be able to respond to them in the meantime. And if you have any questions, please use the Q&A. Please use the Q&A panel if you have any questions about anything else. Thank you. And hang tight. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're back on track with our agenda for the day. Here to present luxury landscape design. Please welcome Saskia with Renzen Inc.
Hi,
Saskia, hello.
everyone. Hi, Henry. How are you?
Good. How are you? I don't see you.
I know, I know. I was just telling our marketing manager to tell you that my camera is acting up, so I cannot, unfortunately, I don't have a camera right now.
Okay, no worries. No worries. We can still hear you. So whenever
That's
you
perfect.
have a chance, go ahead and set up your screen share.
All right. Should be coming up now.
Okay.
Put it in presenter mode as well.
All right. It is up. Take it away.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a good day so far. My name is Saskia Dennis. I'm the sales director of Renson for the West USA. I've been with Renson for 7 years now, based out of Los Angeles. So if you have any projects on the West Coast, you can reach out directly to me. We have other salespersons across the nation, however. So if you have any other projects elsewhere in the nation, you can be helped there as well. This presentation is an AI presentation, so you will get credits afterwards, after finalizing this session. The learning objectives of today. So we're going to talk about understanding modern living needs, exploring the principles of versatile outdoor living space design that combines comfort, functionality, and visual appeal. We're also going to talk about trends in architectural spaces, examine the current trends that are increasing the demand for multifunctional outdoor spaces in the architectural industry. Thirdly, we're also going to talk about how to integrate louvered roof pergolas in your design. So learning how to effectively use a louvered roof system to regulate sunlight and ventilation, adapting to different seasons for a year-round enjoyment and comfort. And then fourth, we're going to talk about how to incorporate screens and facade elements. So we're going to discover the roles of screens and facade elements in enhancing both the aesthetic and the practical aspects of outdoor living areas. So this is actually in short a little rendering of, of what we're going to talk about, a little picture. So it's the title of today's session is Integrating Motorized Pergolas into Modern Architecture. Okay. But before we dive into the actual AIA scope, I'm just going to briefly talk about the Renson story. So Renson is a Belgian family business active in 83 different countries with 1,300 employees. And we've been in business since 1909, so for over 115 years today. On the right side, you see one of our 7 factories that we have globally. This one is in Belgium. It's a 950,000 square footage facility that is used only for producing motorized outdoor living spaces. And if you're ever in Belgium, there's also a very nice concept, which we call the NOA concept right here. It's a very big backyard, basically, with 30 high-end outdoor living partners that we partner with. And they showcase their outdoor living solutions in that outdoor living space. So if you ever are in Belgium or close by, you're more than welcome to take a look at the facility. What is the Renson Promise? So we stand for durable quality. So we use the highest quality of aluminum that exists. We have a minimalistic design, so no exposed hardware, no exposed fasteners. Everything is nicely and seamlessly integrated. Intensive or extensive personalization, which will also be shown in this presentation. And ease of use and maintenance. We make it very low in maintenance. It is extruded aluminum, the product, so it's very easy to maintain and clean. What are our solutions? So besides the outdoor living structures, the motorized pergolas, we also do ventilation products, both mechanical and natural ventilation, exterior shading, so protecting the building or the window from heating up from the outside with fabric solutions, so zip shades it's called, and also with aluminum fins. And then last but not least, we also have the facade cladding, which is a siding product that is made out of extruded aluminum as well, also powder coated. All right, so that enters us in the presentation, the AI presentation. So first we're going to talk about some trends in outdoor living, which I'm sure are not unfamiliar, that you're not unfamiliar with. The first one is outdoor living is a premium demand. That is self-explanatory. People are not really just wanting an outdoor living space, it's kind of a must in their current projects. So both homeowners and developers increasingly prioritize outdoor spaces as a luxury must-haves, let's say. Then blending the indoor and the outdoor boundaries. So architects are seeking solutions that allow for year-round use of transitional spaces, not just a space that is used for one thing, but it could be an outdoor living space with an outdoor kitchen in there and an outdoor dining space, but it could also be, for example, an outdoor gym. So it could be used indoor and outdoor, basically. Climate resilience in design. So passive shading and ventilation are part of a high performance sustainable architecture. So basically, by opening the louvers, hot air rises because it goes up and it leaves your system through the roof. And also by positioning the louvers in such a way that it could block the sun, which is part of the sustainable architecture in that way. Post-COVID lifestyle shifts. So people want to be more connected to nature and they want flexible outdoor environments for work, but also for relaxing and for hosting, and still be connected with nature while being protected from the elements, which is the whole purpose of the system. So here's an example of an outdoor gym. The louvers are now slightly tilted to block the sun, but still allow for fresh air. But if the louvers are closed and let's say it starts raining, you can still enjoy working out outdoors while being protected from the rain. Outdoor dining is another example of an application of this type of product. And then also the demand for integrated customizable systems. So we want to make sure that it looks like it's not just an afterthought, but it was always part of the architecture from start. And we want to make sure that all the aesthetics seamlessly fit into the architecture of the overall project. So here's one example. The louvered roofs are right here on the left and on the right of this image. So it basically looks like it's supposed to be there from start, even though this was an afterthought, let's say, or an expansion of the existing building. Then here's another one, a residential project where the colors of the system, so there's 4 different roofs here, as you can see, and the colors of the system are picked in such a way that it blends in really nicely with the main house, let's say, so that it looks very seamless. And here's another one, which is a totally different project. This is actually a castle in France. You see there's quite a lot of louvered roofs on the side and in the front of the main building, which also blends in really nicely, even with a more, let's say, traditional looking projects. What are some of the architectural challenges that motorized louvered roofs solve? So the first one is solar gain. So that the louvers, they open and close, they're motorized, and you can stop them from turning at any angle to block the sun wherever it is. When the roof is closed, it's providing obviously full shade, but you can also open the louvers in such a way that lets in the sunlight, because sometimes, let's say in the winter, you want to use the sun to naturally heat up your window, versus in the summer, you want to do the opposite. So it's a very dynamic way to play with the sun, basically, in a way that it advantages you. Here's another picture of a retractable system where you can actually even have a fully open roof if you want to, and basically have the sun completely directly hitting yourself or the window if it's in front of a window. And another nice advantage of this type of product is that it offers rain protection as well. So when the louvers are closed, this is a good angle because it shows you the top of the louvers right here, and then the gutter, which is attached to, which is actually not attached, but it's part of the actual beam. You see these pre-drilled holes, so the water goes from the top of the louvers into the gutter, external gutter, and then into an internal gutter, and the water travels all around the system until it finds a downspout, and that downspout is integrated into the column, so it's seamless. You don't even see that there is any drainage. The drainage is just integrated completely. And the third thing is ventilation. So if you open the louvers slightly, hot air goes up, so it leaves your system. If you have a hot climate, it's typically a little bit cooler underneath the units than outside of the units. Design continuity, that's kind of in line with the trend that we were discussing earlier. So you can do so many things with this type of system, so many color options, so many accessories to really make it look like a true part of the project. It's not an afterthought, it's always meant to be there from start. And it blends in with your architecture. Even if it's modern or if it's traditional, it works in both scenarios. And then fifth, it's also pre-engineered, which is even better. You can be very custom with it, so you can choose different sizes. It's not fixed sizes either. There's maximum limits with in terms of how much you can do on 4 columns, but within those maximum limits, you can customize it to the fraction of an inch. And it's also, there's a lot of accessories, a lot of color options. So while it being pre-engineered, it doesn't limit you necessarily, which is great. As you can see, there's quite a lot of components that go into it. It's not just a square beam and then a square column. There's a lot more to it, as you can see on this image with all the parts hanging. Then what is it? Just to give it a definition, let's say. So it's made out of extruded aluminum that is powder coated, and it has operable louvers, meaning either just rotating only, up to 150 degree typically, or rotating and retracting for people that want a very dynamic system and being able to be fully exposed to the elements if you want to. And then again, the built-in gutter system, here's another angle, and I like this picture a lot because it also shows the diffuser in the gutter, which has a lot of benefits, not just extra protection for water drainage, because if it's really raining hard, the water goes into the gutter, it hits the diffuser, and it basically splits the raindrops in two so that they're not jumping over the gutter. But the most important feature or advantage of that little U-shaped aluminum mesh is a leaf catcher. So since the drainage is integrated and the downspout is integrated, we don't want leaves or branches to get stuck in there because then eventually your system is going to get clogged. So there's actually 2 protection features. The first one is that mesh here that just basically traps the leaves from entering the internal gutter, but you also see that there's pretty tiny holes drilled in the space between the external and the internal gutters. So even if it wouldn't be there, it still would hugely be protected. So this one is more for like smaller leaves or little branches. And then you can also enclose it or customize it, meaning you can have different side infills. This one here that you see on the screen right now is an exterior zip shade, which is an exterior rated fabric basically, where two zippers are welded, so one on each side, and they go up and down into a track. You can see it here, and the track is part of the actual column too. So in climates like Florida, let's say, or very humid and hot climates, it's actually great for bug protection as well. The primary function of this type of feature is sun protection, but the bug protection is a great additional benefit. And then on top of it, it also allows for a little bit of wind protection. It's not a hurricane-rated screen. The system, the structure itself is hurricane-rated. The screens are not. So you would have just to attach a wind sensor to have it go up and down, have it go up when there's a certain wind speed reached. Other than that, it provides some wind protection and, of course, also privacy. So a lot of features for a zip shade, let's say. And then a second accessory that you can add are these aluminum sliding shutters with either horizontal or vertical slats integrated. The panels itself can either be sliding or they can be fixed to create a wall. The third option is glass sliding doors, basically a standing system, whereas the aluminum shutters are hanging and there's a bottom track to basically make sure that it doesn't flop around in the wind. The glass panels are standing, so the weight is on below. Both of them can be ADA compliant because the tracks can be recessed. And the glass panels itself are single glazing, can be either clear glass or frosted. And it's also, impact proof. So when an object hits it, it's not big chunks of glass that are flying around. It's basically the same as with your car window, that it starts shattering in very small pieces and just dropping to the floor. So in that way, it's impact rated. And we also have, like, in between the panels, there can be brushes installed so that there's no draft feeling inside the unit. Another option are fixed walls, either horizontal slats or vertical slats. It's completely solid, so there's no way you can see through it, and it has a pure function of causing privacy, creating privacy. It's also extruded aluminum, so it can be powder coated in the exact same color of the system itself, so that it blends in nicely. Either the full height, as you can see in the back, or a rail height. So let's say if you have any lounge chairs, and this is a pool cabana, you can have privacy when laying down, but if you're sitting up, there's still visibility at the top, basically. Then there's also the possibility to make this type of system smarter by adding a rain sensor, for example, which you see here on the screen, a very small rain sensor that is not very visible. And then you can also have the wind sensor. The wind sensor can be attached to the unit itself, but it doesn't have to be. It can also be nearby the unit, let's say on a wall. And that actually it closes the louvers when it's getting windy, because the system is actually stronger in a closed position. It's not really the uplift that we should be worried about. It's more so like the louvers being secured, more secure in the frame so that they're not flying out of the roof, let's say. So that's why the wind sensor closes the louvers at a certain wind speed, which is 100 miles per hour. To protect your system, basically. It can be used regardless of the weather, and this is the whole concept of it. It's a 4 seasons pergola that connects you with nature, regardless if it's windy outside, rainy outside, or very hot outside. So in every climate, there's a use for it, especially in the ones that have 4 seasons, because then you can really be outside all year around. And then again, so here it is, ventilation and sun protection and rain protection. It can be operated via a remote control. That's the most standard way to operate a system like this, because most of them are operated with RTS signals, radio frequency. And a touchpad, same thing. Instead of having a remote, it could be a touchpad that is attached to one of the columns, and it also gives RTS signals to the louvers, the lighting in the louvers, or in the system, and the screens. All the other options are typically manually operated. And it can also be operated with a smartphone or be integrated into your smart home technology. Any type of smart home technology or smart home device, let's say, product that can send out hardwired signals can be used to translate that hardwired signal into an RTS signal. So there's a lot of ways to operate this system. And again, it's prefabricated, pre-engineered. So I always like to compare this type of product with Lego. The Lego blocks itself are standardized blocks, but you can create many, many different things with it. And here's a great example of it being prefabricated. So all these profiles that you see here and the column, the beams are all prefabricated. We just cut them to a certain length, and you have the exact size you need. And then in terms of configurations, there's a little bit of different options there as well. Freestanding, that means 1 roof, 4 columns, or 2 roofs, 6 columns, because it's modular, so you can couple as many roofs as you want. You can also have it wall mounted, which basically replaces the need for columns, which you see here in this picture. Here it's wall mounted, so you don't need a column here and here, unless of course you have a screen in the front, because the screen track is integrated in the column typically. You can also surface mount it onto a third-party frame, which you see in this picture. In this case, it's a wooden frame, but it could also be a steel frame or concrete. It could be anything that is of structural, that can structurally handle the loads and the weight of this type of product. But this is a top-mounted system. You don't have to be worried about the top-mounted system, because the louvers, when they are completely up straight, they're not surpassing the frame on the bottom, which makes it surface mountable, let's say. Here's the same picture with the louvers closed. You can also close off this gap here on the side with a hinged profile so that there's no light coming through. That's another option. And you can also integrate it into an opening, so sideways mount it inside an opening. This is a very common application in high-end residences where there's this type of roof extension with an opening in it. So to make it more dynamic and functional, you can drop in a motorized louvered roof system. And it's modular, so you can couple different sections together with a shared column in the middle and a shared beam. So it's not 2 side-by-side units, it's really like one shared column and one shared beam. And then you can just add some sliding doors or some screens or some glass doors and divide those little sections into private zones, basically, so that you can rent them out for private parties, or just because you want to. An open roof configuration is also an option. In that way, it's typically like to get a tree through, to create a little bit of variety. This is a perfect example of that. And then last but not least, but we can also attach a canopy to extend the system even more and to give it a little bit more shape. Instead of having more like a square frame, could be a design option to extend it with a canopy, let's say only on one side or all around or only on two sides. That's optional as well. What we can also do is reposition some of the columns. Typically, it's the columns along the pivot beam, and the pivot beam are the ones that is the beam where the louvers rotate in. Why would we do that? Let's say in this case here, you have a pathway, and if the column would be right in the corner, it would be ending up or landing right in the middle of that little pathway. So that's obviously not functional. So we can push them back about 1/5 of the total system. It's a kind of a case-by-case scenario because of structural reasons, but that is possible. Then what makes a quality louvered roof system? So up until now, I just kind of sketched or gave you the definition of a louvered roof and what you can do with it, but there's different levels of quality in the louvered roof segment as well. And the first big thing to look after is the louver design. There's something called a double wall louver, which you see in this picture. Here's the double wall, which actually makes sure that the louver is more sturdy. It doesn't deflect as much. A double wall louver, let's say if it has a deflection of 1 inch over 300 inches, a single wall louver would have a deflection of 1 inch over only 180 inches. So it's a lot more strong that way. Also, that it's flat on the bottom helps, not just for visual reasons, so that it looks more, let's say, clean, but also for maintenance reasons. If you have a single shaped louver that is typically S-shaped, can be a lot of dirt trapped in between the curves on the bottom. It's like a wavy ceiling at the bottom, so it traps a lot of dirt. And then if you open the louvers, all that dirt just falls down. So this is way more clean in terms of look, but also in terms of maintenance. And then because of that hollow cavity here, there could be an extrusion mate somewhere here, so that you can pop in an LED strip that is flat with the ceiling as well. This is what I mean. So a flush LED integrated into the actual louver. And this here in the back is actually that hinged profile that I was talking about. So you don't have any light coming in through the gutter. And it always is in touch with the louvers. Clever extrusions, that's also very important because that makes or breaks the system's look, basically. So in this case, you see a cut section of the pivot beam. This is that hinge that I was talking about earlier. And you see here in the beam, basically 3 different zones, let's say. First one is the top cavity, which is where you can hide motors, control boxes, so that you don't have to expose them outside of the unit. And nobody wants to see a motor, especially when you can look at the top of the system. It's cleaner this way. And then you have this section here. This cavity is for the screen box or for the screen tube and the fabric to roll up inside. This is where the hem bar would sit. So when the screen is up, you don't even see that there's a screen on the system. And then you also see that there's the external gutter and the actual beam is one piece. So it means that we don't just screw in the external gutter into the actual beam, but it's one piece so that there's no leaking possible in between the external gutter and the actual beam. And then here on the bottom, there's some hollow cavities. Why is that there? Because every time you want to attach a third-party element, let's say a third-party heater or some pending lights, whatever it is, you don't have to penetrate the actual gutter. This cavity is a safe zone to drill into so that you don't have to penetrate the gutter, which could only lead to potential leaks if it's not sealed well. So that's what I mean with clever extrusions. Then also comfort options can be integrated. So think about heating options, lighting options, power sockets, fans, all of those bells and whistles can be integrated. Yeah, some pictures behind it. Okay. Then silent rotation of the louvers. So we use the highest quality of aluminum, first of all. The highest quality of aluminum is 6063 T6 Special, which is the type of profiles also used for like aircraft and such. Stainless steel pins and fasteners, which is also important for corrosion. On the left side, for example, you see a stainless steel pin, which is thicker and also more durable. And on the left side, you see an aluminum pin, which is going to wear out faster, or it's not as durable as a stainless steel pin. There's no metal on metal contact in a high quality system. Here you see some gaskets around the pins so that when the louvers are opening and closing, they're protecting and they're not squeaking or not rotating inside of your frame. So it's not damaging and it's not loud that way. Then the brushes in between the louvers, which you can see here. So when the louvers overlap, it's basically acting as a soft close so that there's no metal on metal loud bang sound when you close the louvers. So that's why we have the brushes inside. And then, of course, a silent motor. That's another component that contributes to a silent system, let's say. Okay, then state-of-the-art gutter and water drainage. I already basically mentioned this, but there's a few things. So it's controlled drainage. First of all, the louvers are slightly pitched towards one side. The frame itself is level, but the louvers will be slightly pitched towards one side so that the water is not sitting onto the louver. Then you also see here this little nozzle at the end of the louver, which ensures that it's not going to drip with some wind underneath your system, but it's going to be navigated into the gutter. And then again, we have this reversed U-shaped mesh that acts as a leaf catcher, but also to split the raindrops in two so that they're not jumping over the gutter. And then the double gutter, the external one and the internal one, and the integrated downspouts so that it's not just splashing down in your column, but it's inside a downspout and then outwards at the bottom. Either through the gutter, through the base plate or lateral onto your pavers. Okay. Then also because of the design of the louver, let's say if it rained yesterday and there's still going to be a little bit of water built up, even though the louvers are slightly pitched, there's still going to be some buildup, but a lot less as opposed to if they were flat. But let's say the next day you want to rotate the louvers and you want to open them up. There's a little lip here at this edge of the louver that ensures that as you're rotating the louvers, the water is still going to be navigated towards the gutter. It's not just going to splash down onto your furniture. This is actually a good angle. This is the little lip that I was talking about. So if there's water here and you rotate the louvers, it will still be sent to the gutter as they're rotating. And then this is actually a good rendering. Oops. Yeah. Because it just shows you what you can do with a motorized louvered pergola. It's not just a pergola, it's actually an outdoor living space, a flexible, dynamic outdoor living space that you can just dress up with accessories to your needs, basically, and your wants. So you have the sliding shutters here with the privacy version that can close, folding shutters, curtains, fixed walls, lighting, heating, power, all the bells and whistles are possible. All right. And then in terms of engineering, state-of-the-art engineering is also an important factor to look at. Think about high snow loads, high wind loads. So actually this picture shows that each and every louver is individually locked, let's say, into the frame so that when there's heavy winds, gusts, that the louvers are not just shooting out of the frame because that could be very harmful. Aluminum expansion, so allowing for the system to expand and not make any weird sounds or damage your system. That's important. That's why there's gaskets, for example, around them, and no aluminum metal on metal contact. And of course, drainage and gutter system. How much water can it drain? Hurricane resistance, seismic basis, and of course, low deflection of the louvers, which is why there's a double wall. In the US, there's so many climates to consider. So having all of these engineering factors considered or taken into account is very important when selecting a louver-proof system. Now, how is it attached to a pedestal, to a footing, basically? Typically, it's a concrete footing, but could also be like a steel footing or some sort, something that's the footing is typically something that the engineer designs. But how is it attached? There's a base plate on the unit and an inner column. And that inner column is attached to the outer column, the sleeve. And then how are the screw holes covered is by clicking on profiles in the corner so that there's no exposed hardware. But the strength comes from the base plate and the inner column. And the inner column can go up all the way up to the top or somewhere around 5 feet upwards into the sleeve. And then there's 4 attachment points in each corner of the base plate that go straight through your footing, basically. So that's how it's attached. Then let's look at some projects and some different applications of motorized louvered pergolas. First of all, we have high-end residential, which is a very common application. Think about a house extension or a pool cabana. Could be an outdoor gym, an outdoor dining space. There's different applications within the residential segment. Here's a good picture of a more simple louver-proof pergola without many bells and whistles, just some heating here and some lighting probably, and potentially also a screen that is raised upwards so we don't know if there's a screen. And they're using it for there's an outdoor kitchen underneath and some chairs and a table, and they're just using it for outdoor entertainment. Then we have a pool cabana here in this example that is a little bit more dressed up. This specific one is also one that retracts. So you see one roof is a little bit open and one is fully open. You see some heaters in there, some of the sliding shutters again, and then glass doors in the front. You also see in the column here, I'm pointing at it in the bottom, that's where the drainage comes out. So that's the nozzle of the downspout. And in this case, it's lateral drainage, but you can also have it go all the way down. Then here again, that's same picture with the integrated roof as an extension or like as a part of the extension of the home. Another pool cabana here with a lot of lighting options and with the canopy. Also some sliding shutters, folding shutters, and some glass doors. Here's a good picture with integrated, it's hard to see because it's a dark ceiling, which is actually the point. You want to make it seamless, but there's heaters integrated into the louvers in this one. Then you can also see some fixed panels, which is also possible. You can just have one panel that is not moving as a design feature, or you can have them all in one line and sliding. Here you can see the heaters a little bit better because I believe they're turned on. It's shortwave infrared. So the nice thing about those direct heaters that are right above where people are sitting is that they're more effective than heaters that are in an angle. Because it has to touch your skin to basically heat up. Yeah. All right, then what is the next application? That's hospitality. Think about wedding venues or resorts or restaurants. Here's a good picture of a wedding venue on an island. So they use some of the fixed louvers and put some greenery around it. Also attach some pending lights, fans, some fans on the columns even, and that's where the extrusions, clever extrusions, come into play because there's a lot of cavities where you can attach third-party elements like that. Here's a rooftop with a more simple unit. That's a resort. And then restaurants again. Actually, for restaurants, this is an even better investment because it is really an investment in that case. Where, let's say, if you're in a climate like Seattle and you have this huge outdoor space that you normally cannot use because it's raining or it's cloudy or it's cold, now you can just close the louvers, close the glass doors, turn on the heaters, and all of a sudden you have plenty more table space that you can use all year around. So it's a very high ROI for restaurants. Here's another restaurant application, but this case facade mounted with columns on one side and wall attached on the other. Plenty of heaters, and then also some screens that you cannot see in this case. There's a few down here in the back to retain the heat when the heaters are on. Here's another restaurant application in Seattle. Sorry, not in Seattle, in Snoqualmie Falls. Here on the left side, you see the louvers open with some light and some sliding panel doors closed. And then when the sun is setting, they can also close the blinds, the shades, so that the sun is not, in affecting the people that are eating there. And then multifamily applications, that's also very, very common. This is a project specifically in Madrid, where they just use these pergolas as an amenity space so that people from the building can come up there and just hang out on the rooftop. Penthouses is another application. And then last but not least, commercial applications. This specific picture is Microsoft in Washington State. In this roof, actually, particularly, you see glass louvers. That's another feature that is possible, especially in climates like Seattle, where it's kind of gloomy and rainy. You want to make sure that you capture as much daylight as you can possibly capture, even when the louvers are closed. So when the louvers are closed, because it's raining, you still have that natural daylight coming through. And you also see that privacy wall here. Airports is another application. This one is the Delta VIP Lounge in Atlanta, where they had an issue that they didn't have enough space anymore, so they wanted to expand on the outside, and they wanted something that was dynamic, so they can close it in case the weather is not as nice, but they also wanted to be able to completely retract it so that people can actually see the planes taking off. And then offices. This one is a lawyer's office in downtown Los Angeles on the 55th floor, where they have 3 cabanas next to each other. And they use it for dining space and outdoor work office space for their employees. And then just office campuses in general. This one is in San Diego, an office campus, also used for their employees. A lot of those bigger offices, they struggled with getting employees back into the office, and they invested a lot in their outdoor amenities. Some even went as far as Olympic pool installation and cabanas for their employees to come back to work. So with that, I terminate the presentation that is AI related. I do want to tell you guys that there are quite a lot of resources available, like product-specific spec files per model, per accessory. We also have 3-part specification sheets. We have technical drawings, SketchUp models, product samples. So any type of product file or sample you need, we have it. And I also wanted to briefly just walk you through some of the other solutions that we offer that I didn't get the chance to present in this topic of the presentation, just so that you're aware that we also do this. So we have cladding, which is individually aluminum slats that snap into a clipper system. So basically it consists out of a horizontal mullion that you screw into your facade on top of the rain. It's not a rain screen, it's actually a siding product. And then they snap individually into these clippers. And these clippers, they can expand. You see these little hooks here? So when the sun is on your facade and it expands, it allows for a few millimeters to go left and right. And the whole purpose of this type of product is to make your facade elements disappear, like a sectional garage door or a doorbell or an actual door, to make it disappear and blend into your facade. You can attach LED lights as well, as you see here, as well as wood accents. It also comes in a horizontal application. Here's some other pictures of that with wooden inserts. These parcel boxes and letter boxes also are a solution that we offer. And then you have different types of profiles, so you can randomize them and create more of like a striking look like this. Or you can just go for the same profile that is a bit more minimalistic looking. Some other pictures, even high rises and bending facades, curved facades is also possible. Zip shades, we already briefly talked about it in the motorized pergolas, but they can also be used to protect your windows from overheating. It's actually a window application initially, and then we just reuse them as a freestanding application in a pergola or in a third-party patio cover. That's also possible. And they can be pocketed in, so when the screens are up, the fabric are up, you don't see them on your facade. So both options. And the nice thing about those zip shades, are very common in Europe, but the nice thing about the zip shade versus a roller shutter is that when you're inside, you can keep the view to the outside pretty well, which is shown here in this picture. And then here you see that it also can blend in really nicely with the architecture of your building. This one here is a pocketed in system versus on the left side, a surface mounted box, which is typically used in remodeling projects where you don't have the space to recess the box anymore. Here's another application on the left side. And then architectural louvers, we have a bunch of different louvers, different sizes, different shapes, different attachment methods. This is more a commercial solution, but we also have them for residential applications. So all those fins, the horizontal ones, the vertical ones, they can also be motorized, not just fixed. And then these awnings, aluminum awnings, and sliding shutters. Same thing there with the sliding shutters. Originally, they're used for facades and to protect your windows from overheating, and then we reuse them into the patio covers. Here's a project with that product in West Hollywood. It can be motorized if you don't have space to move them, as you see in this case. They can be motorized on a switch so that you can move them with the position of the sun. Here's another one with real aluminum slats. Real wood slats. All right. Thank you so much for your time. If there are any questions, I believe we still have some time to go over them. So I'll stop sharing right now.
Thank you so much, Saskia. Excellent presentation. We have no questions at this time, and we have a few polls that we're going to launch. So let's go ahead and launch those polls now. In the meantime, I'll put up the session code for everybody up on the screen. There it is. All right. And the first poll is, have you ever specified a louvered roof pergola in any of your architectural projects? And we'll give you about 40 seconds for that. All right. Thank you for everyone participating in the poll. We have 8% yes, frequently include louvered pergolas in their designs. 26% occasionally, but it's not a common element in my project. And 8% occasionally, but never a louvered roof pergola. And at this time, 59% have not incorporated pergolas in their projects as of yet. Okay, awesome.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and share the next poll here. Do you have any upcoming projects that may require specifying a pergola in the near future? Awesome. Thank you for those who participated in the poll. We currently have 8%, yes, have immediate projects within the 3 to 6 months, and 39%, possibly there are a few projects in the pipeline within 6 to 12 months, and 53% currently don't have any upcoming projects at this time.
Mhm.
Thank you for your participation. And here is the third and final poll for you all. What is your primary consideration when choosing a pergola for a project? Is it functionality and practicality, aesthetic appeal, or price? 40 seconds. Awesome. Thank you. And we have 61% functionality and practicality, 21% aesthetic appeal, and 18% price. Awesome. Thank you for everyone who participated in this poll. And Saskia, thank you as well. Excellent presentation as always.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day, everyone.
You too. Enjoy.
Bye.
All right, everyone. There is your second session code for today, 138396. And just a reminder, the ATS website may be temporarily down on your end due to the global Cloudflare outage affecting many sites. So please, thank you for your patience if you are experiencing that on your end. If it has been resolved, we'd like to know. Please let us know in the chat if it's been resolved for any of you. I'm currently here in New York State, and the site is currently up for me on my end. A few others are still experiencing outages on their end as well. So results may vary depending on where you are. All right. But please save your session codes. And if you are not able to enter them during the presentation, during the event, you have up to the end of the day to submit your codes. And even if it's still down, don't worry. We'll take care of you. You are in good hands. We'll make sure that you get the credits that you deserve. And with that, where are we now? We're a little bit early again with our schedule. Let me come back here on the screen. And we currently have a break at this time, and we're going to have a word from our sponsor at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. So you have a little bit of a extended break there, but hang tight. See you soon. Enjoy your break. Welcome back from break, everyone. We're back with the agenda for today. Please join me in welcoming our sponsor for the day. Here is Fred with Lincora. Fred, hello.
Diligence, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you? How's everything?
Good, good. Let me open my camera here. I hope you're having a good meeting.
Yes. So far, so good.
Looks like I'm frozen.
It does look like you're frozen.
All right.
We can still hear you.
Something's wrong with the camera. Okay, there we are.
You're back. Yeah.
All right.
I think
let
we
me
spoke
share
too
the
soon
screen
with a good meeting and all that
Yes, I
stuff.
did. I'll start my little timer and share the screen here. Give me just a sec.
Sure.
How's this, Fulgence? All right.
Just waiting for it to go full screen.
All good?
I'm still seeing the slides and everything on our end. It's not in full presenter mode yet.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, Fulgence. My apologies to all. I'm having a little technical problem here.
No worries, no worries. And it is officially full screen on our end now.
Okay.
You are
Problem
good to
is the
go.
slides are not changing. Okay, so
Okay.
here we go. I'm sorry. My apologies for all this. All right. So at Lincora, we help you imagine your locker. We are a manufacturer of custom and standard lockers. Custom is a standard at Lincora, and we offer premium lockers. We were founded in 75. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. A few pictures of our factory. We needed when we first invested in new equipment back in 2022, I believe it was. We needed equipment with brains to work with all the customization that we can do. So it's very easy for us to create all sorts of sizes of lockers. We basically have the dimensional capabilities of a windows and doors manufacturer. Very easy for us to customize sizes, and this comes at absolutely no extra cost. So I'll tell you a little bit more about this. What you see on the screen is what you get from Lincora. We offer lockers in these specific verticals, education obviously being a very important one for Lincora. Healthcare, public safety, we do a lot of fire stations, police stations. Other markets will include industrial in there, some institutions. At Lincora, we perform well on large projects. We are a project-based manufacturer. What we do is we minimize your risk, and we are with you every step of the way from the beginning of your project to the end. Typical scenario here at Lincora, we receive a call from consultants such as you, designers within architectural firms, architects, technologists themselves call us to have help, to make sure they have the right locker configuration for their projects. What we do from them is we have an advisory approach that we bring. So we add value in these different ways. We offer durable products. Our lockers will last 35, 40 years and more if they are well assigned and well planned based on the users that are going to be using them, also based on the environment in which they'll be used. We offer customization again at no cost, and the advisory approach that I just mentioned, where we are with you every step of the way again. So in terms of durability, of course, protecting the environment, you want to have a product that is durable, that will last a long time. The lockers are made of metal. Obviously, they are recyclable. Our products are designed to support LEED certification. We can offer without a problem any of the health product declarations and environmental product declarations. All these are up to date. We had a firm working for us for a long time now. It took about 3 years for them to go over all of our suppliers and our processes here to make sure that we are compliant to the LEED, or our products contribute again to the LEED certification of your projects. One thing about durability, our products are all welded. We do not use rivets to assemble lockers. So this increases the abuse resistance, increases the durability over time. Aesthetics, much better. It's not a rickety locker like you would find with rivet assembled lockers. So smooth, uniform finish, very top quality. The lockers on your projects often are part of the furniture. We like to say that our products correspond to that. This is the kind of locker you would get out of a riveted assembled setup. This is what we do not do at Lincora. Like I said, what we do is all welded. So a far better finish. Again, with our powder coats, this is something that's very important. We take specific steps in our design process to make sure that the lockers are durable. So we'll offer sloped bottoms. The bottoms are made of a special steel, providing more resistance against corrosion. We use galvanneal steel for our locker bottoms. Again, you see that the slope is towards the front. You see those perforations at the front where we actually get the water out. Humidity is the enemy here for lockers. So we make sure we get the water out as fast as we can, and we improve the airflow with all these perforations on the door at the locker's bottom. We use, of course, we use bases on our products. It's important. We use galvanneal steel on all of our bases, but we also offer an option for stainless steel, because this is what we want to avoid. We want to avoid these bottoms getting rusty. Here we have perforations at the bottom, but the water goes under the locker and it attacks the bottom. As the water slowly evaporates, it attacks the bottom. And this is the problem with metal lockers. This is what we're trying to avoid with our unique design features. Colors. We love to play with colors. And we encourage you as designers, as architects, to work with colors. A few examples of what we can do and how we can assist you with your elevation drawings, with your projects design, in using special colors, whether it's RAL, Pantone references. We do it all. And this is an example of a consultant that only use our standard colors. So you can make the environments a lot more lively than your good old typical beige type lockers or gray. Mind you, gray here, dark gray is nice with the blue doors. So we encourage you to play with this. We can certainly, our project managers here help out a lot in this sense, and the assembly process at Lincora is one of high quality. We really streamline the processes, so we know how to work with our paint shop, the assembly line, and get the right color combinations here at Lincora. So in terms of customization, this is the second way we add value. So we have here a configurator. Like I said, we have the dimensional capabilities of a windows and doors manufacturer. So width, depth, and height in 1/8 of an inch increments. So typically what you'll see are the common sizes on the left side here, 12 in terms of width, 12, 15, 18. Lincora's range starts at 9, goes all the way up to 45 inches in 1/8 of an inch increments. The same goes for depth and height. So a very wide range of capabilities in terms of sizes. And this comes at absolutely no extra cost because of the equipment I showed you earlier, and in conjunction with the configurator that we use. We have two main benefits coming out of this. We can imagine and create a locker that's going to meet the storage requirements. What you want to avoid, and this is something we see all the time, is what you have on the left. So a locker that is not adapted to the user's requirements. It's so easy to increase the height, increase the width a little bit, and make that locker a little deeper, add shelves. This is all part of the advisory approach that we do to make sure you have the right solution. A second good benefit of the Lincora configurator is that we'll adapt the locker size to the available space and not the other way around. So here's a good example of this. Here's a typical locker room. Users were planning to have 15-inch wide. They did not want to go down to 12 inches to increase the capacity, which was the issue here. The next standard size down of 15 is 12. So we said, well, maybe you want to just bring it down to maybe 13 and a half. This would increase the capacity of the room by 12%. Does this make sense in your project? Maybe not, maybe it does, but it's just one example of the advantage that we have when working with our configurator. Again, customizing these locker sizes comes at absolutely no extra cost for us or for you. So what is the process? How do we assess all these requirements? We use a form. We send this to you. We typically have meetings and we discuss what the user needs are. This takes 15 minutes. It doesn't take a whole lot of time. It's not complicated. Once we have all the information from that form, we create shop drawings through our configurator, shop drawings that you see. This is an example of the kind of shop drawing I can get you in 5 minutes, given your specifics, your project's requirement. From there, we'll go ahead and tailor the specifications for you. And we create these lockers with very unique information based on the locker we have in the configuration, based on the configurator. So we're with you every step of the way with the product's choice. We tailor the project specifications. We give you budgetary costings as well for your projects. This is just an example of the specifications we have. They are available on ATS on our website. Also, we use ARCAT, where you can also download the BIM objects of our products. A few projects, a few quick examples. Like I said, we do a lot of public safety projects. This is an example of lockers that were assembled or installed with the building's ventilation system to ensure a proper airflow. So we're pretty specialized as well. This is something you need to remember. So also what you need to remember, we offer durable lockers, long-lasting, top quality. We offer customization at no extra cost, and the process where we help you and we're with you every step of the way to make sure you have the right locker. So please don't hesitate. Give me a call, send me an email. I'll be glad to help you. We can create locker configurations for you in the form of shop drawings, get you budgetary costs on your projects. So there you go. That's the end of my little presentation. Fulgence, I believe you have a few questions for our audience.
Excellent. As always, Fred, thank you. Let's go ahead and launch the first poll here.
Sure.
Would you like to see a demo of the state-of-art Lincora configurator? We'll give you a few seconds to work on that one.
So we help you understand how we work with our configurator during these demos, and you can see how fast and easy it is for us to provide you with shop drawings, budgetary costs, and what is the extent of this very unique tool that only Lincora can offer to you.
Awesome.
We do offer $15 Starbucks cards to those who assist to our presentations. The next one, Fulgence, I believe, is in December.
Yes, I believe so. It's coming up in December. That's correct. All right, thank you for those who participate. Let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. And yes, we have several folks who would like to see a demo of the configurator. And let's go ahead and launch the second poll here. Would you like Lincora to contact you and organize a presentation for your team?
So this is also popular. We do offer lunch and learns remotely. I may not have mentioned this. Our products are made out of Canada. We are based here in Montreal. So if you're in the area, or we often go to Toronto, so that's not a problem for us to do a lunch and learn, whether in Montreal or Toronto. Otherwise, we'll do it remotely, and we'll take care of the lunches for you. Even remotely, that can be done.
Even remotely, that can be done. That is right. Thank you for your participation. We do have one person here who would like Lincora to contact them, so you'll get their contact information. And the third poll question. Would you want Lincora to get in touch and assist you with current locker projects?
So not a day passes here at Lincora where we have a consultant, whether again, architects, designers from architectural firms contacting us for our help on budgetary costing, uh, preliminary shop drawings to start the conversation within your teams, with your customers. And we get all sorts of requirements. We do, like, maybe we did not talk about this, but we're pretty specialized. We'll do electrical systems for lockers. If you want to charge anything, laptop computers within the lockers, we do also do that. So we're with you again every step of the way during these little sessions. Whether it's on the phone or on a Teams meeting, we can help you out very well.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go ahead and the poll and share the results. Yes, we do have a taker for that. So Fred, you'll get the contact information as well to get in touch and assist with current locker projects. Thank you everyone
Fantastic.
for your participation in the poll. Thank you, Fred. Excellent presentation as well. Love the samples that you always share. Awesome.
Thank you, Fulgence. You have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Take care.
You too. All right, everyone. You will have a slot when submitting your session codes next to a sponsor, and this is the sponsor code. Not to be confused with session code. This is your sponsor code 138420. You could submit that along with your session codes just to show that you did attend, you listened to Fred's presentation, and you were there. So it's just to confirm your participation. 138420 is your sponsor code. And we are moving right along with our agenda for today. Here to present Designing for Sound Control, Effective Green Principles and Practices. Please join me in welcoming Steve Gleason from Homosote. Steve.
Hello, Fulgence. I think Chris Hill will be here as well.
Okay. Yeah, waiting
Let's
for
see if-
Chris.
I
Let me
could
just
get
make
this
sure
thing
he's not
going
on the
myself,
attend.
though.
Say again?
I say I could get this going myself if we need to.
Yeah. And then when Chris comes in, I'll just patch him through. But I'm just checking to see if Chris is on the attendees end. I do not see him on the attendees end. Yeah, we'll try to get a hold of Chris while you get it started, Steve.
Very good. You see my screen?
Yes, my good friend. Take it away.
Let's go. So this is our course entitled Designing for Sound Control, Effective Green Principles and Practices. It's a 1 AIA GBCI credit offered by Homosote Company. Let me just get things happening here. So you will earn credits for completion of this course. It will be reported to AIA and GBCI. It's a registered course. All of the above applies. In this course, you will gain practical knowledge of effective principles of sound control and how they can be applied to the design of wall and floor ceiling assemblies. We're going to discuss building code criteria guidelines. We're going to include strategies to meet these guidelines using cellulosic fiberboard. And by the end of this course, you'll be able to specify optimal sound control strategies that best fit your project's needs. We'll discuss the qualifications and benefits of wall and floor ceiling assemblies. We'll review some of the principles of sound management, my favorite part. We'll describe sound control strategies that are particular to common wall and floor ceiling assemblies, and we'll examine some of these design methods specifically as they pertain to mold-resistant cellulosic fiberboards made from recycled materials. Here's our agenda: introduction, code considerations, wall applications, floor applications, and some other considerations. And we will just get right into things with how we manage sound. So sound management is, it takes all practical steps to ensure that the design process takes into consideration the protection of human health. We like to think that sound transmission has become a serious issue, so we're going to be talking about how we can deal with that in residential, commercial, industrial environments, people moving to densely populated cities, and this is an issue. So we have to take a look at comfort levels that we had from living in single family and kind of bring them over into the multifamily situation. To do that, we want to manage sound as best we can. But what is sound, right? Music and pleasant conversation, sound, noise, overly loud music. But you never know. You know, you might have had a tough night last night, and when you're waking up in the morning, The sound of those birds in this window that you left open could be bothersome. So noise is bothersome sound. So we'll look at the sound management types. Sound attenuation increases sound transmission loss between spaces. STC and IIC is how we measure sound attenuation. Sound transmission class, that's STC. Impact insulation class, that's IIC. We're going to do that through some basic methods, things like damped mass, decoupling, and absorption. We're going to also go into some other methods that are a little bit more esoteric. And again, that's kind of my favorite part in this whole program. We won't be talking that much about acoustical improvement, but acoustical improvement is how you make the space sound better. You can see that picture there. That's actually an anechoic chamber. That if you stood in the center of that room, it's so much absorption in there that you really can't hear anything, and it's a very, very unnerving experience. We take care of acoustical improvement through things like absorption, diffusion, and scattering of the sound wave. And we measure that with noise reduction coefficient. And that enters into a little bit with our STC and IIC, and I'll show you where it does, but not too much.
Steve, we have Chris.
Very good. I'll take this slide, Chris, and you can take over after this if you're ready.
Thank you.
Excellent. So in this slide, we introduce noise floor, and noise floor is a very interesting concept because there's always a noise floor in a room. The noise floor is above anything that rises above the noise floor becomes really noise. If I shut everything off in my office, just the noise hit, the air handling equipment is going to be generating 30 decibels or so. And we really want to be careful that we use noise floor and decide how different rooms relate to each other. And we can measure that with decibels, of course. So there's our handy decibel thermometer, where the threshold of hearing is at its 0. You get up at 110 decibels in a rock band. And if I had the studio to myself and I fired up my electric guitar with 2 or 3 amplifiers, that would probably be the threshold of pain. But as we go forward, we're going to be using decibels a lot. And Chris, if you're there, why don't you take over and take us forward a little bit?
Hey, apologies. The internet went down at a very unfortuitous time, so I was having a difficulty. But thanks for covering, Steve. You're always a professional, able to take it. So, hey, we're going to talk briefly about just the three-legged stool of sound management here, if you will. When we look at the key considerations that are going to affect sound attenuation or stopping that sound, we're really looking, decoupling is a key piece that we're going to be talking about. Mass, damping the mass, which is a key concept, as well as just the absorption that goes into there. Now, as was mentioned earlier, absorption is happening in the cavity, typically due to insulation. There's some other principles in there, but that allows us to get in there. So, oh, sorry, there we go. So, we're also going to talk a little bit about planar flex, some mass air mass assembly, cavity resonance, and the coincidence effect. So, go ahead, Steve, if you want to go to that next slide.
We have my screen. That's right. Yes. Okay, sure. So go ahead.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, you're running this baby. So let's talk code considerations here. So when we talk about code, the International Building Code, our IBC 1206, when we talk about code, there's airborne sound. Airborne sound is really obviously what you hear, what's coming from voices. So that is measured in STC, or sound transmission class, and code says it has to be less than 50. When we're talking about structural sound, think of being in that hotel room and the people wearing ski boots in the room above you walking around. That's going to be impact related sound. And that also needs to be less than 50 as well. So IBC 1206 is regulated, hey, in multifamily, we need to have it less than 50 in both of those areas. Now, if you switch to residential code, same concept. Walls and structural boards, but the limit is a 45. So we've just got a little bit less on those two as well. All right. So let's just talk about those numbers. What do those numbers mean? I think this is a great chart for allowing you all to just understand exactly what the numbers mean. An STC rating of 25, if you're sitting in your hotel room reading a book and the neighbors next door to you are having a conversation, you're hearing them at a normal speech at an STC 25.
At a 30, you're hearing them if they're loud, and you're actually understanding exactly what they're seeing. At a 40, the loud speech, you can hear it, but you can't tell what they're saying. You can just hear them yelling at each other. At a 50, you can see why we choose 50, because loud speech is barely audible and obviously unintelligible. And then 55, that's when that's the guru, that's the high point right there. You're not hearing anything. Go ahead, Steve.
Sure. So let's talk about testing. Testing is really an important thing. We test in accordance with ASTM standards. That's IBC 1206. But the first thing I always like to say about testing is make sure you get a test data document in front of you and read it. And in fact, while you're doing that, put your data document for your UL 1 hour fire resistance and take those two documents, compare them to what you're designing, and really see that everything matches up, because little things make a difference and everything needs to really be matching up across the board. In a sound test, different types of gypsum board, different stud spacing can make a big difference. But let's talk a little bit just basically about the sound test STC. We're going to build a sealed assembly between two acoustically balanced rooms. We're going to generate 115 decibels in the source room, measure it in a receiving room, and we're going to plot it on this graph in that blue wavy line that you see. That's the performance line. You see there's a little dip on the left and there's a little dip on the right. Those are weaknesses in that wall. And we're going to talk about where those dips come from. And then we're going to take the reference curve, which is the red line that has no coincidence dip and no resonance dip, because that's basically the performance line of a 6-inch brick wall. We're going to raise that until there are no more than 32 total deficiencies below it, or 8 in one frequency, and that's going to be our single number STC. And by the way, when you look at this graph, you can see that the bottom horizontal axis is frequencies. STC tests from 125 hertz to 4,000 hertz. The left-hand vertical axis is sound transmission loss in decibels. And when that reference curve lines up with the 500 hertz line, that's your single number STC. But remember, there's lots of great information below and above that, frequency-specific information. Now, the IIC test, it's pretty much the same thing the way they set the test up, acoustically balanced rooms, sealed assembly. The main difference with this is that they can't generate a frequency-specific sound. So they're going to be using this tapping machine, which is mostly mids and high frequencies. For that reason, the vertical line is not sound transmission loss, it's actual decibels. So it just goes the other way. And you can see, by the way, that little frequency dip on the far left on this as well. And before I go forward, I just want to remind you, get that test data document in front of you. Make sure everything lines up to how you're designing it. Chris?
Yeah, there are also some underneath the LEED version 4 considerations. There's some environmental quality credits and 1 to 2 points that can be achieved by minimizing noise levels in healthcare project designing. So this is just an option to make sure you're aware of where you can achieve these and make sure you're using that opportunity. You also have the opportunity, if you go to the next slide there, Steve, is building design. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Offer a 1 point for minimizing intruding noise, including requirements for STC and IIC. So the intent was, how do you find these acoustically sensitive areas that they define as like your bedrooms, dining rooms, those kinds of areas, and keeping noise out can also allow for some of those LEED points as well. So keep an eye out for those. Those are important. So let's talk wall applications. We said we're going to talk both wall and floor, but Steve, rock and roll. Here you go.
Yeah, this is my favorite part. So we're going to really show you some assemblies. We'll start with walls, and here's an unimproved wood stud wall. This is good base data, right? It's just a typical wood stud wall with a little pink fluffy in the cavity, some gypsum board on both sides, STC 36, and you remember that code is STC 50. So you've got a lot of work to do here. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing I want to introduce you to is something called Mass Law. Let's remember that how sound transmits is it vibrates a medium, right? A piece of gypsum board gets vibrated, so it resonates, and that resonance transmits the sound through an assembly. A brick wall doesn't vibrate very well, right? So you think the brick wall is going to stop a lot of airborne sound? It certainly is, but we can't build with brick walls. And the problem is that mass law tells us that we only gain 6 decibels of improvement when we double the mass of an assembly. So if you think about it, if you have a single plane of gypsum board, a single leaf assembly on a wall, and you're trying to get to STC 50, you're going to have a lot of straight mass before you get to that code compliance because of mass law. So we're going to start showing you some ways to cheat mass law. And that starts with building with a cavity. Problem with cavities are that they need to be managed, and cavities resonate. So that guitar right there is an old 1933 Gibson guitar. It resonates just beautifully. That's great for a guitar, right? But it's not so good for a wall. And it just so happens that that 2x4 wall assembly is resonating. Its critical resonant frequency, the resonance of that cavity, is 125 hertz, which is exactly the bottom line of the sound test. And it's also a troublesome fundamental frequency. So how do we manage cavity resonance? Well, the first way we do that is we put some insulation in the cavity. You could use good old pink fluffy fiberglass. You could use some mineral wool. And what's happening in the cavity of the wall is that the air in the wall is absorbing in the wall. This is where the first part of that three-legged stool, the absorption, is taking place in the cavity of the wall. And you can augment that absorption by introducing some insulation in the cavity, creating shear against the acoustical energy. But an even better way to fight against cavity resonance is to unbalance that resonance by using cellulosic fiberboard facing gypsum board across the cavity. So you have cellulosic fiberboard under your gypsum wallboard on one side. And the way that works is that the noise reduction coefficient of gypsum wallboard is 0.05. It's very reflective. But the noise reduction coefficient of cellulosic fiberboard right at 125 hertz is 0.55. So it's relatively absorptive. So you create asymmetrical resonance. And when you can accomplish that, you're taking that 125 hertz and you're dropping it down into the 60 to say 80 hertz range, which is well below the sound test, and it's also well below the fundamental frequencies of human speech and such. So you're really managing those low frequencies well. What other kind of problems do we have with a wall assembly? Well, physical transmission is obvious, right? Since sound travels at 12,000 feet per second through wood. But it only travels at 1,200 feet per second through air. But a fully coupled assembly, one that's just tightly coupled, allows for really good physical sound transmission. So what can we do about that? Everybody's probably familiar with resilient channels. Resilient channel, when it's properly used, installed horizontally and attached to the studs in the gypsum board, or wall planes are attached only to the channel, it decouples. It takes away that physical transmission path. So that's two dynamics that we've introduced you to, and that would be absorption and decoupling. But resilient channel also creates another dynamic called planar flex. So to illustrate planar flex, we'll hang a sheet on a clothesline and we'll throw a tennis ball at that sheet. And all that energy from that thrown tennis ball hits the sheet and it shears right off. Tennis ball drops right to the ground. Same thing happens with a sound wave hitting a planar, a flexible plane of material. And resilient channel does that well, but the problem with resilient channel is that if you put a few screws through into the studs, you've shorted all that out, taken it away. So you could use sound isolation clips with hat channel because it has a standoff for the screws. But the best way to do that is to use cellulosic fiberboard under the gypsum board, because the gypsum board is allowed to be attached only to that cellulosic fiberboard. Cellulosic fiberboard holds a screw at the number 10 drywall screw, takes over 78 pounds to pull it out. So you've got decoupling and planar flex using cellulosic fiberboard in a foolproof fashion. What other problems do we have? Well, we talked about how sound transmits through resonance, right? If a plane is able to vibrate, that resonance goes into the cavity. It creates cavity resonance, so there's actually a little bit of expansion of the sound wave, transfers out from the other side, and you've got a poor performing wall. Each layer of drywall resonates at a certain frequency, okay? So that's called its critical resonant frequency. And you can see here on this slide that the different thicknesses of drywall and then cellulosic fiberboard resonate at different frequencies. The reason this resonance is a problem is something called the coincidence effect. If you have two tuning forks that are in the same key mounted on a table, my lab table, for instance, say they're 18 inches apart. When you strike one, the one that was not struck will also start to hum. This is the coincidence effect, and this is exactly what happens in a wall. If you have everything lined up with the critical resonant frequency of your planes being the same, and that's when you get this resonance dip in your sound test. So how do we deal with that? Well, the first way we deal with it, and this is my favorite of all the dynamics, it's called damped mass. So just like when the tuning fork is humming and you touch it with your finger, what happens? It stops humming. So when you take some cellulosic fiberboard and attach it to the studs and then put the gypsum wallboard in intimate contact with that cellulosic fiberboard, the unique nature of that fiberboard damps the resonance of the gypsum wallboard. It's the finger touching the tuning fork. Has to be in intimate contact. You can also, though, do this in other ways. You can create multiple impedance mismatches by using planes of material that have differing critical resonant frequencies, right? You're creating material discontinuities and you're creating impedance mismatches, because it just turns out that if you use 2 layers of 5/8 gypsum board, it doesn't perform as well as if you use a layer of 5/8 and a layer of 3/8, even though you have less mass, because you've mixed up the critical resonant frequencies and created an impedance mismatch, you get a better performing wall. Let's talk a little bit about metal stud wall assemblies, and you can see some more base data. This is a steel stud wall, 20 gauge, or it could be 25 gauge. That would not be a bearing wall, or it could be used as a shear wall. But it's got 5/8 gypsum board on both sides. And again, it's got pink fluffy in the cavity. And before we go forward and start talking about how we do this, Fulgens, perhaps we should launch a poll question.
Yes, absolutely. It is there. Will just 2 layers of drywall on both sides of a wood stud wall achieve code compliance sound control? Yes, no, or I don't know. 40 seconds.
Remember what we said about mass law as a hint.
All right. Thank you for those who participated in the poll. Let's go ahead and share the results. So, gentlemen, we have 25% yes, 68% no, 8% I don't know.
So the correct answer is no, because you're dealing with straight mass. You haven't tried to cheat mass law. You haven't found a way to cheat mass law. You're having just straight mass. So when you double that gypsum board, you're only getting 6 decibels of improvement. You're not going to get to STC 50 that way. So let's go forward. We're going to be talking about metal stud walls. Let's get this thing happening here. So a 25 gauge metal stud is going to provide excellent planar flex. Remember what we said about the sheet on the clothesline and the ball striking the sheet. Sound wave hits that flexible plane and it shears off that energy. It actually shears it into heat energy. The problem is that if you're using a thicker gauge metal stud, like an 18 gauge or even thicker, because you have to have a bearing wall or you're going to do a shear wall, it's going to perform exactly like a wood stud. So you're going to have to be taking some more dynamics into consideration. So here is my favorite slide in the deck because it takes all of the dynamics that we're talking about and puts them in one place so that we can see how they work and what components make them work. So on the left, we have a wood stud wall, could be 2x4s, could be 2x6s, and it's depending on resilient channel for its sound attenuation. That's an STC48. And what's the resilient channel doing? If we remember, we're decoupling. We're taking away the physical transmission path and we're establishing planar flex. STC48 doesn't quite make code. There is a resilient channel out there called RC Deluxe by Clark Dietrich, which is patterned after the original 1962 dog bone hole shaped resilient channel. And that does get you an STC51. Over on the right, we have a constrained layer damping assembly. And that constrained layer is made by two thin layers of gypsum board with a viscoelastic compound in between them. It's called constrained layer damping. That viscoelastic compound is damping two layers of mass. This would be something like specialty drywalls that I'm sure you're all familiar with. That can be done with a cellulosic fiberboard, and in fact, a little later we'll show you how to do that on a floor. So you've got your damped mass, but you also in this one have planar flex because it was built on 24-inch on-center studs. I know it's subtle, but if it was built on 16-inch on-center studs, that STC52 would go down to STC48. So these dynamics are somewhat subtle, but they really make a difference. And the assembly in the middle with our friend cellulosic fiberboard has everything that we're talking about. The cellulosic fiberboard is fastened to the studs, and the gypsum board is fastened only to the cellulosic fiberboard. So you're decoupling the gypsum board, taking away the physical transmission path through the framing members. You're also creating enough planar flex to make a difference. That intimate contact between the two is giving you your damped mass. The cellulosic fiberboard facing the gypsum board across the cavity is unbalancing the cavity, so you've got lower cavity resonance. And the gypsum board and the cellulosic fiberboard combination on the leading edge of that wall is creating impedance mismatches, so you're unbalancing the planes as well. So these are all of the ways that we cheat mass law. And let's go forward. So I love to talk about cavity resonance, obviously. It's one of my favorite dynamics because it's so often overlooked and it really makes all the difference in the world. And this really illustrates that because on a double stud wall, it's really easy to create that cavity resonance by putting two planes of gypsum board in the septum of the wall, creating that little 1-inch cavity. And it resonates really high, like at 250 hertz. So look, you have all that mass on that wall on the far left depiction, all that mass, but only STC44. So let's go to the center illustration. You've taken one of the planes of gypsum out of the septum of the wall. So you've created a deeper cavity, which resonates at a lower frequency. So you have less mass, but you have a higher STC. Once again, we're cheating mass law. Over on the far right of this slide, you have the correct configuration of a double stud wall when you can do it. You have all of your mass on the outsides of the wall. You have a classic 2-leaf assembly. And remember, we're trying to avoid multiple leaves at any time. So this is an STC63 wall. The problem with this STC63 wall could come up if you need to have a shear wall. And oftentimes you want to put that shear plane in the cavity of that wall. And if you can avoid that, do so. Because once you put that shear plane in the cavity of the wall, you're creating a triple leaf construction again. So if you can, when you have a shear plane on a corridor wall, a double stud wall, install that shear plane on the outside of the wall under your gypsum board. If you have to, for space reasons, and you have to put that shear plane in the middle of the wall, make sure that on the other side, opposite that shear plane, is some cellulosic fiberboard so that you can once again unbalance that resonance and try to get that cavity resonance to be at a lower frequency point. Let me take one more, Chris, and then we'll get you back involved here. And this one is flanking sound, another overlooked dynamic that really needs to be talked about. And obviously sound passes through small openings. And a great way to illustrate that, they did this in a sound lab. They built a nice tight STC50 wall, sealed assembly, the whole thing, tested it at STC50. And then to illustrate the problem with flanking sound, they took a Sawzall and they cut a 1/16 inch opening across the entire wall at the bottom, so you could shine a light through it. And they retested it at STC32. The sound really squirts through. So you have to take care to wrap the backs of your outlets and switches, resets, lightings, and all of that with putty pads. Putty pads wrap around there. You can use a fire cocked putty pad as well. And if you're doing it for fire, it's going to work for sound as well. One thing that's overlooked is when you have a wall that's coming up into intersection with a perpendicular wall, you want to keep that wall floating so that you don't get physical transmission from wall to wall. So you leave a 1/4 inch gap between those walls, and into that cap you put some backer rod and acoustical sealant. The backer rod is in there to keep the acoustical sealant from migrating deeper into the gap. If you're doing some retro work and you've got some ducts you have to deal with, think about the rule of 3 bounces with your duct work. Creatively route them because the sound will obviously go right through them. Doors are a problem. Make sure you fit your doors well with side seals and tight sweeps. Obviously, there are some really good acoustically tested doors, but if you don't have your side seals really fit just right, you're going to get flanking sound. And be liberal with your acoustical sealant. Acoustical sealant, it will solve a lot of problems. And Chris, why don't you take over a little bit?
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about separation walls here. So I call this the logic test in design because, when we're looking at a manufacturing facility, that will be my example where there's a bit of loud machinery that's being used. It doesn't make sense to put that parallel to the boardroom, right? So in those situations, you obviously want to design things to be done the right way. But if that doesn't happen, how do we put these spaces relative to the noise floor, which we talked about, to keep those sound attenuation measures in place? So you also want to consider how often these sounds have. There may be something that's periodically done that doesn't, happen quite as much, but acoustical consultants, who we'll talk about a little later, look for manufacturing testing data for different assemblies to see how it performs. And so really, these separation walls are going to be, if they have to be there, you're going to be intentional in design, but ideally, in many cases, they don't have to be there. All right.
Yeah, before we go forward, I just want to really say again, it's all about the noise floor. You can get a sound meter and you can test for noise floor in your rooms if you're designing. Check the noise floor in each room, as Chris mentioned.
Right,
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
Sure. Yep. Corridor walls, when we look at a corridor wall, which is obviously an area that can produce a lot of sound, we want to eliminate just the triple leaf construction. So, it's when we look at that far right graph here, we've got the ideal assembly, which is the gypsum board. Then you have the cellulosic fiber board you're providing up next to the insulation and the drywall, which are in there. You've got the plywood as a shear plane, obviously for the fire side of things, and then drywall. So by sandwiching those together, it's code compliant, it's fire and sound resistant. All right, you're not getting into that triple leaf where you're taking up the extra space. The other piece that you'll see is that often people have designed resilient channel into that corridor. At the same time, it's not uncommon to have cabinetry and the kitchen put on that outside wall. So as soon as you've put that screw in to hold up that cabinet and it's fastened the resilient channel in place, there is no longer any planar flex. And so the sound is now going to be as though you have nothing in there. And so the design, the little pieces of how it's really installed obviously make a big difference in terms of keeping that sound out, specifically on that corridor wall. Okay. Also, COVID really highlighted the home office, which, when we saw a lot of different opportunities. And so people did not want their kids screaming in the background, right, to affect their business meetings. So you see where we saw a lot of people taking cellulosic fiberboard, putting that up, and maybe putting up a 1/4 inch drywall to cover it. So that would increase the STC ratings in the existing walls, or even just putting it up in different places to really stop resulting in the absorption or decorative purposes, kind of knocking the sound down as well. Okay. So that's walls. Let's talk floors. Steve.
Yeah, let's talk about floors a little bit. Again, we're going to start with base data. So here we have the illustration is of dimensional lumber joists, but that's going to perform well. I shouldn't say, because I'll be answering the poll question that's coming up. But then you have 3/4 OSB plywood on the top. You have a totally unimproved assembly, totally unimproved. You've got gypsum board on the ceiling, and you've got no insulation in the cavity. It's STC 37, IIC 32, well below code, which has to be 50 on both of those, STC and IIC. So how do we improve that? Here's the classic way to do that. And this really is about adding mass as a secondary subfloor. So we're talking about poured gypsum, obviously, and increasing the mass of that secondary subfloor is only going to increase its STC, because, and you can see in this picture, he's just pouring that poured gypsum directly onto the structural subfloor. There's no sound mat in this picture, and poured gypsum requires a sound mat to achieve code compliant IIC ratings, because you need to decouple all of that mass. All the mass works great, but if you don't cheat mass law a little bit and with some decoupling, all that structure borne sound especially is just going to go right on through. The way they do that is with an entangled mesh mat. That's the most popular. There are some rubber composite mats that work well. You can see what's happening with this floor. He's pouring that poured gypsum on there, and all that weight and all of that water is going into this room. And you can see there are windows in that room. So this building is dried in already. All that weight required you as architects to do some additional design work for all that, to handle that weight. And now you're going to put all that water into this room. It's got to go someplace. Some of it may be wicking up the drywall. It's going to be creating problems. Not only that, after this dries all up, you come back maybe in another year or so, and it's a really good bet there are going to be a lot of structural cracks in it. So this has its issues, but there's another way. And that is to use cellulosic fiberboard as a secondary subfloor. Cellulosic fiberboard is a dry application, no moisture at all, not low moisture really, but no moisture. It's a convenient application. And that cellulosic fiberboard in intimate contact with the structural subfloor is creating damped mass. It's going to degrade the impact sound wave before it can develop. You're taking all that acoustical energy away right away. It's lightweight, 1.2 pounds, and Chris will be able to show you some of the comparisons between that and a poured gypsum as far as weight as we go forward. And before I give this back over a little bit, let's talk about a comparison between these two products as far as IIC only, and that's impact insulation class. Remember, that's structure borne sound. So with no underlayment or no secondary subfloor that's a sound attenuative component, you can see that your IICs are below code with wood engineered flooring and LVT, but not with carpet, because obviously carpet is going to take away that structure borne sound immediately. The problem with carpet, and of course we're not using stretched carpet very much anymore. The problem with carpet is that it doesn't do very well against airborne sound, because guess what? It has no mass. So let's compare poured gypsum with the sound mat, and this is with the sound mat, to a 1/2 inch cellulosic fiberboard. And you can see that they both get code compliancy. So you can make your decisions based on some of those other factors that we'll be able to talk about right now. Chris?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you look at this weight of something and, the engineer, the structure, the ability to use less lumber. If you're comparing 1.2 pounds per square foot with cellulosic fiberboard versus 10 to 13 pounds in with a poured gypsum is significant. When we talk about water, I always like to point back to, and obviously I wasn't here at the beginning, but typically one of my first statements is the most litigated areas in building materials are going to be water. They're going to be foundation settling, and they're going to be sound. That's what we found in the last decade. They've really grown. So sound is a newer up and comer because of the mitigation of it. But water out there and mold is putting that much water into the environment is definitely a negative. We look at the installed cost. You can see these are not the exact numbers everywhere, but you can see it in relation to each other. You can save some money, and then also just the crew requirements. You've got it's not very hard to put this down, but whereas installed, you have to have a specialty contractor with all the right materials and machinery to put in liquid gyp. And then just the scheduling. In a real world, we all know that scheduling is a challenge in construction. And so when you have to take down a building for 5 to 7 days in order to have it cleared out to put that in and let it cure versus ability to go floor by floor, room by room, there's no specialty hold off that needs to be done. So there definitely are some nice advantages. I believe we have a poll question at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's true.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and launch that poll now. Does the type of joist affect sound transmission loss in floor assemblies? Yes or no? We'll give you a few seconds for that. Gentlemen, we have a question.
Sure.
And to increase the IIC rating of our ITC rating of for flooring, have you ever seen the half-inch cellulosic fiberboard attached on a post-tension slab structure?
Yes, but you have to have a cavity. It's the most important part is you have to have a cavity. It can't be a single plane assembly. So it's very important to keep that in mind. But yeah, it definitely will work. Cellulosic fiberboard will definitely take care of IIC and post-tension structures. You have to have that cavity involved, though.
Awesome, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and end the poll and share the results. Thank you for your participation, everyone. We have 85% yes.
Okay, so hold on. Let me just get this forward here. So yeah, let me take this, Chris, and we'll just pass the rest on after that. So yes, it's true, but not by much, right? An open web joist is going to have a deeper cavity. It's going to be a 16, 18 inch or sometimes even 24-inch cavity. And that makes enough of a difference to get a 1 to 3 decibel difference. I-joists and dimensional lumber are both going to perform about the same, right? And you've got physical transmission path going 12,000 feet per second through wood. So between I-joist and dimensional lumber, not so much, but between dimensional lumber and I-joist and open web, that's when you get your 1 to 3 decibels, and it's mostly dependent upon that deeper cavity resonance. So Chris, want to take over?
Absolutely. When we're talking about decoupling, which is required for code compliance for both fire and sound control, we see resilient channel as a common method for decoupling. Now, decoupling the ceiling with resilient channel generally improves the floor ceiling assembly only by 4 to 6 decibels. And the key reason for that is that you're putting that resilient channel on the receiving side of the assembly, right? Whereas the impact side, or the guy in the hotel room above you, if you will, that is producing that, we've already the goal has been to degrade that through damping the mass and cavity resonance features that we put through there to stop that. So this means that a more expensive decoupling measures such as sound isolation clips, hat channels, they're going to really achieve minimal improvement as compared to what we're doing on the receiving side of the sound. Now, when we look at this, is just a sandwich application of cellulosic fiberboard. So we've used luxury vinyl tile, and I'll tell you these drawings are fantastic. We have them all through. Steve's done a great job of producing these and the UL testings with them, but it helps just put a vision on what we've got here. So here you've got cellulosic fiberboard. It's in a sandwich. It creates that constrained layer damping. All right, so. As you can see, this one's been tested to STC 58, which is, I'm not even hearing loud noises. It could actually be up to 60 in an open joist assembly. It'd meet all your LEED 4 requirements for acoustical comfort. And so this piece of luxury vinyl tile, very common, 3/4 inch OSB fiberboard, cellulosic fiberboard, all the way down through the eye joist, as that sandwich application that, again, we've really damped the mass, done a lot, used all the different technical components to create and disrupt sound.
Let me just add to that IIC 58 that you see there, when we tested this without the top layer of the sandwich, just the LVT on the cellulosic fiberboard, that IIC was 51. So we gained 7 IIC points in that test, and it really blew my socks off when I saw that test, just so you know how strong that constrained layer damping is. Chris?
Yep, absolutely. All right. And we have these project applications. I think it's good just to see the real world. How does it help in real world applications? So the lightweight cellulosic fiberboard, it's minimizing the need to increase the structural capacity of the floor. So we talked about how much lumber do I need to use to keep things strong, especially if it's retro, or I'll go back and putting this in. You don't want to have to deal with that. There's also just the environmental impact of, instead of taking these sheets up and installing them, you're required to have, as you can see, the machinery, which there's the spillover into drains, the construction sewers, social impact of blocking inner city streets. So we find, depending on the application, it can also do a very good job of keeping from the environmental and the other negative impacts in the surrounding areas. And this is just a great combination. I was like the simplicity of a grid, right? So when we look at the key features we talked about, damped mass, decoupling, planar flex, and then the cavity residence management, we hit on all 4 with the cellulosic fiberboard. Obviously, specialty drywall is only hitting on damped mass. It's not decoupled. There's really no planar flex and no cavity residence management there. Poured gypsum, damped mass, it's not damping it, right? Decoupling, I will say, the only caveat, I would put a check mark there if they used a sound mat, but otherwise it is not decoupled, leading to the cracking. No planar flex, it's a very hard material, and then there's no cavity residence management. And then resilient channel, which obviously decoupling and planar flex are the 2 key ones that it does, but damping the mass and cavity residence management are huge. And I think, damped mass, that concept is critical to the understanding of sound. So that's, Steve hit on that, but that really is a huge advantage as we look at the cellulosic fiberboard. Just some other considerations that we want to highlight. Obviously, working with acoustical consultants is always going to be of benefit. There's the National Council of Acoustical Consultants. The Institute of Noise Control Engineering also does a great job on there. We, third-party testing, we obviously use it to get that's what's done with the STC and the IIC processes, but the National Voluntary Laboratory Accreditation Program, all great resources if needed that are used regularly in sound attenuation. Other benefits of cellulosic fiberboard is some energy savings. The R values that can work into those walls. You can see up to an average of 15% savings on energy bills when using this paneling out there in walls, ceilings, and assemblies. So there's other benefits besides sound. We can also look at just the recycling nature of it. Cellulosic fiberboard is made with, a majority of its recycled paper products. And so using post-consumer waste, every year approximately 65 million pounds of waste paper, and that's up to 250 tons each workday, are diverted from the waste into these recycled sustainable areas. So that's a lot. obviously we want to take care of our environment and do what's best for the longevity. So using these and hitting two birds with one stone is obviously a great benefit. And you can just see all that paper in that video that is being turned into cellulosic fiberboard.
Yeah, let's just let this run a little bit. Folks really like to see how this looks. And this is happening right out behind me in our factory here, our cellulosic fiberboard factory, which we can't quite name yet.
Right, exactly.
You can
So as
see
you're
all the
seeing this, you can also as you see that turned into a slurry. There's just a lot of different components that can be used into this. It's you know, be glad you're architects because working on this side of things, it can get a little messy, right? You see that it's not people don't walk out of there with clean shoes, and it's a good day out there. Although I guess we've all walked many job sites and seen some of that. But this is the whole process where the drying rack, pulling out the water, and you can see that board that is the final product there.
You can see it's going to go into a dryer here, 2 hours at 350 degrees, so just like baking bread. And then it comes out the other side as a finished product ready to be used in your sound control designs. Chris?
Absolutely. All right. So, the final piece here is the, sorry, just lost my screen there. Lead credit contributions. You've got the building product disclosure optimization for sourcing of raw materials. There's a number of different pieces on there, but this really, most importantly, when we look at the different pieces that are on this, you should be looking for manufacturers to offer the environmentally solutions, safer for the planet, safer for the people who install later in life and work through it. So key resources here. You obviously see the GBCI code, but I believe ATS is going to be taking care of all that work for you as well. So, just in conclusion, I mean, I go ahead and go one more. The goal, I obviously think Steve talked on the front end. We wanted to discuss the qualification of benefits of wall floor assemblies, which we want to touch base on sound management principles, describe the strategies, and then and examine these methods. And, I also tell people that sound control, there's a lot of technical words, but at the end of the day, there's some key concepts that once understood, and hopefully you understand those now, can be methodically put into structures, and they work and they make the whole. You're not only hitting code, you're hitting goals, but hopefully with this education, you've been able to see how you can just do a better job at that, understanding the key pieces to it. I know we had one question. Are there any other questions that have been out there?
Yes,
Oh,
we
look
did
at that
have a
picture.
question that just came in from Susie. Susie asked, "Are there varying thicknesses of the cellulosic soundboard?"
Oh, it's a great question. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, there are.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Chris.
go
Go ahead.
Yes, there are. There are very varying thicknesses. We have 1/2 inch, we have 5/8, we have 3/4. The reality, though, is that typically the 1/2 inch, when put into the assembly, is going to be fine. Remember that, think about back to the concept of damping the mass. If I have a floor assembly or a wall assembly where those sound waves are going through and they're causing the drywall to vibrate, right? I'm going to turn on my camera just because I want to, but when I take that, the sound waves are vibrating there and moving through. What you're going to find is that just being matched up, damping the mass and allowing that drywall to no longer really vibrate and stopping it is what's stopping the sound. It's not necessarily just the sound wave going through, it's stopping it from moving. Just like my key here, I've got this, as I touch that, boom, it stops it. That's what I'm doing. So 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch, if I'm spending more on thicker board, it's actually not making a big difference.
And let me say that we've tested 3/4 inch on a floor over 1/2 inch, and it scored 1 class point better, which is within the margin of error of the test.
Excellent, thank you. Another question comes in from Scott. It appears this product can be used in fire-rated walls. Is there a UL assembly using this product?
Well, I guess I can call it Homosode now since we're going past the AIA. Homosode 440 sound barrier is approved in all commonly applied wall and floor ceiling UL assemblies. We've spent a lot of money on burn testing. So depending on your joists and depending on your wall studs, We could provide it with L521, L570, U305, we have all of them. So yes, is the answer.
And, gentlemen, no other questions at this time.
All right,
That's
Chris,
great.
you're on.
Well, hey, I want to just talk briefly about Homosote. So Homosote actually was founded in 1909. Probably not a lot of manufacturers that have been around that long. We're the oldest manufacturer of building materials made from recycled materials in the U.S. We're out of New Jersey. And when I say we're that old, I always like to tell people that Homosote board, a version of it was what was used in the roof of the original Model T. So the structure of that was covered and used. So we've been around doing a lot of different uses, but obviously in recent years we've become very synonymous with the ability for sound. The product itself is made out of 98% post-consumer recycled paper. What you saw there was all that paper that's being used. We are able to use some of the non-perfect that does because of our process, so we can utilize some that others can't, which is a great benefit. 2% paraffin wax is the bonding component that holds it together, and then copper metaborate does at 0.1%, prevents mold, also creates conditions where termites don't like to live. So that's how it's all pulled together. When you look at some of the different uses, wherever noise is a problem, quite frankly, multifamily housing, high and low rise apartments, motels, hotels, schools, professional buildings, assisted care. We look at hospitals where HIPAA, where they have to have sound control between rooms. They don't want to have that sound. Wherever it's a problem, we can actually jump in and help. Just looking at, what we see most used on for sound is liquid chip. It's the number one out there, really. And so we like to just make sure people understand the differences. It eliminates the Homosote cellulosic fiberboard eliminates 90% of the weight. It's a much lighter structure, obviously. You've got dry insulation, no moisture. We talked about that. There's no curing time. There's no mold and finish problems. Introducing water can have a lot of challenging, especially I go back, we didn't talk about just the winter. A lot of venting is meant to take place during that curing process. And we have up in the upper Midwest, cold and long winters. So how do you vent when there's cold and wet out? No special trades, and it maintains the product over time. When it's put in, we just see a lot of cracking out there when guys aren't installing. You have to install that perfectly as you see it. So this next slide is one that you've seen before earlier. So this is obviously now you know what it is, and it allows you to go through and check it out. Floor assembly, it exceeds the sound barrier tests. This is back to, I figured we could point to this on the UL ratings. It does hit that fire rated design. That picture you see in the top right corner, if you go to our website, we have an enormous amount of different designs that you can pull from depending on I-joist, web joist, wall applications, the flooring you want to use, all those different pieces. So it works well. Standard floor finishes are also easily applied directly over the 440 board. You can see that in our installation instructions, but that works well as well. We get questions about Homosote versus other wood fiber boards. And so when you look at the 440 sound barrier, it's held together by a kind of a fiber surface tension and some hydrogen bonding. And really what that means to you is the strength of it. Stephen mentioned it can hold up to 78 pounds. We do not want, when someone installs drywall over the Homosote, it holds a screw thread. We do not want that screw to go into the stud because we know the speed of sound. By creating that path, you're going to completely short circuit any benefits of sound. Wood fiber soundboards typically do not have the strength, and so the only way they can't that drywall can be held in place is by then going into the stud, in which case you've short-circuited it all. So the difference of 53 to 39 is not only lack of functionality, but lack of code.
Let me also say that these wood fiber boards also often get called Homosote with a small h, and that's the problem, because Homosote is first. We made it first. Homosote is the Kleenex of fiberboard. So if you're specifying soundboard, you may get the wood fiber board. So be careful with that. Chris?
Yep. Hey, this slide is the more for less. You know, we've got a sound. We're using it on one side, which is of benefit, because we want to have that cavity resonance, and we're stopping the vibrations of sound with that. We're keeping it there. UL resistance. Eliminates the requirement for double stud of multifamily. It makes it just more affordable. And then obviously we talked about resilient channel and expensive liquid gyp that's out there. So this is a nice slide that consolidates all of them. I like to look at some of the, we've got projects all over the place. Here's a couple that we are just showing. Apartments in Washington, as well as if you keep going, I think there's some down in Georgia that we look at. So these are some big facilities, and I will tell you that you will, if you travel like I do for work or travel at all of a sudden you know which of these hotels, like you've seen in some of these, or the Sleep Inn or whatever place you tend to stay. There is a definite difference in those different pieces. So this is where we are BIM certified.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, no, perfect. We are BIM certified. Obviously, that is a big thing out there. We have the assemblies that are all located in those libraries pulled together. So that makes it easy for you to implement us into your products if you're if you're doing kind of the Revit BIM applications. So our goal is to make it easy. We're kind of on the front end. We're one of the first people to be out there, actually, back when that started. Pinnacle. Pinnacle is similar to 440 board in that it's the same material, but it's sanded, allows it to have a better finish that's viewable. People use these for tack boards. They sometimes paint them. There's actually been a really big, I'd say in the last year, I just get a lot of inquiries about this for people using it in different environments. So this is an interior decorative panel. It does function for the absorption and the diffusion aspects, which we talked about early on, as well as it would have, depending on how it's put up, it would damp the mass as well. These are the literature pieces I referred to. Here you can see in the bottom left-hand section just all the different assemblies. I think one of the best ways you can educate yourself on this is to just get an idea of what is out there and what allows for those STC ratings between iWeb, or iJoists, web joists, wall assemblies, metal, wood stud. There's a lot of great resources that really Steve has been critical in putting together that just help everyone. And I'll sign off with saying thank you. I mean, again, first off, I apologize. Internet, it's gone down twice in the last 2 weeks, and this happened to be the time, but it's always a pleasure to talk to architects. This is my contact information. It's Steve's. If you need anything at all, you can reach out to us and we can connect you with answers. And we love to educate. That's our job, is to educate and facilitate whatever we can to make sound go away and your life easier.
Thank you, Fulgen. Thanks,
you.
folks.
Thank you both. Excellent presentation as always.
All right. Thank you.
All right, everyone. There is your session code. It's also available for you in the chat. 138432 138432 is session code number 3. Also available for you in the chat. And I'm going to drop the information for our next upcoming presentation here, which I love to say because it's non-combustible and NFPA 285 tested wood aesthetic technologies for commercial projects with Yancey with GLM. Yancey, how are you?
Hey, good morning. How are
Good
you,
morning.
sir?
Good. Good
Well,
to
you're
see
looking
you.
mighty spiffy today.
Thank you. I try.
All right. So are we ready?
Yes. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and share the screen.
All right. Okay, I should Well, okay then. One
Make it a
second.
full
There we
screen.
go. Fulgence, am I full screen?
Yes, you're all set. Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good day, everyone. My name is Yancey Hughes. I am the National Sales Director for GeoLam. And thank you so much for allowing me to make a presentation to you today. Today, we're going to talk about wood aesthetic technologies that can be used in class 1 to 3 construction that are either technologies that are non-combustible or have NFPA 285 assemblies, which in most areas you can utilize in this class of construction. This is Continuing Ed, Sustainable Design, HSW, and GBCI. Of course, Fulgence will take care of all that submittal information for you. GeoLam is the sponsor. We'll take 8 to 10 minutes at the end today and talk about GeoLam. So the program today is pretty simple. As I mentioned, we're going to talk about 8 different wood aesthetic technologies that you can specify and use in a class 1 to 3, over 40-foot construction project. Most of the time you're working with this, you're working with a non-combustible class 1 to 3 project. You're looking at very cold materials, glass, stucco, metals. Well, adding a little bit of wood aesthetic to that, in many cases, it really softens and gives you elevation, some warmth and beauty. So what we're going to do today is talk about 8 different wood products that provide a wood aesthetic that you can utilize in those types of construction. So 8, as I mentioned, and what we're going to do is very simple. We're going to take these 8 technologies and we're going to compare and review them on the same basic criteria. First thing we're going to do is we're going to look at what are they made of? Are they sustainably manufactured? What are they, so forth. Then we're going to look at life cycle performance. I know our program today is hospitality. Well, a lot of hospitality is constructed with many years expectation. So what's the life cycle? Do they hold color? How much maintenance is required? Is that maintenance actually required to keep the warranty in effect? What is the warranty? What are its restrictions? Does it transfer? Does it prorate? We'll try to hit the highlights on those. Installation details, best practice. What are the main things you need to make sure you take care of when you're using these technologies to get warranted performance? Are matching decorative elements available? Well, let's say you've got a screen with your project. You'd like to add a pergola. You'd like to do some louvers. Well, which of these 8 wood aesthetic technologies can you match if that's your objective? Which of these have matching decorative elements and which do not? And last but not least, I'm going to give you some budget numbers. Now, these budget numbers are a per square foot installed guideline. I don't know your market. You know your market. I do not. You're dealing with union labor. You're in higher labor markets, California, New York, etc. But I'm going to give you some good basic guidelines that you can use to give you a proportional numbers to start when you might be looking at one of these technologies. The NFPA 285, as I mentioned, this program is not about this standard, but this particular standard allows materials with combustible components to be used in 1 to 3 construction, provided they can pass this standard. So this standard has been in the code for many, many years. But it's a very challenging standard to meet, especially when you've got combustible components. It's a 30-minute vertical flame spread. It's a pass or fail. There's no grading system. So several of the products in our program today use this 285 standard as part of their compliance. So I just wanted to get a little bit of an overview of how challenging it is for these companies with combustible components to actually comply with this standard. So here are the 8 technologies that comprise our program today. We're going to talk about a wood plastic composite hybrid, a combination of a wood plastic composite that's co-extruded to aluminum. we're going to talk about wood aesthetic phenolics, aka trespass. There are two techniques used to provide what is sold and marketed as a wood aesthetic, and we'll talk about both of those. Fiber cement is sold as a wood aesthetic. We'll talk about that. Now, I have three different types of aluminum wood aesthetics in this program. I think many times these all get kind of thrown together in the marketplace. But I think the differences in the technologies, some of the installation requirements, and the warranty and the maintenance schedule, I think those are worth your understanding when you're looking at one of these three technologies. I've got a wood plastic composite hybrid in there, and I've also got porcelain. Wood aesthetic porcelain is the last of the 8 technologies. There are a couple more that I just don't have time for. There is a wood aesthetic terracotta, which is very similar to porcelain. But overall, I think these are 8 that you may or may, I'm sure you have familiarity with many of them. So we have, Fulgence and I have 3 poll questions today. This is the first one, and it's by far and away the most challenging. So Fulgence, if you'll do the honor.
Yes, there it is. Which of these technologies have you specified? Please check all that apply. All right, thank you for your participation in the polls. Yancy, we have 50%
No.
wood plastic composite, 26% wood aesthetic phenolics, 74% wood aesthetic fiber cement, 24% sublimated powder coated aluminum,
Yeah.
13% inkjet, 13% foil coated, 50% solid wood plastic, and 22% wood aesthetic porcelain.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Fulgence.
Absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and launch the next poll question. It's much shorter and much easier. So thank you, Fulgence.
Absolutely. And here is the second one here. Which of these technology characteristics was most important in the spec selection? Initial installed costs, life cycle costs based on required maintenance schedule, or sustainable technology? All right, thank you for your participation. We have 48% initial installed costs, 50% life cycle costs based on required maintenance schedule, and 2% sustainable technology.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you, Fulgence.
Absolutely.
Okay. So first technology, wood plastic composite hybrid. I kind of meant to warn everyone that I'm an old guy. As you can see, I like samples. So we're going to use physical samples throughout the program today. So the first technology is a wood plastic hybrid that is comprised of aluminum, which is 78% of the technology. The surface is a wood plastic composite. You can read the breakdown there. The key to this technology related to sustainability is it's 70 to 80% recycled in total. But of that 70 to 80%, 80 to 90 is post-consumer. I was listening to the end of the Homoso presentation, and the fact that they're using like 98% post-consumer is really it's any recycled material usage is positive in my opinion, but having it post-consumer and not post-industrial is even better. So the life cycle for the hybrid, the color retention is excellent. The color is an inherent part of the extrusion. You do not put a finish on this technology, either at time of installation or in the future. The product is engineered in colors even as dark as black to retain color and under the performance warranty. But if there's truthfully a limitation to this technology related to color, it's only that you're not dealing with an unlimited color palette. You're not painting this. You're working with typically a half a dozen standard colors and an option for a custom color for a little bit larger opportunity. The maintenance is basically zero. The only reason I put the word virtually in there is this technology is designed to replicate more of a rougher sawn wood aesthetic. It has a definitive wood grain. So if the material of any kind, but in hybrid's case, is installed underneath a porch, for an example, it gets dirty and dusty for whatever reason. It's not Mother Nature can't clean it with rain. Worst case scenario, you go out and you hose it off or you power wash it. So it's very, very low maintenance, virtually zero. Related to moisture is irrelevant. It's an aluminum product. Moisture will never hurt it or be an issue. Sustainability, you can recycle up to 96% at end of life. Now, to achieve 96%, you've got to separate physically the composite to recycle from the adhesive, the 4%, which is not recyclable, from the aluminum. I have no idea how to do that. The simple reality is this. If you did call me and say, how can look, I've had some storm damage or whatever the reason, I want to recycle this. My suggestion is simple. I want you to burn off the composite and the adhesive. Just torch it off. Let somebody recycle the 78% aluminum. Cost effective, time effective, and I believe a simple way to achieve sustainability. The warranty is 10 years, but the simple key to the hybrid warranty is that it's 100% coverage that is non-prorated. It's simple. It's 10 years. With any problems, it's covered. The installation of hybrid. Hybrid is aluminum, so it's lightweight, but yet it's very strong. It is strong enough to span 24 inches. It can be installed with or without furring. Furring is not a mandate. You do not have to use a full rain screen. The recommendation is a simple drainage plane, stucco wrap, or one of the ridged house wraps is fine. And just give it a little breathability, more for good building practice than anything else. The boards, the way they're installed, they're screwed to solid contact. That can be plywood, that can be OSB, that can be any of the multitude of CI systems that you can screw to, doesn't matter. So you're going to screw these boards with either a tight butt joint or a 1/8 inch gap. That is your decision. The key to either choice with this is that gap, if it's an 1/8 inch, it's going to be an 1/8 inch in February, and it's going to stay the 1/8 inch in July. You're not going to have joints that open and close. So if you are working with a CI assembly, you don't have to ever worry about seeing through that. You don't worry about seeing ISO or mineral wool or the framing assembly any more than 1/8 inch, which will always be your max. 12-foot boards are the standard inventory length. They only weigh under 10 pounds. Again, very lightweight, very easy to handle and install. The boards are produced up to 19 feet 8 inches. And this particular company offers what they call an optimization program, meaning they will look at a project cut sheet and come back to the contractor typically and provide they're not let's assume it's a soffit job and it's got multiple links. So the contractor needs 300 pieces that are 6'2". He needs 400 pieces that are 7'8". Whatever the dimensions, the manufacturer will look at that cut sheet and come back and say, this is what we recommend to produce to minimize waste and butt joints. We have a lot of capability to help with those. Never apply finish, pretty much talked about that. It's the most user-friendly cladding for continuous insulation subframing. Non-combustible. Per ASTM E136, you can use this technology in any class of construction. And yes, there is a very, very wide option with decorative elements with the hybrid technology. As you can see there, there's 34 standard. They're big. They're as large as 4x17, or they're very small. It's a wide, diversified portfolio. So the next technology is fiber cement. 74% of you have used it. No surprise. Again, today, wood aesthetic. Don't care about the painted option. These are the wood aesthetic. Now, this is a paint, but it's a variegation in paint that is sold and marketed as a wood aesthetic. It's a shading, but it does provide some sort of a different aesthetic, kind of a wood look. All fiber cement is sand, cement, and cellulose. There's a lot of manufacturers out there now. Your choices boil down more often than not now to density and your budget, low, medium, high. There is one fiber cement company called Ceraclad that offers their fiber cement with a ceramic coating, a little bit different option, but it can extend the life of the technology and the finish. So the life cycle. Color retention for fiber cement is good. The more money you spend up front, the higher the density, the better the paint finish. You're going to get better performance from a Swiss Pearl than you will a Nishi-Hall. It's just going to last longer. But overall, I think, overall it's pretty good. But at some point in the future, 7 years, 10 years, 15, based on that, obviously geographic variables, density variables, you're going to have to refinish fiber cement. Moisture, all fiber cement is non-permeable. It has to breathe. Commercially, it's never been a big problem. In the residential sector, 15, 20 years ago now, there was a lot of failures, catastrophic failures. Type that into a browser and you can see what I'm talking about. Sustainability, well, it's concrete, basically. Bugs don't eat it. It's not going to rot. At the end of life, though, you can't recycle it. It's more than likely going to end up in a landfill. In a landfill, it's not leaching any hazardous materials. It's just concrete in a landfill for a very long time. Warranty, 15 years is the common kind of an average warranty on these fiber cement products. Some are a little bit longer, some are a little shorter. The finish warranty varies by manufacturer, but you're going to find they all prorate. And they prorate as early as year 3. It's a paint. So paints lose finish, paint lose color. The objective for any of these is to lose it at a uniform rate so there's not a checkerboard effect or something of any warranted concern. The installation of any fiber cement, it's challenging because it's just heavy, hard to cut. You need special tools to control the carcinogenic dust, the crystalline silica. You probably are always going to fur it. Not soffit friendly. You can use it in soffit, obviously, but just make sure you do the manufacturer's recommended additional subframing components. They won't warrant it if it's not installed per their standards. Their simple worry is if you don't support it enough, it's heavy, it could fall and cause injury. Non-combustible, of course, it's fiber cement. No decorative components. So again, if you're working with fiber cement and you are looking to add any type of decorative louvers, pergolas, or anything, you might have to look outside your cladding and soffit technology. So now we're going to talk about phenolics, high-pressure laminates, aka Trespas. They have 2 techniques that are using to being sold as a quote wood aesthetic. The one in the image there is this one. This is the high pressure laminate with a paper scrim laid on top of it that kind of emulates a shaded look like you see there. The other technique is an actual piece of wood veneer that is adhered to the high pressure laminate. I also want to use this picture here to point out that with phenolics, that open butt joint, you're going to have a open butt joint at all times. During the colder weather, these boards will expand and contract. The basic technology for a phenolic, simply put, it's a paper sandwich. You can see the image there. They take craft paper, wood, and glues phenolics, and they compress it under pressure and heat to create a laminate. The life cycle. Color retention is good. These are pre-finished products. You're not going to be applying finishes to them, which generally make them a very low maintenance product. The big thing related to moisture, this product will perform very poorly if it stays in contact with a moisture source for whatever reason. You're going to install it as a vented rain screen to control the moisture. You never want to put this technology in a place where it can wick moisture. It's a paper sandwich. It will wick moisture and potentially delaminate. Sustainability, using time of manufacture, recycled material, low VOCs, pretty good. End of life, you can't reprocess it. It will end up in a landfill. I'm assuming the paper and wood part of it will degrade over time, but it is going to end up in a landfill. There's no way to reuse it. The warranty, 10 years is what your expectation should be on the core product. Your finish warranties vary quite a bit by the different manufacturers, and there are obviously quite a few, and you're always going to find a proration schedule. The installation of phenolics, I talked a little bit about joint spacing already. You have a couple of choices with phenolics. You can go ahead and specify a preformed, pre-made profile like this little 6-inch shiplap, or you can specify custom dimensions within specific size sheet goods that manufacture 4x8s, 4x10s, and 4x12s. So these boards give you options for sizing. Number one, obviously, you can do larger panels if that's your design objective. Number two, if you want to do different size panels, mix and match colors. Phenolics is an option for that design option. You're always going to have open joints. There's no way to avoid them. In this support here in the image, they just used a piece of black tape. Another way to deal with that is to put up a water-resistant barrier, typically black, behind it to deal with that open butt joint. Because if you do have whatever's behind it, 3/8 inch to a 1/2 inch joint is a pretty big joint to see through. You will make a decision whether or not to use hidden or exposed fasteners. As you might imagine, most projects start out as hidden fasteners for obvious reasons. Budget a lot of times may drive that to exposed fasteners, which are, they match quite well, but it's just a different design aesthetic. They're finished surfaces, as I've already mentioned, and you can use this technology in soffit or cladding, either one. Now, these boards have combustible components: wood, paper, and glue. All three of those obviously will burn. Now, they produce product in both Class A and B formulations. You'll have to specify and use Class A to meet a 285 standard. Their B technology will not make it. Now, the way that you can take a combustible component product and comply with 285 standards is this is a vertical 30-minute flame. You have to stop that flame for 30 minutes. The way you do that is using, horizontal fire stopping, typically metal. So there are other materials that can be used. One is called tin mat, but most companies still have used metal. You got to stop that vertical flame spread for 30 minutes. So based on a tested, compliance 285 standard assembly, you can use these technologies. Now, one other small point, in the 2019 International Building Code, the ability to use fire stopping to comply with this standard was removed from the International Building Code. So if and when you are designing in compliance with the International Code 2019 or later, you might want to be sure and double check if they've got a compliance standard based on that guideline. And phenolics, again, do not have any decorative elements. So if you are looking for any sort of accent and using phenolics, you're going to have to look outside the guidelines, or excuse me, outside the technology. So now we're going to get into aluminum. And I mentioned earlier, a sublimated aluminum, there are three different techniques we're going to talk about with aluminum that are sold as wood aesthetics. We're going to start with the one that is the most well-known and most manufacturers, and it's sublimation. Now, what sublimation is basically it's a powder coat with a wood grain laid into it. Okay. This is Longboard, probably the two largest branded names in this category. Now, again, this is paint. This is not wood, but from a distance, it gives you that variegation look. So the life cycle, color retention is good. Got a bit of an unnatural gloss when you put it up. A UV typically will dumb that down. The actual wood grain that they sublimate has no UV protection, but putting it into the powder coat seems to take care of that. Should be a low maintenance option. Moisture is irrelevant. Sustainability, the aluminum at time of production is typically got recycled content. End of life, you can recycle it again. The warranty for sublimation is 50 years. The thing about sublimation comes into the finish warranty. And we're talking hospitality today. You look at this type of technology, you budget for it, you're not expecting to have routine maintenance. In reality, you do have routine maintenance. It's a 15-year warranty provided on an annual basis beginning in year 2. Someone performs this warranty. Now, this is from the AMA 2605 powder coat, which is what these companies typically use. You don't power wash it. Soft sponge or cloth. Specific products used, name of maintenance companies. But you're going to have to go out. If you own a hotel, you're going to have to go out. You're going to have to hire a company to come out on an annual basis and perform this and provide written confirmation of that you're complying to the warranty. Now, you're going to have to perform this every year to keep the 15-year warranty in effect. The reason I really bring that up, I honestly doubt if this happens very often, truthfully. But the question becomes this. I think 48% of you responded that first cost was part of your important in your selection criteria. Well, should you factor in an extra $10 to $15 over 15 years to perform this maintenance for sublimated aluminum? You know your clients. Maybe they're sticklers for this type of thing. And I think it might be something to be considered. So the installation of sublimated. There are several sublimation companies that will go all the way to 24 feet with their material. Now, at 24 feet, aluminum doesn't have very much expansion and contraction, but it has enough to where they don't want to do a set fastening system, for an example, like the hybrid. They want to hang their boards on clips to prevent oil canning. You can use these boards in softener cladding. One thing the installers have to do with this, sublimation does not allow the manufacturer to finish the boards all the way to the ends. So if I'm an installer and my order is for a 16-foot board, I'm going to get a board that's 16 foot 4 inches. I have to cut off a couple of inches at each end of the board. Now, is that a huge deal? No. But it is if I scratch it, I nick it, I have to touch it up a lot. My blades are dull. I'm not a very good craftsman. So you got touch-up paint on your project, which, again, these boards also, they're paint, they may scratch, and you may have a touch-up. Non-combustible, of course, it is aluminum, no surprise there. And yes, they do have decorative elements that you can match to, excuse me, to the sublimation finish. So the next type of aluminum is a digitally inkjet, okay? So if you'd like something really, I mean, you want knot holes, you can do it with this process because you're printing it. Now you're basically printing with paint, and it's just literally it's going across it, like a digital. If any of you remember the old inkjet printers, can't seem to think of the word. Once we go across back and forth, that's what they do. So color retention is good again. If you have a desire for let's say you want the most variable color within a single size panel, take a look at this. That'll give you the most variation. It should be low maintenance. It's aluminum. Moisture doesn't matter. Sustainability is the same as sublimated. It's good overall. The warranty is 50 years. There is a difference, though, in the finish warranty. You do not have to perform annual maintenance. The warranty, though, is 20 years. You can transfer it only one time. They want their boards installed as a true range screen, no clips. They want a full 16 to 24-inch range screen. 16 foot is their maximum length. They do not offer, neither the sublimated, a custom length option like the hybrid did, softener cladding. And again, you're going to have touch-up paint provided to deal with scratches during installation. Now, they do finish these boards completely. You're not cutting off unfinished ends. Non-combustible, it's aluminum, no surprise there. And a little hard to see, but yes, they do have decorative matching elements. Okay, the last type of aluminum is, it's a film. They actually call it a foil. It's I guess Kynar is an analogy I could use to give you an idea of the concept, because it's very similar. Not a lot of companies are doing this, just 2 or 3 that I'm familiar with. Color retention is good, maintenance low, pretty much the same for aluminum across the board. There is a considerable difference, though, in the warranty. It is 25 years, non-transferable. So it's only to the original owner, and you do have a cleaning schedule mandated to keep the 25-year warranty in effect. So again, should you budget $10 to $15 more per square foot with your initial first cost. They also prefer traditional range screen, the 16-foot maximum options. Going back again, comparing all the aluminums, the hybrid, you just screw up. You can see how it's much quicker and faster and less expensive because you're not having to fur it out. Softener cladding works for either detail. Non-combustible, again, it's aluminum. Film doesn't change that. And yes, they do have matching decorative elements. So now we're going to talk about a solid wood plastic composite. This is an extrusion, and I want to point out that it's solid color all the way through. The wood aesthetic is it's a brush. It's a slight wire brush. It's not a lot of depth to it. You can see it's just kind of a whoop. Oh, I did that. So the basic technology, these boards are 50% wood biofiber, 40% virgin grade PVC. These are made in China and Italy. No recycled material is being used in these boards. The PVC is a virgin grade. Now, as a thermoplastic, PVC has one considerations for many types of projects. And when it burns, it emits a toxic gas. So it might be something that would be of a concern to you. So the life cycle. These boards are color through when you get them. You don't put a finish on them. Should be low maintenance. Related to moisture, these boards, the 50% wood biofiber, when they show up at the job, the wood biofiber still has a little bit of moisture retention. I recommend you seal the ends when you cut them. What can happen is those wood fibers can wick moisture, and they have a tendency to grow mold and mildew. Mold needs oxygen, moisture, and a food source. It's got everything it needs. All it's waiting for is moisture. Now, if that occurs, the boards are not going to fall apart, deteriorate, and crumble like old hardboard siding, for example. But it's going to, if your project's in a hot, humid environment, it's definitely going to grow some black-looking mildew and mold, which you can wash off, but it will come back on a routine basis. Sustainability, well, are you okay with non-recycled wood being used, virgin grade wood? And are you okay with virgin grade PVC, which if it burns is toxic? 5-year warranty, very short. Company's headquartered in Italy. If you do have an issue or a problem, the Italian courts take precedent. It's a small thing, but again, it might be a difficult thing to actually get a serious warranty taken care of. Related to installation, the solid wood plastic, it's labor intensive due to the number of components. You have to put up a furring strip, you have to put up a clip, and then you hang the cladding on that. The reason you hang this cladding is that it is 40% vinyl siding, PVC. There's a lot of expansion and contraction. So it's just, you need to be aware of that. It moves so much that they don't want the boards installed when it's lower than freezing. They want the boards to be sure and sit on the job site for 48 hours to acclimate. That's how much movement is in this technology. They want the installers to wear gloves because these wood fibers are very absorbent to oil from skin and other dirt and debris and stuff. And I talked about expansion and contractions. Even if you install these boards perfectly, if your project's in a climate that's cold in the winter, hot in the summer, you're going to have 1/2 to 5/8 inch butt joints during the cold weather. You can't avoid it. Softener cladding works for either one. These boards have combustible components. They do have a 285 assembly. It's got a lot of horizontal fire stops to stop that flame for 30 minutes, but they have the assembly. You can work with this technology and specify it. Yes, they do have decorative elements. Their decorative elements, this material in and of itself is not inherently very strong. The wind loads and span ratings are not great. You're going to always have to add a metal insert to use this technology, which obviously increases the cost and the labor cost to use this extra component. Phenolics. This is a wood aesthetic phenolic. I think several of you had used phenolics, if I wrote down. Not very many, but some. Obviously, this is not something that comes up kind of like when you're looking at a terracotta project. Basic technology for porcelain is all natural silica clay and feldspar. Color retention is good. These boards you're not going to put a finish on them. They come with the color you want. Virtually zero maintenance. Moisture is great because you're going to, the raw materials could absorb moisture. These boards are always installed as they've been in rain screens. The raw materials related to sustainability are very good. End of life, you can recycle it. The warranty is 10 years. It will be a rain screen. Your choices will be the type of rain screen. You've got clips, visible, hidden, depending on the manufacturer. They typically have a tested assembly that you would work with. Obviously, does not burn, can use it in any class of construction. No decorative elements. You'd have to look at a different technology for screening, etc. So let's talk dollars and cents. assuming that some of you have to work with a budget. These, you can see they're ranging typically from fiber cement at the low end to porcelain at the high end. The only one of these technologies, theoretically, that require routine maintenance is fiber cement. So let's look at 10 years and then onward life cycle of the project. So at the first time, again, 7, 10, 15 years, whatever it may require, that the fiber cement has to be refinished. You're already at a point there where you could have used one of the other better performing lower non-maintenance products and not have gone through that. And once you get past that first finish, every time you put another finish on that fiber cement, you could have saved money up front. Again, your clients, their budgets, are they going to keep the projects? What's their their life cycle span on, keeping them, reselling them, and so forth. So, okay, this is our last poll question. Fulgens, if you will do the honor, fine sir.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Are clients willing to pay a premium upfront for improved life cycle performance technologies? Yes or no? Thank you for your participation. And
Thank you,
Yancy,
everyone.
we have 63% yes.
Okay. Yeah. I always say this, folks just get tired of hearing it, but we've done this program together several times. And it's always about 70-30, isn't it? I mean, it's pretty consistent.
Right.
So you have a very, very honest audience here. So I'm not in your offices today, but I want to do a visual product comparison of the 8 technologies we talked about. Now, I've got aluminum, no reason to show you 3. I've just got the 1. But I want to make the point here that only 2 of our technologies today had any real wood in them. Everything else was paint, powder coat, film, inkjet. There's no real wood in them. Okay, they're faux wood products. Now, budget is important. I get that, and that may be driving the ultimate decision. But I want to make the simple point that many times this wood aesthetic is a very important part of your elevation, right? Now, if you got a soffit that's 40 feet in the air, whether it's got wood in it or not, may not matter. Okay, and I understand that. But if this is part of your elevation that the tenants will interact with, they walk by it on a regular basis, maybe it's worth 10% more or somewhere in that range to get a better product with real wood in it that actually achieves your design objective. Are there any questions, Fulgens, or let me move into, or should I move into the GeoLam part?
No questions, Yancy, and the time is yours.
Okay, here we go. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna give you a complete education on GeoLam in less than 10 minutes. Okay, GeoLam is a Japanese company. Over a history of over 50 years, we've been in North America about 15. We've done about 1,500 projects with this hybrid technology. This little video is going to show you how our hybrid technology is manufactured. It's about a $3 billion a year company now, ISO certified both for quality and sustainability. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I've been around construction for many decades. It's the best company I've ever seen. They make flawless materials. over the 1,500 projects we've done, we've never had a complaint or failure. None. So here's how it's made. You've got aluminum, and our aluminum is magic. No, that's not true. Aluminum's aluminum. But our composite surface is where our magic and proprietary formulation comes into play. Recycled wood and plastic. The wood is post-consumer construction waste. The plastic is a polypropylene, primarily from car bumpers. It's not PVC. It won't kill you if this board ever gets hot, or it won't burn, but it won't harm you. So there's the plant. That is our ebony color. 19 extrusion lines, well over 3 million lineal feet a year. So the boards are extruded. Okay, whatever we're making comes through the extruder. The absolute key to our technology is not the aluminum, it's not the composite, it's the glue. A wood plastic composite, as we talked about with a couple of products today, has a lot of expansion and contraction, a lot of movement. Our wood plastic by itself, it has a lot of movement. Aluminum moves very little. So that adhesive bonds these two very dissimilar materials together, so they don't, the expansion and contraction is not an issue. These boards do not delaminate, wrinkle, bubble. When you cut them, you don't have to touch up anything, none of that nonsense. You don't peel, they don't have any issues. We've never had a failure. So after the boards go through the extruder, we then sand them. Our objective with our material is to provide a true wood aesthetic. It's got a raised definitive wood grain. We can sand to different levels, light to heavy. We've got 4 different ratings. So you can mix and match those on a project, but you're always going to have a natural color variability like real wood with the Geolam. It's not, we don't have to use paint to look natural. This is how good it looks. Okay. It's a definitive wood grain with the Geolam product. So here's what we sell with this hybrid technology. We sell a cladding called Vertigo 5010. This is stocked and inventoried in Houston, Texas. We are a direct supplier. So we sell, typically to an owner, to a contractor, whoever wants to buy the boards, we'll sell it to them without any question. And by the way, we've done a lot of hospitality, a lot. We sell life cycle. Here's our budget right there. You spend that money up front, that's the last time you'll make an investment in a Geolam product. What you will get for that investment is something that looks good for decades, that you don't have to do anything to. It's that simple. And that's what we sell. Do we get every project? No. I wish we did. I would really put us as a specialty product. We're not for every, commodity project. One thing that is great for us, and many times if we're slightly higher for material, we'll make that difference up in installation. No furring is required. If you want to do a furred assembly, great. Put your furring strips at 24 on center instead of 16. That saves money, especially with a CI assembly. Screw it up. Use our installation details, components, corners, etc., or you can miter our boards. As you can see there, we're perfectly happy to teach someone how to miter. I will mention that if you want a miter detail, you're going to have to specify it. They won't do it. It takes a little bit of craftsmanship and a little more time. Pictures. We do a lot of soffit. It looks rich. It looks great. It's lightweight. It's never going to have to be replaced if it gets wet. I can do custom links up to 19 feet, 8 inches. All these pictures are on our website. Vertical's fine, horizontal. This is our trim materials. They're very subtle. They look great. Again, but you can miter these boards if you prefer. We do a lot of retail. Here's EIFS manufactured stone and Geolam on this retail. Where's my maintenance? I own this building. I power wash it every 3 or 4 years to refresh it. That's it. You can't bend these vertical boards that are like a horizontal application. You can obviously can do a radius with them vertically. Again, corporate headquarters, retail. I mean, we're just a beautiful board. We've done Starbucks, Whole Foods, McDonald's, P.F. Chang's, Fat Burgers, Whole Foods, hospitality. Here's a Hard Rock in Atlanta. We've done Marriott. We've done Hyatt. We did the Aman Hotel in New York City. We've done a lot of hospitality because many times, candidly, that scope of work is willing to make the upfront investment for the benefits of life cycle performance. Now, we also do architectural elements. As I mentioned, we've got 34 of them. We stock 4. We can produce these to 26 feet, so we can do a lot of creative things. Pictures. We do a lot of cool work with this product. This is the geolam on this overhang, the canopy. That dark spot in the middle is the resting place of Mr. B.B. King. You can do a true open joint rain screen with our elements. Here's a screen on an office building. You can also use us on the interior. This is an uncommon application because these boards are engineered for a UV exterior performance. But I want you to understand that you can do this. And usually this is like in the project here, a continuation of an existing concept. But we are rated as non-combustible. This is a little outpatient medical facility, just very creative. This is 2 geolam profiles, and you'll see they're in 2 different colors. If you look at the lighter color, how it moves up and down, that's an EKG, a good one, I'm assuming. LA Dignity, this is the LA Galaxy in California. Just, a beautiful product. This is the Aman Hotel in New York City. Parking garages, there's very little geolam on this, and we don't do a lot of parking garages because usually it's not the budgets wouldn't support this type of aesthetic, right? But if you are in an area where architectural review is causing you to do this, geolam is a beautiful technology because of its aesthetic and its span. It's very strong material. Coastal work, we do a lot of high elevation work, coastal work. This is Biloxi, Mississippi. And again, creativity, overhangs, canopies. You can do so many things with our technology. 26 feet is our maximum length. But again, these boards are very strong. And this is a project we did. That's an 18-foot board with no internal support. That's how, our span ratings are great. With the architectural elements, we can certainly support and work with you. We have engineering, we have attachment, we have 2 companies that can provide turnkeys if that's the designer objective. But come to us, let's talk about what you're wanting to do. We'll come back to you and say, sure, this is how you should attach it. This is how much you can cantilever based on this attachment. We can support you in all those decisions. Lastly, I want to mention very quickly, in the interest of time, we have a commercial deck. This is the only commercial deck we offer. We have a product portfolio of 1. But if you've got the need for a commercial deck that looks like real wood, that doesn't require routine maintenance like EPay, etc., and doesn't turn gray in a few months, I've got the product. This has been used in convention centers, walkways, the Tokyo Olympics. It's a true commercial performing deck that gives you the look of wood, real wood, with no maintenance. We retain color, plain and simple. I've got projects I can reference you showing original 10-year exposures. This is a lab test showing a 10-year exposure. These are our 4 stock colors. These are 2 that we don't stock. Anything that I don't inventory, custom link, custom color, a very large, like a hotel. May not have that in stock. We still work on a very short 90-day lead time. Okay, Fulgens, 12:43. I'll get you back on schedule. Are there any questions?
No, there was one question, but you already answered that through your
Okay.
the images. If the product was only used in wall applications only.
Oh, sure. Okay, great. Okay, last slide, 10 seconds. This is a beautiful product. I can 100% guarantee you, if you're interested enough to get a sample box, which Fulgens will tell you how to do, you're going to love our product. If you're looking at any of our competitive commodities like painted metal, I told you what my board cost. Get their cost, install cost. Put their board next to our board. I may be a little bit higher. I'll go ahead and admit that up front because I'm not paint, real wood. I'm worth the difference. I hope you and your client may understand that and be willing to pay for it. But this is a wonderful technology that will perform for decades. And the original investment will be the last investment you ever make with the GLM technology. Fulgens, thank you as always, my fine sir. And I will talk to you tomorrow.
Great presentation as always, Yancey. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. All right, everyone. Here is your session code 138444. It is also provided for you in the chat. 138444 is your session code. And I just wanted to bring your attention to how you can request a sample from Yancey. So when you're completing the course survey, after you submit your session code, you're going to complete the 6 questions for feedback, for presenter feedback. You have those multiple choice questions for presenter feedback, and you have that 7th question at the bottom. So in that 7th question at the bottom, you can request samples from Yancey at GLM there, okay? So once again, once you enter your session code, and you click on the dark blue circle that looks like a play button, it's going to take you to your evaluation screen. You're going to complete those 6 multiple choice questions. And that one open-ended question for feedback, you can add, you have additional question in the course survey. And once you're done, hit confirm my presence and submit, request the samples there. All right. So at this time, we are now on break. And it's going to be a 15-minute break, and we'll be back with our next presentation at 1 p.m. Central, and that is with Francois Dutil with Bailey Metal, and that is going to be an 8-inch deep long span deck for use in elevated concrete floor applications. Enjoy your break, and see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your break. We are moving right along with our agenda for the day. Here to present 8-inch deep, long span deck for use in elevated concrete floor application. Please welcome Francois with Bailey Metal. Francois, hello, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, Henry?
Very good. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thanks. Thanks, everyone. I can share, right? My
Yes, whenever you're
computer.
ready, go ahead.
Yep, I will. Okay.
Just waiting for the slides to go full screen here.
Yeah. Do you see them?
You just got to swap the display. We're seeing the presenter mode with the notes. If you go to display settings at the top, I believe.
Okay. I'm in. So on the screen you see, but just not in
So
the view.
if you could start the slideshow again, because we're seeing the slides.
I see them now. Do you see them as well, or?
No, we're seeing the back end with all the slides and everything. We're not seeing the full screen yet.
Okay. Because when I click it here, it does give me, hold on, let me stop share. Let me see if I can do share with. How about now?
Waiting for it to load. Taking a while. It's back to the screen with the slides, and it's not full screen on our end yet.
Okay. All right. Sorry. So when I say share, I have the option of sharing. Yeah, stop share. Or I'll do it with this, you know.
You see like different options for sharing. Do you see like the full screen version or the presenter?
Yep, entire
mode?
screen. So I want the entire screen.
Yeah, but for us, we're not seeing the entire screen one. Is there another one that you can share and see how it shows up on our end?
Um,
The one with the black screen, for example.
Okay,
So
sorry,
on this
everyone.
one, are you able to see it
Yeah.
on your end? No, the screen that you just were on, the black one.
Yeah, well, my black one had the slides on it.
Right, and then when you're on, while you're on there, you see display settings at the top. Click on that and say swap displays.
No, I don't see anything. I can't even Alt tab and change. So, okay, sorry, Henry. How about I try to make it or zoom it as much as possible with the slide on the left?
You can. However, I did see you on that screen with the black. And I did see your mouse next to display settings.
Where's display setting? Is that the top part?
Yes, of the one with the black screen with you where you have your notes. That window.
because when you say that you see my black screen, all I see is my presentation.
Right.
I don't see
There's
anything else on my
you don't
screen.
have the options. You don't have like any dots to click on or any menu to click on, because that's where the swap display is.
Yeah, I'm not that smart. Sorry. So what do you see right now? You see my slide?
Yeah, but it's being barricaded by the toolbar of
How about this?
you see like where Bailey's at the top, it's cut off, for example.
Okay. How about this?
That
Can
works.
do it.
Hopefully everyone will
Hopefully
forgive
everyone
us.
Yeah,
It's like
it's all my fault.
it is
I'll take
pretty
it.
small. It's gonna look, because we have to shrink it down so it looks pretty small. It's so weird. And the
Yeah.
slideshow started on your end?
No, I haven't started. I mean, if I start it, you will see things that I have no clue what you're seeing. So unless I click a slideshow or show webinar at the upper, you have slide control. You want me to try that?
Click.
Participants only see slide controls when you're in presenting mode. Okay. All right. So is it okay? Will you forgive me if I give it a try with all this?
Okay, somebody's saying click the up arrow on the upper right to kill off the top toolbar. And I do see that little arrow there. So it's on the far right side of your slide.
Yeah.
Go right. Yeah, right there. Click on that. There you go.
Okay.
We'll
All right.
we'll work with that.
Okay. So how about this? Now
Yes, that works.
that works. Okay. All right, everyone. It's a good thing. I actually speaks usually pretty fast, so I have a few minutes to make up. Thanks, Henry, for your patience. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. My name is Francois. I work for Bailey Metal Products and for Saint-Gobain US. Saint-Gobain is the largest products company I think in the world. It's a $50 billion product company. They have certainty brands and so on. Bailey is the light gauge portion of it. My division look after the structural systems. What we're going to be looking at today is the 8-inch deck only, which is ComSlab 210, the equivalent of ComSlab 210. Bailey has multiple structural floor systems, including the ComSlab 120, which is 4 3/4 inch. Total Joist formerly was named iSpan. We bought the assets of iSpan 18 months ago. And then Composite Total Joist. Once again, it was Composite iSpan way back when. So with those 4 structural floor systems, we've done a flurry of hospitality developments. It's a wonderful fit for it. I can't wait to share it. So we're going to get started with the 8-inch deck. That's the one we're going to concentrate on today. So this is 8-inch deck for long span application use. Elevated concrete slab. It's a AI class. It's going to be a 1 hour credit. All our information is copyright material. It's all ours. And here we go. We get started with learning objectives. What we're going to do, we're going to basically talk about the various components of the 8-inch deck and the use of each item. We're going to look at the installation process of the deck. It's fairly simple, actually. It's a nice little forming system. I will understand the various fire ratings that come with it. We're still, back at UL, always trying to improve and, push the barriers, make it, more efficient and more options for sure for the builders. Explore incorporating the deck in various structural bearing system. It's a one-way slab, so we'll need bearing. And then look at various benefits of the deck. So first of all, the deck components, we'll start with that before we move on. this is it. It's there's not a whole lot to it. It's just a very, very deep 8-inch deck. It's an 8-inch deck band. That's the deepest deck in the marketplace. What's unique about it is at the bottom of each flute, every 2 feet, you will have a rebar, steel rebar, anywhere between number 3 and number 11 bar at the bottom. It's systematically there. It must be there. It's there for tension. It's there for shear bond. So the deck needs to be combined with the rebar. We add to that 1 layer of wire mesh. We're now able to replace the mesh with fiber, but you know, at the end of the day, whether it's wire or fiber, it's all about cracking, suppression. It's not really about the compression or the capacity and flexural capacity of the 8-inch deck. And then there's concrete. So anywhere between 2.5 and up to 6-inch. And with the combined products that you see here, we end up with an 8-inch or a 10.5-inch minimum assembly with fire rating and up to 30-foot spans. So basically the deck is 2 foot wide from center to center, you know, on the cover. Don't get hung on the 2 feet. It's not a rigid or strict 2 foot. We will detail in order to miss the fixed penetration. And when we need different than 2 feet, we'll start a half sheet or a partial sheet. We'll end with a half or partial sheet. So that don't get hung up on it. We will miss the fixed penetration. We'll miss the rebar whenever we do the detailing. That's the shallower profile. We're not going to go over it, but it has the same 2 foot center to center and so on. Installation. So deck is fairly simple to install. The first thing we need to put up though is these enclosures. The enclosures come in 6-foot piece and they have a few purpose. First of all, they'll stop concrete from pouring inside. So there's no concrete that will come back from the top to the inside. It will also give torsional capacity to the deck so that when it is being constructed, it becomes a working platform. Workers can walk on it and you know, be supported with the that enclosure. And finally, the enclosure, when it is installed on top of the steel stud, it will prevent you know, the low flexural of the top track. So it eliminates any need for a tube steel. Not sure if I'm saying it. Yeah. So any need for tube steel in the top of the steel stud that is required when you use often when you use a joist, open web joist or composite joist, point loads material, you will need a distribution during the pour. The enclosure prevents the need for that. Now go back here. The enclosure is a Z-trim, so it's horizontal. That allows it to be flush with face of bearing. So every floor, the face, you'll be flush. Always with face of bearing, so you can stack the walls easily one on top of the other. We see here a concrete wall, rebar is sticking out. Same thing here. The next floor will go on top. It could go on structural steel. It could go on load-bearing steel studs as well. The enclosures, and, you know, those are just part of the installation manual, but basically, usually it starts with a full 2 feet. We will cut them in order to miss the fixed penetration. And you know, they're coming in 3 parts, so you have 3 of them, but they will be cut when needed in order to miss the toilet, shower, and tub drains. 2 workers can place it by hand. See if we compare that to a precast plank, for example, the management or the scheduling of the erection, you know, gives a bit more flexibility to the erector, the shell contractor, which can lift a bundle per bay, and then workers can place it by hand while the crane can be used to lift other portions of the building or other bundles. The other thing is the bundles will be about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds each. And if we compare that to a precast plank, which will be 6,000 to 8,000 pounds, you can save significantly on the crane that is used on site to set up the material, but 2 workers can place it by hand. Once the deck is installed on top of the enclosure, we need to secure at the end. So when we're on steel, we can use shots, Hiltis, or on light gauge self-tapping, Tapcon, or shots on green concrete, masonry, or grout, or with ICF. I see Eric has joined us. Bonjour, Eric. And then the side laps here will be 14-inch on center. It comes in with the washer that helps snug the 2 parts together, the 2 sheets together, the male and female. The top part is already pre-drilled, so there's a hole. Just put a screw in it, a screw in a washer. I mean, it's hard to miss because there's already pre-drilled in the top portion of the sheet. It's really fairly simple. We see once again a worker picking it up by hand, bundles of deck, like I said, about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds a piece. 2 worker, the side laps being side lap screws, fairly straightforward. In this case, it's on structural steel, and they gang them on the ground and then lifted them as a panel up in the air. Perimeter trim and restraint straps. When we're on walls, all but the walls that we'll hear of on the next session, the ICF walls, usually will need a perimeter trim. On the outside, that trim allows us to pour a monolithic beam with the slab all the way on the outside, but it also will basically give you a nice deep pour stops with the flat straps there that are there, so that there's no opening of the enclosure of the perimeter trim during the concrete finishing. But all around, you'll have a nice bond beam that will be poured with the slab. I will show a little later, once we get to the ICF section, why we don't use these on ICF. Usually we use the foam, the outside foam, as the pour stop. Perimeter trim and restraint straps. So the trims, they're 24-inch on center for the attachment. The restraint strap, 16-inch on center. It's all on our erection drawings, erection documents. Next thing we do, we need to place reinforcement. So we'll need wire mesh on top, okay, and then 1 rebar at the bottom of each flute. You can see here the chairs. So those chairs come in under the, we see it better here, under the washers that we've placed. So the washers are 14-inch on center, and every 3 chairs, there's going to be every 3 washer, there's going to be a chair, and we'll tie wire it to the rebar on top. So basically, what we end up doing is we're going to pour a concrete joist. So that's the structural. It's it's ACI 318. We tested to show that it meets ACI 318, but it's concrete, rebar, concrete and steel, and it's going to be a joist every 2 feet on center. Next thing we do is we place concrete. Actually, we're missing something. We need to shore it first. So then we'll need shoring every 8 to 15 feet on center. Usually we try to go corridor to exterior, whenever it fits the spans. One of the things interesting is all the wet walls will be at the corridors. So the first 8 to 10 feet from the corridors will be where all the plumbing be. So it's going to be easy to miss the fixed penetrate the plumbing. So you can leave plenty of room for the plumbers to come in the day after and layer their penetrations and start core drilling if needed. But yeah, we'll pour once the concrete or once the shoring is in place, then we can pour concrete anywhere between 2.5 and 6 inch. The tables are really, they go up to 6 inch. We've done up to 8 inch on top. It's really just pouring a concrete slab with rebar at the bottom. We see, I think we can see here, that's one that is 2 foot apart. This one is not 2 feet. And the reason why, it's probably to miss a fixed penetration. So it's all part of the detailing when you work those drawings up for the hospitality buildings, for the toilet, shower drains, and so on. Sometimes it's chases that we need to miss as well. We'll see various options for the penetrations a little further down. So sometimes we can use, in this case, you had rebar. I think we'll see another picture a little further down. We can use rebar for cantilevers. It's a good, if you want balconies, not as popular in hospitality, but if you need to, it could be done. No problems. Can be used with a pump. Can be used with buckets. It's really just a nice big, clean forming system. And that's what the finished floor looks like. There you go. All right, so once concrete is poured, we get ratings. No need for drywall or spray-on fireproofing. Okay, that's the beauty of it. Basically, the code, the IBC code, say that the fire resistance shall be, well, first of all, restraint classification shall not be considered restrained unless satisfactory to the building official that it is restrained. So very important that, because when you're on, for example, load-bearing stud walls, maybe reinforced masonry on wood for sure. If the slab is burning, it will want to expand. At UL or ASTM E119, the standard, there's a restraint condition that has been done, and it's extremely stiff. You have a basically a 14 by 17 foot frame that is like 16-inch deep all around it. So it makes it an extremely extremely high stiffness. So and the stiffness is there throughout the fire test because it's insulated from the fire. So very important to understand that using a restrained classification versus an unrestrained classification, you must prove satisfactory to the building official that it is restrained. Just don't get caught, with, oh, great. And I'm going to show you some examples, but when you look at examples, if you have used this D501, you must have proof that you're using restrained assembly. I'll give you one example of a restrained assembly. ASTM E119 does claim, it does say that if you have steel deck welded on a steel beam and concrete poured on top of it, it is considered a restrained assembly. So in that case, you could use the 2-hour rating. But if you were to use that D501 on maybe load-bearing studs or some vertical component that was not designed to restrain against thermal expansion, then the rating would only be an hour and a half. Okay. Similarly, and that one is a bit more tricky, but if you look at another rating, for example, D904, the restraint goes all the way up to 3 hours, which is great. Okay, so you can get up to 3 hours. So if you're on steel, structural steel, and your deck is welded and the concrete is poured for ASTM E119, you have a restrained assembly rating and gives you 3-hour separation. But if you're not, and you cannot prove satisfactory to the building official that your assembly is restrained, then you end up with an unrestrained assembly rating of either 45 minutes or an hour and a half. And that one is more tricky because, and we've talked to you, well, why don't you put it all at the front like this one? They said, see item 4, and you go dig in. All right. Let's see. For clear spans not more than 10 feet. Ooh, okay. So for clear spans not more than 10 feet, you have an hour and a half. But if you have clear spans more than 10 feet, you don't even have an hour rating. So for hospitality, it's kind of a bummer, right? So be careful when you use restrained and unrestrained. Of course, I'm going through all this because the 8-inch deck has been tested both restrained and unrestrained, has no spans limitation, and has exposed rating 1 hour with 2.5-inch normal weight, 2 hour with 2 3/4 light, or 3.5 normal weight. Okay, so all of the 8-inch deck has been tested, exposed, unrestrained. So there's no need to prove restraint against thermal expansion. You know, for the building official, it doesn't need to be written on the plans because the product is already tested this way. There's also with D902, there's also a 3-hour separation, which I know a lot of you will do hospitality with combustible material, 2, 3, 4-story wood, 5-story wood. Just keep in mind that the D902 with the 8-inch deck provides a 3-hour separation where you can have a Type 5A over 1B or 1A construction, where you need that 3-hour separation so you can have your 1 hour above for your combustible floor. So once again, those are the thicknesses. We see it a bit better than the other one, 2.5 normal or light, 2 3/4 light, 3.5 normal. This is the volume that we have. It's all in our tech manual. We will be glad to share this with you at the end in our follow-ups. So everything is UL listed, UL tested, ULC as well. I don't think we have much people building in Canada right now, but UL and ULC tested, both have the same thickness, both have restrained and unrestrained, both have exposed fire rating. So what that means is all your drywall penetrations, they do not need to be fire protected. Forget about the fire stop, fire caulking, at the penetration. No need for ceiling damper at the penetration of the drywall, because everything is exposed rating. All right, so the 8-inch deck is a one-way slab. We'll need bearing. I have a question. Sorry, Henry. At what point do we do the questions?
You can cue me whenever you want me to launch one. Would you like one now?
I'm cueing you now.
Okay, awesome.
Please. Thank you.
Absolutely. Here is the first poll question here. How do you usually build elevated slabs? Poured in place, structural steel beams and composite deck, precast concrete plank, or steel joist and deck? We'll give you about 40 seconds. All right. Thank you for participating in the poll. So, Francois, we have 28% poured in place, 33% structural steel beams and composite deck, 8% precast concrete plank, and 33% steel joist and deck.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so carrying on, we have a one-way slab, so we need bearing. So typical. We just see here typical staircase, but we'll need bearing where we're sitting here. So we're gonna show various options on structural steel to start with. Because we have an 8-inch deck, we can actually incorporate an 8-inch or 10-inch beam inside of the assembly. So if we put a plate below it, we'll end up with a full two-way slab of 10.5 to say 14-inch all total depth. Now it can be also partially encased. We see it here on the upper right. So this one was like a deeper beam that the architect or someone needed the beam to be partially encased in the assembly, or it can, like the flush we saw there, or it can be on top of the steel beam, which I think we'll see on the next one that we want. Okay, so we can sit directly on top. You see in this case there's welded studs probably to transfer loads down to the drag struts and so on. It can be used on a specialty beam. So these bend plates with the studs and the rebar provide you up to a 3 or 4 hour separation as well. So those specialty beams, actually doing one right now with the 8-inch deck, and it is an AC Marriott with a load bearing structure coming down on a 3 hour podium. So that's a good product for that. It's like building a concrete beam, but with a metal form. So you see the studs here, the rebar, the rods as needed for the concrete, for the distribution of the shear and so on with the stirrups. But basically, once it's all poured and installed, you see the drop. In this case, the drop was probably a 4 to 6 inch drop below. On top of it, as you see next door, these buildings are going to be on top. So you'll have 3-story wood buildings or 3-story hospitality building coming down on top of this 3 hour separation that that can support the wood structure above. Good alternative to port in place 2-way slabs. Once again, it's especially like port in place when they do repeat, they have flying forms and so on, can be efficient. But for one floor, a single floor, very often beam and deck like this would be a good option for it. This one was actually in San Marcos, Texas. You can see this is about 16 feet tall, but only like a 14-inch column. So that specialty beam, concrete beam, and then the composite column combined really gives you nice, big, clean, open space versus the 12 by 18 or 24-inch concrete columns. So imagine if it was only at 12 feet, it may be just a 10-inch column. In this case, it was bigger because it was 16 feet tall. But as you can see here, you have with that 8-inch deck, you have 3 hours separation because there's 5.5 inch of concrete on top of it. And with that beam here, once again, you have 3 hours separation. No drywall, no spray-on fireproofing, pretty bright environment, reflecting light if needed. So just food for thought for podiums and transfer slabs. This one is another specialty beam. Once again, has 1, 2, 3, and 4 hour ratings. The 8-inch deck actually has so the previous one, or you usually have a beam rating and a deck rating. In this case, there's actually an assembly rating with that specialty beam and then the 8-inch deck. So up to, I think it's only up to 2 hours, but it's a nice flush beam. That's compared to the wide flange we saw earlier and a plate below. When you have a wide flange, you can only do an 8, maybe a 10-inch beam, and then with the plate, you'll be able to do 20 feet, maybe 22 feet. With this beam, because it can be fairly large, comes in with rebar and concrete, you can have like a 32, 36-inch beam. You'll be able to do a 30 by 30 grid with the beam and the 8-inch deck. So could be of interest for those want larger open spaces. In this case, that's a nice detail in lieu of having a window wall. You can have a curtain wall in lieu of window wall, I think. So basically, it can just stop from slab to slab. Nice edge detail possible with it. The same thing with the 2 specialty beams. What's interesting is it can be used with either a concrete column or a steel column. So could be connected through rebar and concrete only, or it could be connected through bolted connections. One thing to notice is you don't need to use it everywhere. It's just sometimes you just need that flush area. You get in an L-shaped building and all of a sudden you want your open space because the framing changed direction. The beam, you can use one beam. You see there's one beam here. This is load bearing. This is load bearing. This is another load bearing. Oh, there's another beam over there. But everything else is load bearing wall. But where you need it, it's a good product to help you have the headroom that you need. Especially when you get in an environment like a reception area of hospitality and so on, you may not want to drop. You may want, nice big open open space, open area. It is, so it's flush beam, right? So we see it here. It could be painted. That's the column I was talking about, 12 by, or in this case, 12 by 30, probably, concrete column. But then you see the specialty beam plate below. Everything has been painted white. That's a garage. On cold form steel, good fit for sure. We do a lot of it on load bearing studs. We're up to about 12-story buildings now, depending on the gauge and spacing and spans. Party wall to party wall works fine. Corridor to exterior has a few advantages. When you get to the double loaded corridor, you can use a shallower deck in a corridor, which gives you extra headroom for your mains and services. And then you can branch in between the flutes. If you have sprinkler heads and so on, through that beam, you can sleeve through that beam and then bring your stuff. So corridor to exterior is interesting for that. That's the detail. Just for the record, the 8-inch deck scope of work is the deck, the 8-inch deck, everything to form the slab that is light gauge. Okay, so this deck, the Z trim to raise it, the enclosures, the perimeter trims, the port stops, and so on, they're all inclusive when you order the 8-inch deck. That's the Z trim that we see. That's a corridor deck that we barely see. Party wall to party wall works fine too. I know a lot of hotels, a lot of suites, hotels, it's 18 to 24 feet. It works very well. One row of shoring in a center, it does the job. We're back to corridor to exterior. So this is the corridor wall. This is the exterior wall. So corridor to exterior bearing with the 8-inch deck. And once you get to the corridor here, this one was a fairly large one because it's a 3-inch deck. But once again, it's all part of the system. But for that corridor here, use 3-inch deck. And then along this wall here, there seems to be a lot of rebar and so on. Well, they use that to collect their drag struts, and then they're getting to a bracing wall here. So, some people use staircase elevator shafts. Sometimes there's not enough of those. In this case, they used X bracing to do the lateral. That's one of the, an example on load bearing studs. I said earlier, so there's, can do a lot of story. There's a big concrete podium here. So it's a 11-story. I think there's maybe another one after that. So 11, 12-story building, just can do it with, in these cases, they'll have, big windows. You can have balconies, sliding doors, and so on. When you do the 8-inch deck with wood above, if you don't have a podium, if you don't need to have parking garage below or retail below, you want to do, say, a wrap, a Texas wrap, and then you'll have your wood building. You want to stretch wood to the tallest, then you can have up to 5-story wood, have your 3-hour separation here with the 8-inch deck, and then 2 stories on load-bearing stud walls. And then that allows you to have the same design from top to bottom in lieu of having to change when you get here to a big concrete column in the middle of the living room or the kitchen. You don't have to change your designs, can be the same design top to bottom. And then that ends up being a very economical way to do that 3-hour separation. And it's a very economical 7-story building that you just built there. Concrete bearing. So once again, one of the multiple bearing system we can bear on is concrete. We can bear on concrete, we can bear on masonry, and we can bear on ICF. So Eric will be speaking after me, and we're working quite a bit with their foam. So what I spoke about earlier, I said the perimeter trim when we're on ICF is not required, because what we do when you measure up where your landing is going to be for the bearing of the deck is going to be, and then you cut and and what your top of concrete will be, and then you cut the inside of the bearing. So you do your pour of concrete all the way to the underside of the bearing of the 8-inch deck, rebar sticking out, either continuous, vertical, or the dowels to connect in the slab, or both, of course. And then you set your deck, and then the perimeter trim is replaced essentially by the 2-inch foam on the outside. it may be 2 and 1/8 or one. I'm not sure about the thickness. Eric will talk more about that later, but it's a good fit, with the foam and the deck, because you can use it as your pour stop. In this case, it's just to show when we're on concrete, you can use, for example, I saw there was only 8% doing precast, so I don't expect a lot of people doing that. But the precast plank is very difficult to do cantilevers. In this case, it was a balcony on the outside, and then they did it, or that was continuous and just rebar concrete, and then they formed it so it's connects well with the slab. Hi, Henry. I think we're good. I think we have 3 total, right? We're good for the next one if possible. Henry, when you come back.
All right, ready for the second poll?
Okay, yes, second poll, please.
Absolutely. Are you planning on designing elevated concrete slab within the next 12 months, 6 months, or 3 months? Thank you for those who participated in the poll. So first of all, we have 69% within the next 12 months, 18% 6 months, and 13% 3 months.
Perfect. Thank you, Henry.
Absolutely.
So one thing I mentioned, the corridor to exterior earlier. One thing that I think that I should be noting, just add to it real quick, that I remembered. So we were looking at these at this corridor detail. You do corridor to exterior, get to the outside, and so that's again corridor. One thing that is interesting is when you do party wall to party wall bearing on hospitality, 18 to 24 feet, you get on the first floor and you have all sorts of the pool, the inside pool, the gym, that may be different, the reception area, the breakfast area, it's all different sizes of of openings. So very often you end up with the big podium, or a podium at least, at that level. If you're able to flip it corridor to exterior, quite often what I'm finding is at least half the bearing is the exterior, and very often the exterior wall goes all the way to the foundation, right? So when that's the case, if you go corridor to exterior, you're getting rid of all the bearing that is over here. You'll still need 2 lines of bearing. A lot of areas you'll still have a few rooms back and forth, so you'll still have your corridor. And when you get in the reception, if you need 3 columns, 6 beams, or whatever, 8 beams, and you're done with it, I think it may be very, very advantageous to look at that, so that you reduce the cost of the podium or the transfer slab. All right, that was my parenthesis that I forgot. So yeah, bearing on concrete, you see it here. That's actually hospitality. We're talking about hospitality. I'm not sure if I can say that, but this is actually, we see it, it's oceanfront property. That's the Ritz-Carlton in Aruba. So it's all concrete beams, concrete columns, 8-inch deck, floor, and the infills, or the outside, that will not be window. It's going to be masonry construction, but that happens to be a hospitality building here. Well, now that I say that, I think no, it's not there. Sorry, I had a Holiday Inn somewhere too. But yeah, we have 3 or 4 under construction right now. But this one was built a while back. So now when we're building with concrete walls, we can use either, you build your wall, you set the deck on top, like we've shown it on the ICF, and then you start the next wall above it. Or in this case, it was ironworkers and there was a concrete wall, a concrete shaft. So they did the concrete shaft, left some embeds, ironworkers came back, welded the angle and connected the 8-inch deck on top of it. Once we're parallel to the deck, we can incorporate a concrete beam when needed. And that's what we see here. And actually, that was a Holiday Inn. I think it was in Calgary. It was a 6th floor. And then there was it was 3-story recess and then 3 floors. So for the recess, they just incorporated a concrete beam to get rid of all the, they didn't want any other trade, no steel beam, nothing else. So, and everything, once again, to form the slab is by the 8-inch deck manufacturer. Incorporating it in openings. So I said earlier, don't get hung up the 2 feet, on center. Please don't. Allow us to detail, mix the fixed penetration. Your job is, and your job of the engineer to say, hey, we want to have that 8-inch deck. We want to go corridor to exterior or party wall to party wall. We want 2-hour rating. We want normal weight or lightweight concrete. Once we have that, we'll be able to take the MEPs, your drawings, where the walls are and so on, and locate all the fixed penetration, and we submit that for approval. So up to a 12-inch square or circular opening, it can be sleeved, it could be core drilled, you don't even have to call us theoretically. Okay, so as long as it's in the top part, it's up to 12-inch, you can do all the fixed penetration you want from there. Now, if we want to go a bit deeper, okay, and that's one of the things, very often you end up with the 2-foot by 2-foot chase. If it's at all possible, 48-inch deck, if you can make it maximum 18-inch, but up to 3 feet, this is 3'4", up to 40-inch, 18-inch by 40-inch. If the chase could be rectangular instead, then in this case, there's actually very little that needs to be done. Just rebar within the slab so that there's no cracking, and little pour stops. Once again, the pour stops is all supplied by the 8-inch deck manufacturer. And then when you have that's a fairly simple way to do a chase. All you need basically is set rebar inside of the assembly. If you need bigger than that, you need 24 by 24, more than that, up to 40-inch by 40-inch. Okay, we see it here. In this case, we will need to cut one of the deck flutes. Okay, so when we do that, we'll need to double up. You see it here, double up on each side. So when we look at the cross section C, so you see the double rebar at the bottom, okay, where we're going to take out the deck. And also, in order to distribute the load properly over the flutes, there's going to be a bend plate that is the opening reinforcement. Once again, this one is not light gauge, but it is by us. We supply that systematically when it's required. And basically that bend plate will be the thickness of the concrete. And then there's going to be rebar welded to it, and that connects back into the slab. So it gives you a nice sturdy opening. If we look at it from the bottom, you see the double rebar and then the rod. So that's when you need more than, you need up to 3 by 3, say, penetrate opening. If you need more than that, frame it. Beam, columns, walls. It needs to be framed. All right, Henry, we're going to go with the last one, if you don't mind, because we're coming up to the end of the presentation.
Absolutely. What cold form structural floor system would you like to learn more about? Deep deck for mid and long spans, cold form joist, composite joist, light gauge trusses. Okay, thank you for those who participated in the poll. We have 40% deep deck for mid and long spans, 3% cold form joist, 23% composite joist, 35% light gauge trusses.
Thank you. It's interesting that the cold form joists have just one champion. Interesting. That's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time. So we're back to our presentation of the 8-inch deck. The benefits, it's basically, it's shallower than structural steel. It's lighter than concrete. Okay, that's a little bit what it is. All right. So let's go into the various. It has very long spans, so we'll do over 30-foot clear span. No drywall, no spray-on fireproofing for fire, right? So it's a long span construction. It's fairly simple. Just a few type of pieces, some good people to labor to install it, but it's fairly simple. The erection drawings are straightforward. It's one drawing for the enclosures, but then after that, the deck, you just drop it wherever there's an enclosure. So it's fairly straightforward. As we've shown it, is that it can fit on any structural bearing system, no matter we've during the wood, whatever, post-COVID, shortages of wood floors systems, we ended up building a lot of that 8-inch deck on wood walls because they couldn't get wood trusses or TGI or whatever it is. So it fits on any bearing system, light gauge structural steel, specialty beams, concrete, masonry, ICF, wood. It is shallower than conventional joist or beam and deck systems. So you'll be able to do 10.5-inch, 25 to 30-foot span exposed, so it's a fairly compact floor compared to joist, but then it's much lighter than conventional concrete. So even if you were to do precast plank or topping, or if you were to do a put in place concrete slab, all formed up, I mean, you end up with slabs that are anywhere between 80 to 108, 110 pounds per square foot, depending on the thickness at 8 to 9-inch or 8-inch plus 2-inch topping for the plank. While the 8-inch deck with concrete 2.5 inches, 54 pounds. It's much, much lighter, but still very sturdy. It doesn't vibrate, corridor to exterior, the 25 to 28 foot where is very sensible for human sensation. Works very well because it's bottom bearing, it's solid concrete, all poured monolithically with the beams that are on the perimeter and so on. So it's lighter than conventional concrete, shallower than conventional joist or beam, and it has exposed rating. No drywall, no spray-on fireproofing required. No fire stopping required at the drywall lid, no ceiling dampers. So anyway, this is what it's used for. We talked about hospitality, so lots of hotel dorms. I have 3 right now on the go. 1 in Canada, 2 in the US. One of them is interesting because it's the podium and the floor below. The other ones are the walls and above. Multi-res be involved in, extensively. Healthcare facility, assisted living, skilled nursing we've done, and so on. Dorms as well. Very similar for me from a structural standpoint to the hospitality, mixed use and institutional. The 28 by 32 foot classroom grid is natural. We've just completed actually our first in 2025 our first school in Washington State so it was in the US. So this wraps it. Any questions? I see there's a bunch of chats, so I'm not sure if those are comments or questions, but floor is open until Eric takes it. I have a few minutes, I think.
Thank you so much, Francois. No questions. You were able to answer them as they came along, so we don't have any other questions at this time.
Okay, very good. Well, Thank you very much, Eric. I hope you're ready for a big crowd here. Thanks for taking the time once again. We have composite joists and all that. We'd be more than happy. Stefan, someday I will come up with the composite joist AIA presentation. Not there yet, but it shouldn't take too long. So hope everyone has a great afternoon, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Francois. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Henry.
All right. All right, everyone. Here is your session code 166044. It is also available for you in the chat 166044. And once again, for those of you who joined a little bit later on, if you've been having trouble accessing the ATS website, there was a major Cloudflare outage earlier today. So if you are still experiencing that outage, just please save all of your session codes and try again later today. And don't worry, your credits, your attendance, and everything is safe with us, so you don't have to worry about any of that. But please make sure that you have recorded all of your session codes throughout the day for all of the sessions that you are participating in. And I am getting ready to share the information for Eric in the chat for you all. There it is. Okay. And here to present ICF Solutions for Hospitality Facilities, Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Design, here is Eric with Nudura. Eric, hello.
Hey, how are you? Am I coming through okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Welcome. Good to see you.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, I don't want to scare anybody either, so I'll make sure the image looks all right.
Image looks all right. Whenever you're ready, let's go ahead and get that screen share set up.
Okay, excellent. Let me get the correct screen. Let's make sure we get this correct. So with that, I'm assuming that you will see my screen.
It's a while to load up on our end. Yes, it is all set. Eric, take it away.
Great, excellent. Okay. First and foremost, thank you very much for allowing us to have this presentation today and to give a perspective of what insulated concrete forms are, how they work, how they can be advantageous, how they contribute to a project. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. As a starter for this program, there will be some key notes that we must address. Let me get this rolling here. Oh. Okay, make sure this is working correctly. Okay, did the screen just change, Fulgens?
Yes, it did. You're
Okay,
on the
excellent.
AIA
Okay,
screen
a
now.
little bit. Okay, excellent. Okay, I'll keep going with this one. So everything's working out well. There will be some little bit of housekeeping we need to do. I have a feeling that every other presenter had done this also. But just a little disclaimers in regards to the AIA presentation. Why are we here? Why are we permitted to do so? And what are our accreditations? So you will have some ideas in regards to what we are. Questions related to the material and the methods that we'll be talking about today. We can address that at the end. The material is copyrighted. So if ever there is a request to have a copy of this presentation, it can be done so, but we need to have the permission of us and ITS2 also to have permission to duplicate this material that we'll be presenting today. The outline will be fairly generic. It'll be a high-level preview of what insulated concrete forms are. So I'll provide you an introduction, a brief explanation in regards to what exactly is an ICF, the performance of the ICF, how is it working, why is it just there, what is it contributing, design integration, that'll be more towards the architectural side, how do we put this into plan. Specifications also will just give a little insight in regards to the permissibility of the product to be on a project. And at the end, there'll be some case studies. So then I'll have probably about a half dozen or so examples of hotels and larger form commercial buildings that we have done in the past. Course description is just basically in an effort to better describe our product. How can it be or how can it contribute better to your project, the long-term use of the building itself? What is the designated purpose? What's the durability, the sustainability of the project, of the project itself, the building in general? And how do you actually keep guest retention? How do you use their experience to actually have a retention, return clients, return renters? If they're long-term, at what point is the building actually comfortable and contributing to their experience? So we'll dive into this a little bit again today within this presentation. Please keep in mind, it will be a high-level experience with insulated concrete forms, but hopefully we'll give you just enough information that will get you to the point that we'd like to consider this. Fulgens, I will be starting right off the bat with a question right after this slide, so I want you to get ready for that.
Okay.
So for the objectives for today, we would like for you to at least have a good understanding in regards to the different types of ICFs that are available. There's not just one manufacturer. There's a multitude of manufacturers. So we'll explain that a little bit. To describe the components, we'll break it down. We'll say, how is this made? What are the instruments of this component to your wall assembly? To identify to the value proposition. How does it actually work well for the project? So again, just repeating the effort in regards to saying is that the choices that we're making with the materials that we have in our buildings actually influence the way that they perform. And that falls into the features and the benefits, the fundamentals of ICF. How does it actually work? To recognize the advantages, the ICF technology itself, for the durability, the sustainability, again, everything applicable to the hospitality industry. And we'll explore compatible cladding or other symbiotic building elements that go with insulated concrete form. Francis talked about those a little bit earlier today, but we'll explore those a little bit more deep and dive in regards to what are associated or at least symbiotic with insulated concrete form construction. And this will be my first question.
All right, here it is here. Have you specified insulated concrete forms before? Many times, only a few times, or never? All right, thank you for your participation in the poll, everyone. We have 5% many times, 35% only a few times, and the majority of folks have never specified that before.
Excellent. Okay, so we're in the right place. I'm assuming that will give us directions in regards to the interest for insulated concrete forms. So again, thank you very much for allowing us to present that and for your inquisitiveness in regards to what insulated concrete forms are. If we break it down fairly basically in regards to what is the product itself, it's a stay-in-place form. It's akin to a standard cast-in-place concrete application, except that the forms actually stay in place. You do not remove them afterwards. And those panels themselves, an inboard and an outboard panel, they'll be constructed majorly of expanded polystyrene, so EPS. I say the majority because there is some variances that have happened in the past, but I would say a good major portion will be made with EPS foam. The panels on either side are basically held together by polypropylene webbing, basically a structure itself holding these panels parallel to one another and giving it integrity when you're either putting in the rebar and then afterwards placing the concrete itself. The vertical bars are placed horizontally into the forms themselves, and the vertical bars are placed down into the cavities created by the horizontal bars. I'll give a couple of examples of this later on in the presentation. The concrete is placed and then consolidated into the concrete form itself, and then the final product becomes this monolithic concrete wall. So the insulated concrete form, basically, you're putting it into place, you're applying your reinforcement of your concrete, you're injecting your concrete into the forms themselves, basically placing it the way you would with standardized forms, but then everything stays into place, and that's the beauty of the system. I mentioned a little bit earlier that we within this industry, there are many manufacturers that are able to provide insulated concrete forms. In North America alone, you might have a good 12 major players. But I'm just illustrating here just an idea in regards to, this is one of many sheets that's available, but within these manufacturers, you'll have variances. It'll be very akin to, say, like the auto industry. A lot of these cars are drivable. They got four wheels. They're bringing you to A and B, but some do it differently than others. Some have different sizes, different shapes, and different performances. And so educating yourselves on the different values and benefits of the different manufacturers will help you out in the long run in choosing the proper form for that particular project. This gives us an idea. But if we look at this big chart and we break it down just a little bit more, get it more towards a micro scale, the big variances that happen within the insulated concrete forms is that you'll have 3 variances of that. Now, keep in mind, within these variances, the way the webbings are made are a little bit different, the configuration of those webs, and then the heights of the blocks, the lengths of the blocks. But for the most part, these 3 factors are going to be the variance. You're going to have site-assembled ICFs. That means you're buying every little piece and element of that ICF independently, and you'll have to put those together. It's kind of the IKEA version. You have to put those together on site. Not very expensive buy of a product, but then you'll have to add a little bit more labor to it. So there's some pros and cons that come with this particular system. And then you'll have the next step up where you'll have these pre-assembled, these fully preformed ICF forms. They come on site, ready to be stacked, click together. They're already in their shape. That's a great advantage because now you're saving the labor of having to put together the individual little pieces together. The disadvantage is that they're already as they are. That means that they're already preformed. They're at a point where they're occupying space within a truck or a work site. So they take some space until you're able to actually put that into place. A good system. So far, 1 and 2 are great options. The third option is that it's more or less an escalation or an advancement of the second option, is that you'll have the preformed ICF panel. You'll have the hinges themselves built into the webbings. Therefore, that form actually folds itself into and occupies about 1/3 of its actual volume before you actually pull it apart and put it onto the site. The advantage of that is that you're able to ship a lot more product and you're able to occupy less space on the site. But 2 and 3, they're preformed. Number 1, you have to do site assembly. So again, when you're looking at different options and choices, when you're looking at variables, what's available in your area, you'll have 3 of these variants. Up on top on right, there's just a little bit of a brief in regards to what forms of ICF exist out there. Today, we'll be talking about the flat wall, or basically a flat panel insulated concrete form. But there does exist the waffle grid and a screen grid. The screen grid is something we really don't see all that often, but it could make a little, say, renaissance in some sorts in different parts of the globe. But for the most part, what we're seeing right now will be flat insulated concrete forms. So the flat wall would be the one that we'll be focusing on today. We mentioned earlier in regards to the forms, how those are composed, how are they made. We talked about the webbings, but now we need to at least accent a little bit in regards to what are the other variables. Now that you looked either side assembled, preformed with hinges, one way or another, once you have these put together, they'll have different variables in regards to the core sizes you will need to have. There are multiple guides from different manufacturers that will offer you guidelines in regards to what core thicknesses you would need to have. And also you can have structural engineering firms or manufacturers making structural components that will also suggest minimums they will need to have. But within the insulated concrete form industry, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12-inch cores, variables or multiples of 2 will be standard. Typically, we do not find variables between those 2. Also, you'll find that there'll be different lengths to the insulated concrete form, how long it is and how tall they are also. Those will have factors in 2 different ways. The height itself will have factors in regards to where the horizontal rebar can go for typical reinforcement of the wall. And then also the spacing of the webs themselves can vary between 6 and 8 inches in separation. That also will have an impact on your vertical bars. Even though this does not have structural elements to the insulated concrete form, they house your structural elements, the rebar that you need to put in place. So it gives you a saddle to which they can actually straddle onto and stay in place and stay very linear within the insulated concrete forms. The core sizes can vary. The standard sizes I have here on the left-hand side, the 5 different sizes, they're just the minimum what you would get off the shelf, something that's readily available. If ever you needed to go outside or thicker core than, say, the 12-inch, you can adapt the forms themselves to other multiples of 2. If you had to have an 18-inch core wall, that is possible. But for most manufacturers, that will become that non-preformed ICF. You'll have to buy little components to be able to put those together, but it is available. The panels themselves will offer different thicknesses. Besides their height and their length, there's a certain thickness that's associated with them that will be akin to what we will work with for the R value of the expanded polystyrene, the EPS. But for the general purposes, that insulated concrete forms will have a general thickness of about 2.5 inch up to about 2 3/4 inches for standard insulated concrete form projects. Now, every manufacturer will have a variant of that also, whereas you can have these panels actually expand, be thicker, up to about 4 inches or so on either side. So if you need to gain a higher R value, if you're in a colder climate zone and you need to have a higher prescriptive value, that'll be advantageous to look at. So if you're going from a standard R21 type of a wall assembly, you could actually bring that up to R32 if you need to for prescriptive reasons. So you do have variables that are associated with insulated concrete forms. If you need to get higher thermal resistance, we already talked about the form itself providing a higher insulated or thermal resistance, the R value. You can actually go to a lamination to the outside of that insulated concrete form to give you that higher prescriptive R value. So on the left of this slide, you will see that you'll have the 2/3 on one side, 1/3 on the out, on 2/3 on the outside, 1/3 on the inside. So it gives you that asymmetrically balanced wall to give you more insulation towards the outside. Always keeping in mind, this is when you hit to the northern hemisphere or northern climates where you're hitting a much higher R value prescriptive requirement. And that's towards the outside of the insulated concrete form. The drawback with that one is that there are fastening strips that are in the polystyrene. Every time that we laminate the outside of that insulated concrete form, those fastening strips become further or deeper away from where you're actually fastening through for shear. Things to keep in mind when we're looking at laminations. But you could also, if you need to, you could offer the extended R value on the inside of the form. So you can see the middle image, and then the image on the right will give you that scenario. If you do not want to laminate on the outside, you could actually go towards the inside of the core. Most manufacturers will offer 2-inch inserts that can be put inside of the insulated concrete form. But I think you will note that in order to get that extra or that abundance of R value towards the outside, you will have to have an insulated concrete form with a core size that's larger to correspond with the insert. If you need to have a 6-inch core, you want to have a 2-inch insert, you will need to have an 8-inch webbing of the insulated concrete form so that you have 2 inches of insert foam, and then the 6 inches of core that you like to have. So things to consider, things to look at when you're deciding what types of R value you need and how to accommodate those. Insulated concrete forms has the variance to be able to accommodate that. Straight forms is what I've showed you so far, but we want to show that there is a lot of design flexibility. You could have corners. The straights and the corners will be the staple of insulated concrete forms. Most manufacturers will offer a 45-degree pre-manufactured or a form or put in place ready form. But also there'll be other manufacturers offering T-forms. Radius forms can be accommodated for also. You'll see corbelling for brick ledges. There's also taper type of forms, which is actually fluted on the inside, whereas the outside there's no corbel, so distorting the profile of the insulated concrete form. And also you'll notice here, bottom row, second to the last, what's called 1 series. Most manufacturers again will offer the ability to actually have a removable panel on one side if for whatever reason you need to have concrete exposed on only one side. Elevator shafts will be a perfect example of where this would be a very viable product. Sometimes stairwells, if you need to have that durability, if you have multiple interchanging residents that are occupying that building, and there may be a little bit more rough in the chases or in the shafts. So the 1 series works well in those areas. And it also offers, if ever needed, an aesthetic appeal too, if you'd like to just see the concrete. So there is flexibility in design that's offered by insulated concrete forms. To offer that flexibility, there needs to be an abundance of accessories. I won't jump into these all too far, but you can see that the insulated concrete form industry is reliant on accessories. The forms themselves don't just do the bulk of the work, but you will need to look at different type of accessories, be it screws, be it additional web sizes, if it's a way to hold the horizontal rebar. And again, if you want to change core sizes going up the wall, there's brackets for that. So again, there's an abundance of different types of accessories to allow you design flexibility. When we look at the insulated concrete forms, we have to kind of look at it in a nutshell and say, how does this thing actually work? The big image or the big idea I would like to have the audience take away from today is that this is a sandwich panel. It is not a cavity wall. There's no infilling of any kind of insulation inside of our forms. Once the concrete's poured in, it cures out. It's monolithic. Everything is sandwiched together. It's kind of harmonized together to be able to create this monolithic type of construction. But with that one particular product, just the insulated concrete form alone, by choosing that product, you're getting these 7 different elements just in one shot. So you're able to have a product that's allowing you to have a structurally reinforced concrete, monolithic concrete. The concrete itself is acting like your air barrier. So there's no need for an air barrier. Within insulated concrete forms, there's no need for an air barrier, except that there is good, better, best type of practice that you can apply towards insulated concrete forms, or ICF. Having the air barrier will not damage the building. Actually, it's recommended. It's a manufacturer's recommendation, but it's not needed because the concrete itself is acting as the air barrier. So you may have a choice in regards to good, better, best in those scenarios. The continuous insulation is the form itself on the inside and the outside. And again, it could vary between R23 up to R48. The vapor barrier, it's already included into the components of the structure. You do not need to have an additional vapor barrier. The expanded polystyrene itself will offer less than that one perm that you will need to have to be considered a vapor barrier. So the EPS itself is acting as a vapor barrier. But it's very important to note also when I mentioned that this is not a cavity wall. You do not have a potential to have condensation within a cavity. And at that point, you do not need to have that vapor barrier. And on top of that, just simply that the insulated concrete forms themselves, with the non-existence of that cavity, you do not have that potential whatsoever of condensation. The dew point within an insulated concrete form, just as a third point in regards to the vapor barrier, does not even penetrate more than 3/8 of an inch towards the outside of the outboard panel. So there's 3 different ways that we actually defend or combat the vapor. So there's no need for an additional vapor barrier. UL or ULC fire ratings between 2 and 4 hours. That'll vary between either a 4-inch core and up to starting from a 6-inch core. That will give you 2 to 4 hour fire resistance rating, both in Canada and in the United States. Interior and exterior attachment strips. That's basically the webbings themselves. They are there to hold the panels together, but they actually provide anchoring strips, very predictable anchoring strips throughout the whole building. And they're very, very predictable. They'll always be at the spacings you have. There's no crowning, there's no deviation, there's no misplacing of the stud itself. You know that your fastening strip will be predictable, always. And the sound attenuation, just by default, the core itself will offer you a good STC value or a ASTC value starting at a 50, and it can go up well up exceeding R60 up to 72. So you're getting all these elements into one. Fulgens, I'll be ready for the second question right now.
All right. When determining an exterior wall assembly, what is the most important factor? Price, ease of installation, design flexibility, performance. All right, thank you for your participation, everyone. We have the majority, 60% performance.
Excellent. That'll be a great segue for me. So thank you much for the answers of those questions. Within performance, this will be the segment where I actually do talk about performance. The thermal resistance, we hit on that just a very little bit, but I'll take a little bit more of a deeper dive into this. What's important on this page right now is the third paragraph. Most insulated concrete forms have the ability to increase the R value more than R40. So what that last paragraph is saying is that insulated concrete form can very predictably, very easily outperform their theoretical value. So if you have an R23 or to R24 on paper, that's the prescriptive value. The insulated concrete form itself, the mass wall inside of that, has the ability to outperform that perceived theoretical prescriptive R value. Being that the insulated concrete form, just in its basic nature, is actually able to outperform what is required from most energy code requirements in the U.S. and starting with the lower portions of the warmer climate zones in Canada. So I'll accent that third paragraph a little bit more. The attributes for performance within insulated concrete forms, there's a variable, there's a matrix here that talks all about either the bearing capacity, just how much more it can bear. If we compare it to wood, I'm only having this for the comparison here, just because wood is very recognized and it's a very common practice. So, but we need to have comparison. This is the best way to make an understanding for most part, is that we need something from which to leap from. So there's different variables here, but what we want to accent in regards of this one will be in this second grouping there. And when it comes to thermal mass, this one here is very important for us. This is the way we perform. If we take our typical cavity wall, so if it could be stud, it could be wood, it could be metal, what have you, but anything that you have to infill that has a cavity, you're only going to have approximately about 2 pounds of mass per square foot. Insulated concrete forms for a 6-inch core, for most buildings going up to relative about 4 to 5 stories, can accommodate, say, 4 stories for 6-inch core. You can get up to 8-inch core for about 6 to 8 stories, and so on and so forth. But if we use the 6-inch core, you're going to get 75 pounds of mass per square foot. And why is that important? Because that creates inertia. It's a battery. You're banking this energy inside of this wall as it's being used. It's not a passive energy. It's more of a resistive type of energy. It's not something that's going to give off some heat, but it's going to want to resist change. So you can look at it as a bowling ball and a ping pong ball rolling down the hill. One's going to have more built up kinetic energy or inertia. And at that point, it's going to be a little bit harder to stop. It's going to not want to deviate or change that easily. More mass you have, the more resistance you will have. I think that we've all done this when we've come onto a walk and we walk in front of a cave. We feel that geothermic kind of property where that cave has a more controlled environment because it has mass. And so this one here will be important for us to discuss in regards of performance. How does that mass actually equate if we put it to a test? In North America, ASTM will have a test of 1363, which is typically recognized to determine how that wall assembly will perform. It's a hot box apparatus. I'll take a little brief moment here to explain this one, but basically, if we use R value as a means of comparison for most prescriptive requirements in code, no matter how you build that wall, if the one on the left is R24 for nominal reasons, and say the one on the right is R24 for nominal reasons, left being a cavity wall, on the right, the green one being an insulated concrete form wall. If I put it into this test, they should have the same result if R value is a good means of comparison. As you put it into that chamber, you'll have one side will be minus 35 degrees C, not Fahrenheit, C. And then on the inside, it will be plus 21 Celsius on the inside. And that wall itself is trying to combat those two exchanges of atmosphere, the warm going towards the cold. It gets to a point where it has a steady state, and that wall is actually making the resistance it needs to have because it has BTU. It has influence. If you remove that influence, how is that wall going to perform? How much inertia did that wall actually embank? And how much is it releasing to resist that change? On the orange line, you can see that only 2 pounds of mass, the cavity wall itself, has an instant demand for BTU. It's asking for assistance right off the bat. The green line will be the solid mass wall, the insulated concrete form wall. It'll take just shy of 2 full days before it actually asks for assistance for that wall. You can imagine if you have a big building and you run out of power for one reason or another, you either have to air conditioning going or you have your heater going. How is that building envelope going to work for you in that particular instance? This chart will demonstrate that the insulated concrete form will work for you in a good amount of time, just shy of 2 days, to a point that where it's actually working extremely well for you. If you take this chart and you make the flip, you have that calculation where we can make this flip and say, what is it? It's BTU consumption. What is it by way of R value? This chart will show you what the R value is based on the consumption of BTU. The red line will be the cavity wall, only 2 pounds of mass. Theoretical wall between R22, 24. You can see that just shy of 24 hours, it's already below R20. I'm hoping it's clear on the screen, but that first little horizontal line will be R20. And that's expected. Within this test, the theoretical value is never, ever as high as the actual performance. That's to be expected. When we look at insulated concrete forms with the 75 pounds of mass, it takes well over 2 days before it actually showed that sign of life. It corresponds with the consumption of BTU. But you can see the way that slowly starts to vortex down. It'll take to about maybe 5 days before it actually performs under R40. That means you're getting a lot more bang for your buck when you're choosing to use insulated concrete forms. There's going to be price as being a comparison. How do we actually choose these products? But we need to look at performance, because when we look at the total cost of building ownership of this building, it's not just the products we chose, it's how these products work for us in the future. As a building owner, I would think it'd be of concern in regards to how much energy that building needs to consume to be climatized on the inside of that build. A very important factor to think. With insulated concrete forms, there's no visual trophy. There's no shiny thing you could put on the wall and say, look what I just bought. But the thing is that you'll notice it every month when you have your consumption of the energy reported. You'll notice that you're consuming approximately about, at least for a residential building, up to about 60% less of consumption of energy. And this will be proven by the ASTM 1363. So just a little brief history in regards to how do the products you choose actually contribute and work for you in the future. It might be cheap now, but it might cost you a little bit more later on down the road, versus the sequencing of paying a little bit more up front, but having that termed out a lot more simply and a lot easier to digest the long term of that building. So that falls us down to the value proposition. So you got the cost, you got to look at the price of elements. You got to also look at the cost, the total cost of building ownership. Using insulated concrete forms can save you a good 15-20% lower of the total ownership of that building. That's just not the consumption of energy. Consumption of energy could be up to 60% less. When you look at the maintenance of the building, the long-term use of the building, insurance rates, any kind of requirements that we need to have for structural, if there is disaster, the resiliency of the building, the durability of the building. So things to think about. Also, when we look at the cost, we need to say, how much time does it take to erect this building? Say if for some reason, for whatever reason, someone comes out and says your insulated concrete form is going to cost you more, but you can build this building that much quicker. If you're able to operate your building 3, 4, 5, 6 months ahead of time, that generates revenue. So that's the big comparison. I would beg to ask the group, is that would you rather have something that costs cheaply right now, costs more for labor to put that in place, but then it does not perform for you in the long run, versus something that you sequence a little bit more early, you pay a little bit more sooner for the upfront costs, but you're paying less than time to build and you're actually operating sooner. Questions to ask in regards of choosing the different products for these projects. LEED certified, yes, we can have those accreditations for the insulated concrete form. There is a very competitive ICF installer market. Local distributors will be able to provide lists of competent installers. There's a lot of structural flexibility built into insulated concrete forms. Simplified wall assembly, I think that one we definitely have to talk about, because it will mitigate risk and the potential liability that comes with the future. It's a very robust wall assembly. In the States, you guys are looking at ICC 500 for wind. And for us, I'm sorry, I say us because I am from Canada. We look at different factors in regards to how that wall actually performs and what are its seismic values. So for insulated concrete forms, it's very robust and very adaptable to a North American climate. The feedback that we've had so far is that, yes, again, it confirms that we have these lower upfront or energy costs. The long term of the building, the insurance rates come down quite substantially. So we do have a plethora of different types of advantages here. So when it comes to reduction of construction financing, construction scheduling, and quicker return on investment, I think that could be a good lingering thought to have for what is the feedback that we are receiving from actual owners. If we have a perceived operational cost of $2.60 a square foot, insulated concrete forms, and that would be something for like a zone 5 in Canada, some very, very cold. You can operate somewhere around just shy of maybe 60 cents, 65 cents a square foot. That's money in your pocket. So as a building owner, as the architect that's actually providing specifications for projects for these builds, I think it's worth noting that what we're specifying could actually have good, positive long-term effects. I talked a little bit in regards to reduction of liability. This slide will just give you an illustration in regards to, on the left, the insulated concrete form. With just 3 simple steps that I mentioned earlier, you're getting 9 different elements. The 3 steps being, put the ICF onto the footing. Second step, put your rebar in. Third step, put your concrete in. You're getting all these different types of features. You're getting 9 processes within those 3 different steps. If you use a cavity wall type of a construction, most of the time it's going to be these unharmonized elements, singular elements that need to work in concert. and they're reliant on 100% perfection for that to work. Otherwise, the whole house of cards may tumble. And on top of that is that each one of these elements, though they may not cost very much, they require labor to put those into place. If we wanted to reduce our liability in the future in regards to having these individualized elements trying to work in concert, in harmony, and trying to be harmonized together, is that if you reduce the amount of individual elements trying to harmonize in concert, you reduce your potential for future failure. The majority of your failures will happen at interactions. Reduce the interactions, you reduce the potential for liability in the future for failures. So just a little quick illustration in regards to how that works for insulated concrete forms versus a cavity wall construction. Fulgens, I'll be ready for the third question.
All right. There it is here. Would your office be interested in having an ICF rep visit your office to provide additional information? And while they're working on that, Eric, a few questions came in. Maybe we can answer one.
Sure.
Bradley asked, do you have to fire protect the foam? What are the options?
Yeah, there will be anything on the residential side of a building will have to be protected. Say for most building codes, and again, I must speak mostly my expertise will be in Canada, but we do have very high level of similarities between our codes. Most of our codes will be done from the inside towards the outside of the building. So for us, we will have a ULC rating, a 124 for akin to ULC rating for the drywall on the inside, the gypsum board. A simple 1/2-inch gypsum board will act as your thermal barrier on the inside of the building. So for the inside portion, that is pretty easy to address. Drywall or anything that will have, for us, again, I apologize, a Canadian code, but ULC 114 or something akin to the 124 that will address how much resistance that wall can withstand before it actually penetrates through. So drywall for the inside will be a simple solution for the thermal barrier. On the outside, we need to consider what is the building height, sprinklered, non-sprinklered, and what is its spatial separation? How close is it to its neighbor? And for us in Canada, there'll be a percentage of unprotected openings that we need to consider, and that will tell us what we need to do on the outside of the building. If there is a need for non-combustible construction, we can laminate the outside of the building with like a fibrous gypsum board or gyplap board, a dense glass or something similar to that on the outside to act as a thermal barrier. To keep that combustible element protected. And then again, depends on what the construction code matrix is. There is some buildings at low height, sprinklered or non, that will allow you to not have that thermal barrier on the outside. So yes, there is means to protect that. I cannot claim that insulated concrete forms are for every project. Zero lot lines at the moment might be the sticky point. But again, if we use or incorporate that one-sided concrete form, we can bypass the requirements because we're hitting that monolithic concrete towards that lot line. So again, the long answer is yes, there's means to do it. But again, I think you noticed that it takes a little bit more time to explain how it works. But please reach out to somebody locally. You can reach out to me. I'll have my contact information at the end, but that I can explain a little bit more in depth.
Thank you. And we do have a few people who would be interested in having an ICF represent their office, providing additional information, so you'll get that information offline.
Excellent. So I'll take note of that. I'll try to rifle through this a little bit more to make sure that I'm respecting everybody's time. But wind resistance and seismics have to be considered in regards to how we work. So durability is how do you withstand an event. The resiliency is just how easy it will be to rebuild. And so we have different examples here for a tornadic event. It could be a hurricane event. It can actually be fire too. So there's different elements and different attributes in insulated concrete forms that's advantageous to not have to rebuild a community or a building itself. It can withstand. It is durable. It is resilient. We're showing images of homes, but it could be extrapolated up to bigger builds. Francois did mention this a little bit earlier in the previous presentation. We too can accommodate various different kind of building sectors from educational facilities, hospitality, long-term care. It could be a religious facility, First Nations, Indigenous, agricultural. So there's a variance of this. It depends how the occupancy is. It will change what the title is, but it's a building envelope. We can accommodate the majority of building envelopes, very ambiguous in its approach. And also keep in mind that we could do radius walls. So we can find the subtleness of architecture if needed be. Most manufacturers will always offer design tools, either it be by PIM, they'll offer the families we need to have if you're working in Revit. CAD details, most manufacturers, again, will be offering those. So these are generic tables here that we have that most people will be able to access to, design tables, engineering tables, and training videos. So most insulated concrete form manufacturers will offer that. They will also offer architectural and technical support. So these are attributes that most manufacturers will be able to provide. You will need only to reach out to them. Design assistance, this really helps when it comes to accelerating the design. How do you better design with the product? How do you permit the product to actually enhance or influence the design? I'm not saying the product should dictate design. I'm just saying, how could the product actually contribute to design, which will actually reduce in waste. It could reduce your embodied carbon if ever you need to have those considerations. So allowing the product to have some influence in your design will actually make the project a lot more expeditious. It'll be a lot quicker. And again, keeping in mind, reducing waste. Allow the product to actually have an influence on its design, reduce its weight, you reduce throwing anything away, which we all know there's no away. We're just putting it somewhere else. So if you're actually using it, it's not waste at that point. So keep that in mind when it comes to designing. So design teams, anybody can reach out to the manufacturers. They should be able to provide you that assistance. A couple of integrated design details. Again, I will just accent a little bit the previous presenter for CompsLab, Sid was talking about a little bit earlier. There's different ways for us to incorporate different flooring, roofing structures, openings. And again, the structural elements themselves are very easily integrated into insulated concrete forms. There'll be 2 or 3 different slides here that I'll get through fairly rapidly. Embeds, the photo on the left, we can accommodate embeds fairly precisely. If it comes to incorporating pocket beams, port slabs, we can accommodate the majority of the different styles of construction. If you have a turnbuckle, if you're hanging a canopy, we can accommodate that through the concrete too. There's embedments that we can provide or the engineer can provide and design. And also is that if we have to do big spans and big gaps, the photo on the left will show you how you integrate, say, like a steel beam. How do you put insulated concrete forms onto a steel beam to make these bigger gaps? So there's ways for us to work with that. Balconies, roof details, parapets, skimmers for flat roofs. So we can accommodate just about any construction style you would like. Only thing to keep in mind is that you cannot necessarily apply standardized construction practice to insulated concrete form practice. You need to think a little bit more ahead of time in regards to where you're going to be placing your elements. That would be the only trick that we have for insulated concrete forms. So all the details I'm showing here right now, you can substitute cavity wall construction for those. It's fairly similar, but you are working with concrete. So you have to make sure that your elements are in the right spot. When it comes to design itself too, keeping in mind that the concrete actually cures, it does not dry out. So there's no shrinkage in insulated concrete form work. But if you did have to create a cold joint, those are very easily accommodated. The image here will just give you an idea in regards to how do you stop your concrete pour and start it again at another time. So cold joints, we can accommodate those, but we don't necessarily have to have construction joints for shrinkage. Again, to continue with the insulated concrete form design, there's a big no-no there in the middle of the photo. You're trying not to gang all this rebar together. So allow the product to enhance the design. Not that the engineer is not good, but we're not taking into consideration how do you actually put that stuff into place. If we're permitted to build it, that's great. If we're able to design it, that's great. But you got to be able to actually put the product in place. So for engineers that may be on the call today, just please be aware that we're limited in regards to how we gang. And this is not a problem with insulated concrete forms. If that was a standard type of form, it would have the same type of problem. So again, it just shows if we need to have a beam incorporated into the wall, we can accommodate those, pilasters or columns, the embedments, the way that those could work, the pocket beams, again, a bracket welded onto an embedment to carry a load, which is carrying hollow core concrete. We can apply a variable amount of details to construction that would be applicable to the hotel industry, commercial building itself. Flooring structures, I'll touch on this just slightly, but we can accommodate a variance of floor structures. You'll note the hollow core. I know in the survey earlier, not too many people are using those, but within insulated concrete form design, that definitely is a quick method. The CompsLab that Francis was talking about a little bit earlier for the previous presenter, it's also a very, very good viable solution in regards to getting the bigger spans we need to have. But we can also accommodate wood, a standardized construction. And you'll note that most of these details, for the most part, they're hung by the wall. But we also have different details where the flooring structures are actually on top of the wall. So the open web steel joists, for instance, the hollow core, slabs, things like that. by way of using those styles, you're already getting your fire stops built in. That was a very important point that we had in the previous presentation. So we can accommodate different flooring structures. We can accommodate a variance of different roofing structures too, very akin to the flooring structures, but we can accommodate those also. Just to give you a high side on that. The integrated design portion of that too is that on the right, you'll see that there is a plethora of code certifications that are applicable for insulated concrete forms. We do have minimums we need to respect as an association. So this is just a little cheat sheet that most manufacturers should be able to provide to you. But you can see here, for the most part, we have to follow recommendations within the ACI. A lot of UL listings, ASTM listings too that we need to have. And for the Southern states, the ICC 500. So we do have these evaluations that as manufacturers should, and those should be available for any manufacturer that you're choosing. If they don't have it available, I would beg to consider maybe finding a manufacturer that could have those available to you. We also have the applicable codes in Canada. So I do have to, in case there's some Canadians on the call today, we do accommodate the codes that we need to have by way of ULC, CSA standards for the placement of the concrete, which is the same thing as ACI. And then again, our ASTM standards too that apply towards insulated concrete forms. Openings are accommodated by bucking systems, variable systems ranging from wood to steel, fiberglass. We can accommodate a vast majority or a wide variety of bucking systems. They could be knocked down, they could be pre-molded or pre-formed, sorry. They could be steel, they could have a radius form to them, they could be curved. They can have eccentric shapes, so we can accommodate those quite simply within the insulated concrete form industry. The industry itself too, you can't just put the blocks up and hope for the best. You have to align those. So most manufacturers, again, will offer you these bracing systems that are required when working with the insulated concrete forms, which actually allow catwalks also for placement of concrete. So again, most manufacturers will offer you ability or access to these bracing systems. When it comes to mechanical, the mechanical, electrical, or plumbing, they're pretty much encapsulated into the foam. There'll be different ways to achieve this. If it's chasing, channeling, variables in cutting the foam, hot wire knives, but for the most part is that they're embedded into the foam. Nothing stops you from building a cavity wall in the front if you need, but for most part, they're going to be embedded into the foam. Most manufacturers, again, will offer technical support and training, either it be for the installer, where most manufacturers now are starting to develop onboarding for architecture, so please reach out. And also, they will give you insight in regards to estimating. How do you estimate exactly how much product is going to be involved into this build? And also, we could actually, most manufacturers, again, I should have a button for that. Most manufacturers will be able to offer assistance in regards to finding you engineering services with engineers that they've worked for before. ICFMA will be a regroupment or an association of most manufacturers, or the major manufacturers. And through the ICFMA, we have pre-engineering tables. So if it's a residential build, we can accommodate that for the Insulated Concrete Form Manufacturers Association. But when it comes to anything outside of residential building, you will need to confer with a structural engineer to make sure that you get value engineering for that build. Please keep in mind, it's concrete. There's nothing alien about this. So there's no need to treat it differently than you would concrete. It's just a stay-in-place form. So if you're working with an engineer that is a little hesitant because they haven't worked with insulated concrete form before, question if they've ever worked with concrete. If they worked with concrete, they can do insulated concrete forms. There's no difference. So we need to keep that in mind. Exterior finishes, the way that we actually give that visual appeal to the build. Unfortunately, we're in the industry of selling what's behind it. You don't see it. You don't have that visual trophy that most people would like to shine and show their neighbors. But, you know, again, it's all about the performance of this wall. But it just gives you a little bit of an inkling in regards to brick, tile, stucco, metal panels, curtain walls, wood, drywall, a cementatious board. You can accommodate just about any type of veneer or exterior clad or exterior siding to these builds, and they become very nice, very harmonized, very clean type of a build. The exterior finishes also can extend towards residential building. It could be within a hospitality area too, is that you want to have something that's durable and rigid, so we can accommodate a lot of that. Stonework, again, keep in mind we can accommodate the majority of outside sidings. Just as a last hit is that if it comes down to different types of appeal, you can see these photos here clearly indicate that you can accommodate these structures fairly cleanly, fairly simply. As a couple of examples that I will leave this conversation with, we'll give you 5 different hits here in regards to different buildings. And again, there'll be some during construction imagery, and then there'll be some end of the construction imagery, just to give you an idea exactly that from the outside, you cannot tell this will be an insulated concrete form wall. So we could take this project that's located in Texas. You'll have, I believe this will be a 5-story building. Again, it's a hotel suite, and you have some integration of curtain wall on this building too. So for the most part is that they're going to be working with insulated concrete forms for the core of the building, and then they'll be extending outwards to get the aesthetics or the atrium type of a feel that they want to have for that build. And again, from the outside of this building, it's almost invisible to the naked eye in regards to what type of construction this is, but the consumption of energy will be the greatest attribute for this build. And then we could see here in regards to that it does have its LEED certification. Getting a little bit bigger into projects, we could find this project here in St. Martin's. We give you a couple of little imagery in regards to the inside suite. We can't tell the difference. Of course, the beautiful view of the beach, you'll never know the difference, but you can see it during construction. What's really neat about this image, which I like, is that the top right image is showing you not only the outside wall, but when we talked a little bit earlier in the other presentation, where do you orient, or how do you do the orientation of your flooring systems? You can do the demising walls or the partition walls between the suites as load bearing in insulated concrete form walls. So we're not only limited to the outside building envelope, we can build the shear walls. We could build the demising walls. We could build the corridor walls also, all out of insulated concrete forms. So you get to the basis that whereas you're limiting your subtrades, you're expediting your construction to get out a little bit quicker, and you're keeping the building assemblies similar in nature. They're made to connect and harmonize and work together. And again, you can see that's kind of like a snaky little of a footprint there. It can be accommodated with insulated concrete forms very easily. One more example of the St. Martin's project. It gives you an idea how those buildings connect together. So they're kind of bulky little buildings, but they're connected by this ligament between the builds too. We can accommodate any type of arrangement of angle. Even if we offer off the shelf a 45-degree angle form, you can cut it to 15 degrees, 22 degrees, whatever your heart desires or what the plan provides or the land can accommodate. So again, just a little bit accent here. One thing I did not mention, if ever, I'll go to the previous slide, the pools that are in these projects. Those too can be done out of insulated concrete forms also. That could be a totally different hour-long subject. But yes, we can accommodate pools also for the hotellerie industry. If we stay in Texas and we look at these different builds, what's really standout feature for me on this particular hotel will be the roof line itself. You'll see that it's domed up. It's got an arch to it. So insulated concrete forms, even if it's concrete, doesn't mean you can't find that subtlety or that finesse in architecture. So we can accommodate those very easily. And then the finished product on the left, you'll be able to see that and give you an idea what that project looks like. One more suite out of Ohio. This one's a little bit more straight shot, a little bit easier to build. So if you need to have a quick build, you want to operate this very quickly and very, very long term, the architecture can follow suit and we can accommodate that architecture. One more here from Sun Prairie. Again, just a little bit of an idea here. And you can see how the parapets are exaggerated. We can accommodate the parapets also for these builds. So when you're done with your roofing system, your ceiling or roofing system, we can actually extend that a little bit higher up and grab the parapet too, keeping that whole wall monolithic, all working together and being integrated into one generalized exterior wall assembly. One more again from Texas, Ohio, Massachusetts, Michigan. So I think we get an idea that we have quite a bit of builds here that come into play. I would like to accent this particular building here. It is a Canadian building, so I just want to accent the fact that we can build in north of the border. What's very interesting with this particular commercial build, the one on top, is the first net zero commercial build in North America. And this gentleman himself, this building will have been operated for well over about 2-3 seasons or so, because it was ish so. But during the holidays, when they close down for the Christmas break, the 2 weeks that they're closed down with no employees, no occupancy is in the building itself, there's absolutely no heating being attributed to that build, and it never ever drops below, say 20 to 19 degrees inside of that building once that thermal mass has been embanked inside of those walls. So this has a very high performance level, this build. And then below, we're looking at an 18-story apartment building, which again, it's not hotellery, but it's got a return in client. What this client or this property owner needed to have is retention of clientele. The more comfortable the clients are, the more likely they are to stay in that building. The more they like this building, the more they're going to want to reuse the building. So if it's a temporary residence, say in a hotel, if it's a long-term residence as a renter, both of those will have a higher level of retention. The hotel I'm in right now, I could hear my neighbor. So it'd be nice that I had a building that would say, okay, I'll come back to one where I don't hear that. So it could be simple factors like that, just to keep the clientele returning to your facilities. And so with that, this concludes my portion of our seminar today. I hope I didn't speak too quickly. Please reach out to your local reps. I work for Nudura, so that needs to be disclaimed for me on my side. We could be reached through the telephone number on the screen that you're showing right now. And also, if ever you need to have more information, at least in what regards to what Nudura can offer you, our website would be a great place to start. Within that, you could find the About Us. You'll be able to reach out to somebody that will give you more information. My information is here. So if anybody wants to reach out to me, I'll be more than happy to respond to some questions. And any question that I'm not able to answer, I'll be more than happy to direct you into the right place or work with you to find the proper solutions for detailing, or how do we actually work together with this particular building system in that particular building system. So at this point, Fulgens, I'll be ready to open up some questions. I think we got a couple of minutes.
Yes, thank you, Eric. We do have 2 questions that came in. The first question is from Laura, is asking if you qualify specific contractors to install this.
We can't use the word. There's a lot of liability when it comes to qualifying. But yes, we do have recommended installers that would have gone through a process of educating themselves. So in North America, in Canada, and the US, we offer programs for the installers. And once they've gone through that day-long process, they have to take a test. And then if they've passed that test, and then we will be able to use and again, I apologize for not using the right terminology because it is a legality there. But yes, there is a reference that we can provide where I'm hoping I'm not using the wrong word, is that we cannot say certified or accredited. There's some kind of legality there within the industry, but we can say that this person has the attributes necessary. So yes, the question is yes, every distributor or most manufacturers, but if they go through distribution, that would be a great source, but reach out to the manufacturer. So the answer is yes, there is, for the majority of the manufacturers, a onboarding process that the installer should go through, and you should have that list. So it's yes, but you got to talk with the right manufacturer. We offer that. Sorry, I'll make that one clear.
Excellent, thank you. And Bradley asks, is there a prescriptive reinforcement schedule, or does that have to be done by an engineer?
Yeah, when it comes to residential build, if he's in Canada, we have what's called Part 9 builds. So if it falls within that residential Part 9 build, the prescriptive pre-engineered charts that the Insulated Concrete Form Manufacturer Association can give you that information. It'll tell you what the seismic acceleration is, what the wind loads are, and then based on the location, you'll get those 2 factors: how deep in the ground you're going, how high up you're going, up to 2 stories. Those prescriptive charts can be used in substitute of getting a structural engineer, but it has to fall within the scale and the perspectives of those pre-engineered charts. They're available for the States and for Canada. Outside of that residential pre-engineered prescriptive charts, you will need to go to a structural engineer. And the structural engineer, please, if there's everyone on the record, keep in mind, there's nothing extraordinarily different than working with standardized concrete. There's no reason to add factors to this. So if you can find value engineering, that would be great. We do recommend engineers with whom that we've worked with before that will be honest with their value engineering.
Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. No other questions at this time.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for participating. So thank you very much.
Thank you. right, everyone, there is your session code 138480. 138480. It's also there for you in the chat. That is the final session code for the day. An excellent presentation with Eric. Thank you again, Eric. And
Thank you very much.
thank you. Give you guys some time to grab that final session code. And once again, if you are experiencing any issues with the website, we have that major Cloudflare outage today, and they're slowly rolling out the repairs in different parts. I know a few of you were lucky enough to access the website, but some people it's still down. So please give it till the end of the day. And no worries, you have your session codes, your credits, your participation, your attendance. Everything is safe. You don't have to worry about that if you're still experiencing issues at this time. And just a few more last minute stuff here. If anyone needs any last minute credits, wants to sign this up for you, please visit the ATS On Demand course catalog at atsseminar.com. And we'd love to have you part of our LinkedIn family. There is a QR code if you would like to join us on our LinkedIn. We do have our live show once a month, which is called Built for This. And this Friday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll be joined by Chris Baker with Savaria. Once again, that is this Friday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, live on LinkedIn. We'd love to have you there. And with that, thank you for attending our seminar today. I'll stick around a bit to answer any lingering questions if you have any. But we hope you enjoy the rest of your beautiful day, and we'd love to have you back for another webcast soon. Thank you, everyone. Peace, and here's what's coming up next at ATS. Hello, everyone. Fulgence here.
And I'm Jen. And next week, we have no live events, but we want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. And if you're looking to complete some credits, maybe for your state licensure, definitely check out the on-demand page on the ATS website.
Yes, and after you're done with your Thanksgiving holiday, we have plenty of online events for you to burn off those calories. So don't worry. Stay tuned for that. And we hope you have a beautiful holiday.
Yep. Happy Turkey Day.